I warmly welcome you to this full stack website development course. It's Brian Daniel from BUA by City, and I'm so excited to have you in this channel. Over the next 7 hours, you will be learning everything there is to know about web development, but not in the conventional way you are used to. That is because we present to you a project-based learning course. Yes, you and I together will discover all there is to know in the world of full stack web development by building a full stack event registration website. This full stack project would carry you from the basics of coding and web development up to the advanced part of being a full stack developer, step by step. Even if you've never written any lines of code previously, this course is still for you. We use an approach that is easy to understand, fun, and soothing to the ears. But the most important aspect of this course is the skills and the technologies you would be learning. This course will teach you HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, JavaScript, Python, Flask, MySQL, and GitHub. Here's the best part. Even though this video is over 7 hours long, we've broken the video into smaller components, about 24 shorter videos, and we put them in a playlist for you to enjoy. So whether you like to watch your videos long or you want to watch them step by step in their shorter forms, you have everything you need to succeed. Also, we've created timestamps of all the lessons, so you can just jump to any part of this video at any time without missing anything. That's not all. We've provided you with the full codes for this project so that anywhere you are stuck, you can simply compare your code with ours and fix up your issues. Apart from that, we have a free community of mentors and students which I urge you to join. Joining this community will give you free access to mentors, fellow students, allow you to ask questions, receive real-time updates, get access to live sessions, all for free. This is so as to ensure that you get the best out of this course and you succeed in your quest to become a full stack website developer. The links to all the codes, the community, the playlist, and every other thing you need access to is in the description of this video. Not only that, we've also pinned it in the comment section so that you don't have to look for it. We urge you to click the links, join these communities, get access to these codes, and let's see you succeed. We are sure that you will enjoy building these full stack event registration websites with us. We know that after this project, you will have all the skills you need under your belt to become a full stack developer. The cost of this course is around $300, but thanks to our partners, 𝐼𝐞𝐺 Services Limited, you have the opportunity to access, gain, and enjoy this course for absolutely free. This is your chance. Take it. I'm so excited to have you get started, and I know you are too. So let's go ahead and start the journey to become a full stack web developer.
Here is the full stack events registration website project demonstration. So by the time we are done with this project, this is how your finished version should look like. A very fancy homepage, that is what you would be getting. If you hover around any of these buttons, you should have these fantastic animations. And you can see that we have different pages here, like the login page, speaker, schedule, venue. If you click on any one, it will take you straight to where it is. We also have this fancy button that if you hover around it, has this animation here. And when we hover around the get your ticket, we can see its animation. Well, if we continue to scroll down, you would see that we have different pages. And if you hover around any of these names, you can see more details about them and their social media platforms. That's not all, because we have some very fantastic events. If we click on any of these day 1 or day 2, day 3, you can see that the events are changing, and that is what we are going to be building. Also, you can see that we have different pictures, and you can hover around any of them or even click them to get a better view of these pictures. You can also cancel it, and this is all part of what we'll be doing. Apart from the home page, we have many other pages here. For example, we have the login page. So this login page is the login page for the admin, and if we click on it, you can see the admin login page. Here we can simply put the admin details and then put the admin password too. And if the admin types in anything at all, maybe someone is trying to impersonate the admin, clicks login, you can see that he has invalid email or password. Now, but once the correct details are imputed, the login would be successful. Let's impute the correct details now, and once we log in, you can see that we are taken to the admin dashboard page where we have this beautiful looking page. You can see we have total number of tickets, tickets used, tickets left. The admin can also add events as well as edit events. The admin also have the option of logging out. So we also have this beautiful page where the user can get his ticket. So the user just has to click get your ticket, and you can see all of this. Now, this is a field that is being filled automatically. This is a multi-step form, and you can click on next and input more and more details here. So I'm just going to fill this form, and once you fill the form as a user, you get next, next, next. Once the user submits his form, you see this great page that tells the user you've signed up successfully. Not forgetting that our project also has the option for mobile view. So even if you're using your phone or your system, you can build and access this project. All right, that's it for a quick demo of this project. I'm sure you're really excited to do this with me. It's time to start building.
All right. So the first thing you want to do to be able to build this full stack events website registration application is to have your system turned on, of course. And once your system is on, we are going to create a folder. Right, so this is my system turned on as it is. This is my display screen. Just create a folder anywhere. So I'm going to pick a location, and I'm going to create my folder, and I'm going to call this folder events websites or events registration websites. Whatever you decide to call it, that's totally up to you. You could call it full stack application, whatever. So after creating this website, the next thing we are going to do is to open this website in VS Code. Now, VS Code is where we'll be writing all our codes. It's typically called an IDE. If you don't have VS Code, all you can do is to come to Chrome here and just search for VS Code download. Now, if you're using Windows, search for Windows. If you're using Mac, search for Mac, whatever. Just search for VS Code download, and once you hit VS Code download, click on the link here from Visual Studio Code themselves, and you'll be able to download VS Code. So this is for Windows, this is for those using Linux, and this is for Mac. So whatever the software you're using, just search for VS Code there, and you should have it. Now, if you have VS Code already, what you can do is just right click, and if you're using Windows 11, click on Show More Options and Open with Code. Now, if you're using Windows 10, just right click and look for this Open with Code button. Now, for some people, because of their settings, they do not have an Open with Code option. So in that case, you want to open VS Code manually. Now, whatever method you decide to use, that's totally fine. So you can decide to open VS Code here manually, and once VS Code is open manually, you can then have what we want. So VS Code here open manually,
we can then open a folder. All right. So I'm going to open a folder now and open this folder where I created my folder just now. So the event registration website, I'm going to select the folder and open it. So once we have the folder, you should see the name of the folder by your top left-hand corner here, your top left-hand corner, right, of the event registration website. Once you have this, it means that we're set to start walking through the code. So we need VS Code. Make sure you have VS Code installed, and we can go right on, continue with the rest of the processes. The next thing we want to do is to go ahead and create the files and folders we will be needing for this project. Remember, this is a full stack application, so it means that we are going to be working with both front end and back end, and we have to integrate the two together. Now, to do that, there are several ways we can do this, but one way I really love is the method that Flask gives us, right? So we are going to use Flask framework and the method that Flask allows us to integrate both front end and back end throughout this project. Now, to use the Flask framework, we are going to first of all make sure that we have Python installed on our system, because Flask is a framework of Python. So this is going to be a project that uses Python, that uses Flask. So after making sure that Python is installed, go ahead to make sure that we also have Flask installed on our system. If you have these things not installed on your system currently, no worries at all, because we would be installing these things together. All right, so the first thing we want to check out is if we have Python installed on our system. To do that, you can see my screen currently, and all you have to do is open your terminal, right? So open your terminal is very simple. You could open your terminal by just searching on your Windows search bar for terminal. So you can just come to your Windows search bar, search for terminal, and you would have your terminal opened. You could also use VS Code to open your terminal. For example, to open your terminal on VS Code, click on the view and then come down, click on terminal. So once you do this, you see your terminal here opened up on VS Code. Now, once your terminal is opened up on VS Code, just search for Python. Right, like this, type Python on the screen and press enter. Now, if you see this, if you see something like this, it's going to show you a Python version. So we have 3.11.6 installed. If you see something like that, it means that your Python is installed. Just type exit next. Now, if you do not have Python installed, once you type Python, you should be taken to a download page where you have to download and install Python. So once you hit Python and you don't have Python installed, the process is automatic. It will take you to a download page. That download page is Microsoft Store. So let me walk you through the Microsoft Store installation of Python in case you don't have Python already. Now, if you have Python, you could just skip this part for about like 3-4 minutes forward and you would be not missing anything. All right, so to get to Microsoft Store, you can, once you hit Python, it would automatically open Microsoft Store for you so that you can install Python if you don't have Python already. And here, it would open up Python. You could also search, come to Microsoft Store like I've just done, and search for Python. So once you do that, you are going to see a lot of Python, 3.11, 0.10, this. So we're just going to click on Python version 3.11 at this time and allow it to load, and you should see a button that says get here. So let's see, if you do not have Python already, you should see get here. Now I have Python and you can see that I don't see it here. Well, let's look for a version that I do not have. So for example, 3.9. And we should have the get button here because I do not have Python version 3.9. All right, so you see the get button, right? So you look for 3.11, don't look for 3.9. 3.9 is average in the ratings.
look for 3.11, or if you're watching this video at the time there's a newer version, you may want to try the newer version, but I prefer the 3.11, and click on get. So once you click on get, it will automatically start downloading, and then you can easily um, download it. So here it's saying get ready to download and all of that, and basically that's how you get Python. And once you have Python installed, you're now set to follow the rest of the video, because we have our tools next. So we'll be using Python to get Flask, and from Flask we'll be building our full stack application. Now that we have Python successfully installed on our computers, the next thing we want to do is to go ahead and install the various Python tools or frameworks we would be using to build this application. And the first one we want to install is Flask. All right. And right here is my terminal window on Git Bash. You could use terminal from your VS Code, or you could just open your terminal window, but make sure you are in the folder where we would be building this project. So you have to make sure you are in this folder. You can see it's the event registration website folder. So however you're deciding to open your terminal, that's fine, but make sure you are in the right folder, the event registration website folder, wherever you locate it. So this is my entire location of the folder. But before we go ahead and install Flask, there's something very important we have to first of all install, and that is called a virtual environment. A virtual environment is like a separate place where Python, your system is going to reserve for you for this project. So everything you do inside this virtual environment is not going to be shared with people outside the virtual environment. And that's what we want to use to build our full stack application. So just type this command to install your virtual environment: Python -m virtual environment venv, and then the name of this virtual environment, we're going to call it my env. That is my environment, and then press enter on your terminal here. And once you do that, you should wait for some time for the virtual environment from Python to finish installing, and then we'll go to the next step. All right, our Python virtual environment has finished installing. To confirm it's there, just type this command ls on your terminal, and you should see that we have this folder my env. The next thing we want to do is to activate the virtual environment. So use this command if you're using Bash or Windows, my env/scripts, and then activate/activate. So just this command, the way it is here, you want to use this exact command to activate your virtual environment. And then that's it. You'll have your virtual environment activated. Okay, so once your virtual environment is activated, you should see this bracket here that says my env. From here on, we can, no matter how you clear your screen, to clear your screen, by the way, you just type clear and it will clear. But no matter how you clear your screen, now that we've got our virtual environment activated, you should see it up above here. The next thing we want to do is to go ahead and install Flask. So for that, we'll be using a Python program called pip. So pip install, just write Flask. Just pip install Flask right here. Once you do that, Flask should start installing. So like we did before, we're going to wait for Flask to finish installing. It's giving us all the data. It's installing various packages of dependencies inside Flask, and we're just waiting for the last piece of information which says successful. All right, everything was successful, and that's it. So I'm going to clear my screen again by typing clear, and we have Flask installed. Now that Flask is installed, we can leave this terminal environment and then go back to our VS Code environment. Now back on our VS Code folder, you can see that we have this new folder, the my env,
And that is because this is this folder is where we are going to be running everything. Now here we are going to be creating another folder, right? So just click here. You can see where my arrow is. Click on this button, this plus button here. Now there are two buttons. The first one is a file button. The second is a folder button. We are going to create a folder, and this folder we are going to call it app. So click on it and press enter. Now yours should appear exactly the way mine is on the screen. So we've created this app folder, and inside this app folder we are going to create a file. So all you have to do, right click while your cursor is hovering around this app folder, right click it and create new file. Now in this new file we're going to create our first one, and we're going to call it init__.py. Right? So two underscores, __init__.py. Right? That is what you should have. Let's make my screen a little bigger so that you can see it very clearly. Right? So this is it. __init__.py. This is exactly how your file should be, and it should be inside this app folder. So if you have this, it means that you have done a great job. Now in this __init.py, we'll be writing our first lines of code, and that is going to be what we have here, that says from Flask import Flask. This is exactly what we are going to be writing for our first lines of code. From Flask import Flask. Now this Flask would be in capital letter, this other Flask would be in small letters. And the next thing we want to do is to come down and write this next one. So we have to create a Flask instance, and we'll set it to app, which is the name of our app. And then we're going to write Flask open bracket __name. You can see __name here, so I'm just going to click it. This is going to set a Flask instance. Basically, it is the name of the application package, which is app. So we're saying this project we want to build is an app. It's a web app. So after this project, you could start calling yourself an application developer. That's how big what we're doing is. Now, after this, we can come back here. We can leave this code like this for now and come back here, right, from our left-hand side. I'm going to close this app drop down, and here we are going to be creating a file. We'll call this file run.py. So yours should exactly be like mine, like this, and then we'll create our next file and we'll call it config.py. We will have these two files, the run.py and the config.py. Now in the config.py, let's start with the config.py. So come to the config.py and we'll be creating a class. Just use this one here, class, just like this, and then equal to config, not equal to, just class config, and then put your semicolon and press enter, and right here we would have to say debug equal to true. Now I'm going to explain this later on why we did this, but for now just do this, debug equal to true. And once you have this one, we can come now to the run.py, and in run.py we can now have these lines of code. So write along with me. From app, now import app, and the next one is if name is equals __main. So if __name is equal __main, we want to do this next. And what's that? We want to say app.run. Okay, the equals has to be double equal like this, and then we want to come here and say app.run. And
to then put a bracket. All right. So we'll be using this app.run, this method app.run, and this would help us to run this application on our local development server. So why we are going to be running this application, it's simply because of this app.run we've called just here. All right, now why do we have this first line from app import app? Remember, we have this folder called app, and we are saying from app, inside this app, look for app, and you can see where app is. So from app import app, and then we have our very first lines of code. Now let's go back to our app init.py. You can see where I am, app init.py, and let's get our next config. So we are going to import from, we're going to do some importations now. The first one, the second one is that from config, remember we created this file called config. So from config, we are going to import that class of config we had earlier set here. So if I come to the config.py, remember we called the class config. That's exactly what we are importing from here, from config, import config. And once we do that, we can now use this import by saying app.config dot from objects bracket open and then config. All right, so that's all. Now we've called these two files, which is very, very good. And we are all set to start running our applications. All right. So the next thing we want to do, we have created our Flask, we've created our config, we've called them, we're getting the setup correctly. We want to see if our code is running. Remember we said that the run.py would help us to run our code correctly. So we want to see if our code will run. And so for that, what I would be doing is to come here and just quickly create something that I will try to run. Okay, so let's create something, and I'm going to create an @ this @ sign here, this decorator, at app.route, and we're going to put a slash like this, and let's say def home. For now, just follow along and I will explain it later. And then let us return hello world. Alright, this is all we'll have for now. I just want to see that our configuration was successful and we have something we can run. So return hello world. And let's go ahead and check if what we've just done makes sense to the computer. Now, how do we do that? We'll go back to our terminal. List out what you have. You can see that app folder we created, the config.py, the run.py. Very great. To run our code, we would use this command now, python run.py. Remember, we created this file called run.py. That's exactly what we'll be using to run our code. And hit enter, and let's see if everything we've done so far is a success. So it says it's serving Flask app on app, all of these. It's asking us to click on this link here to be able to see our file. So I'm just going to click on it, or you can copy it, whatever case, you can copy it, just right click, copy, and then we can go to our Chrome. So after copying it, we paste it in our browser just like this. And when we run our file, we see the hello B wave. Hooray, success. If you have this kind of result as I do right now, you can give yourself a round of applause.
They're not ginger you, ginger yourself. Nobody clap for you, clap for yourself. You self, you don't try for yourself.
It's not easy to be successful so far. All right, if you have this kind of result like I do, one thing you can do is please like and subscribe to this channel, right? And let's go back and see what we have. When we refresh this, we say hello 𝐵𝑤ave, please like and subscribe to this channel. All right, so far so good. We have a success. Now, what does this app.routes mean here? Route is the location, the place where it's pointing to, where it's like routing to. So, for example, if I come here and say home, you would have noticed that in different websites we have like things like you could have 127, you could have /login. Have you ever seen that in any website? Or maybe a register, or maybe a course, right? So you can see different kind of routes there. Now in these routes, so the /course is the course route, and if it's the login, it's the login route. If it's the register, it's the register route. If it's the dashboard, it's the dashboard route. But in our code, you can look at this and say, hey, previously we gave it no routes. So what does this mean? It means default, right? When you hit the place you land, your landing page, your home page, by default it's going to have no routes. However, you can also give it routes. For example, we can say /home. Now, if I hit enter now, you're going to see that we have absolutely nothing on our screens, and that is correct. We get a 404 because this is not, so far we've not called this route. We've only tried to access this route, but we've not created the route in our code. So to create the route in our code, I can come here and say /home. And if we do /home there and run here back, you see when we refresh our screen, we say hello 𝐵𝑤ave, please like and subscribe. So I hope you understand routing, and that's for routing. Now let's move on to make this project a pro project. Remember, this is a full stack application that you're going to build like a pro. So to be able to build this full stack registration website with all the features, we can't just have all the routes in one place here at init.py. It's going to be too complex for people to actually go through. So we have to structure it in a way that would make a lot of sense. Now, to do that structuring, we have to create what we call a folder inside the app folder. All right, so up until now, we've been working with our app folder. And if you look at my left-hand side on my navigation menu, meanwhile, to close this, you just click on this and it will close. But if you look at what I have right now, you can see the app folder. And inside the app folder, we got this folder for free, this package. So I didn't create it. If you're writing your codes and you're wondering what's this, don't bother, it will come there. It's a gift from Python to you. So up until now, we have just the app folder, and inside the app folder, we have our init.py. However, now inside this app folder, we want to create another folder and would call this folder route. So inside the app, another folder will be there. All right, so just right click on this app. Now make sure you're doing it exactly this way, because when I was learning how to code, this is something that gave me a real tough time. So click on the app, right click on the app and click on new folder so you can create this one called routes. And that's it, right? Now you have your routes. And inside this route, right click on it again and create another one called routes. Now it should appear like this. Let me increase my screen size so that you can actually see this very clearly. Now we've created the route and it's appearing something like this. Right click on the route again and create another folder, and we'll call this admin. All right, fair enough. So we have routes, we have admin. Later on, I will tell you why we have both root and admin, but for now, ensure it is exactly like this. To ensure you're doing the correct thing, you can come to your file explorer now your file explorer. Make sure you're in your events registration website or whatever you called the folder where we're working on this, and ensure you have app folder, my env folder, config, and run.py files. If you see something like this, correct, you're doing the correct thing. Now, if you click on the app, inside the app, you want to get a new folder called routes. So you go ahead, create this route. Inside the routes, you want to have two folders, one called root and the other called admin. All right. So if you have this now, well done. Well done. Let's go back to our folder. So inside the routes, we have the roots. Now, inside the roots, that's where we'll be creating our files. Now, what's the first file we're going to be creating here in the root? Just right click and then a new file, and we're going to call this index.py. Index.py, right? That's the first file we'll be creating. So this index, why do we call it index? That's how you refer to a home page, a landing page in a website. You just call it index. You can decide to call it home.py, whatever. It's all fine. Now in this index.py, I'm going to close all of this, close all of that. Come here to the app, this init.py located at the app folder. We'll click it now and then we'll copy all of this, right? And paste it in the routes index.py. So let's paste it in this index.py at the end of the day. And here we go. Now we have this, and we have app is not defined. So in our line 1, right along with me, from app, we want to import app. And that's all. We have to specify that and we'll have everything sorted out. Now though, for this code to work, we have to come to this root again and create another file. So right click, click on new file, and this one should be __. So double underscores, like 1, 2, init __.py. Recall __init__.py. So it should be like __. These are two underscores, right? But there would be no spaces in between them. So init __.py. That's how you're going to name your file. Now in this init.py, we are going to be importing things. So here from .index, we want to import home. Now, where exactly did I get this code from, and what exactly are we doing? In this folder, let's go to our file explorer. Let me open it from there to explain to you. So in this root folder, we have this index, right? And we just created this __, init.py. Now in this index, we have a function. So if we come here to this index.py, we have this def. Def means define. It's a keyword to say that you want to create a function. And the name of the function is home. So in Python, if you have any basic knowledge of Python, you understand that this is a function called home. If you don't, now you know. You've learned something new. Tell me thank you in the comment section. All right. This is the def to define this function called home. And this function would simply return hello BUA, blah, blah, blah. Now, in here, in the init.py, what we are doing is that we are importing that function called home from this file called index.py. So how do you do that? You say from .index import home. Now, when you use dot, it's going to bring out the things that are currently in your directory. So that's why we say .index. Okay, so I hope that was clear enough. All right, so now we are almost all set to go. The last thing we want to do is we've created our index.py on our routes, on our route. Recall, we're not touching this admin just yet. You just want to leave it alone. We'll have admin, but just leave it alone for now, right? Just leave it alone for now, but let it be there. So if it would confuse you though, you can delete it and then later I'll come back to it. So in this route, we have our init.py, we have our index.py, and then we've written our code for our index.py. We've imported it in our init.py. The last thing we want to do is to go back to the app folder and come to this init.py in the app folder. Note, we have an init.py now in the routes folder, not that one. We need to go to the init.py in the app folder. And once you're there, we can now say import them. So we can say from app dot route dot root import all. Now, how do we say all? We say asterisk here. So when you say asterisk, you're just saying import all. All right, just to recap, from app.routes.root import all. That's all. So from app.routes.root import all. And that's all we need to actually go on. Let's go back to our terminal. And here our terminal app has stopped running. So let me clear my screen and let's restart it. So Python run.py, it's restarting and it's restarted. Everything is correct. So let's go check out what we have there. Let's refresh our screen. We see hello 𝐵wave, please like and subscribe. Let's try to just change what we have. So let's remove 𝐵wave and say hello 𝐴Maker. So we expect that at least one 𝐴Maker would be watching this video. I don't know, but so let's refresh and we have hello 𝐴Maker. So everything successful. Now we have our home page saying hello 𝐴Maker, please like and subscribe. In as much as we are making progress, you would agree with me that this is not how a finished website looks like. So we have to have all those HTML, we have to have the CSS, we have to have JavaScript, the fancy things of the website. We have to have different pages. Now, when I want to talk about pages next, I may say routes. Okay, so when I use the word pages or routes, just know I'm referring to the same thing for the purpose of this tutorial. So how are we going to create all our HTML, CSS, fancy files? That's exactly the next thing we'll be doing. To be able to work with our HTML file, CSS, so we can start creating the beautiful pages we'll need, we have to create more folders and more files. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do here is to create another folder inside our app folder. Recall that if I come to my event registration, this folder, if I click on the app folder, currently I have only one folder called the routes folder. I have to create another folder. Now I can create that folder here. There are different ways to do something. I can come here and just click on new and click on folder, right? And this folder, I'm going to call it templates. So this folder would be called templates folder. The first one was the routes folder. This one would be called templates folder. I can have another folder. I can either decide to create this folder here, like the templates folder, as you can see on the screen, or I can decide to create this folder via my VS Code. So you can decide to create it here. I'm going to delete it now. Or let's go back to our VS Code and create this templates folder. So to create this template folder, right click on the app and click on new folder and click on templates. Now please ensure that your spelling is in small letter. So templates like this, right? Everything in small letter, templates. You can see it's very clear here. And that would give us our second one. So we have the routes, we have the templates. Now we would be needing a third folder, and I'm going to right click on the app again, and inside the app I'm going to create static. Okay, now just like we did in the routes folder, so if we come back to File Explorer, you can see we have routes, we have static, and we have templates. Just like we did, if you recall, in the routes, where we created both admin and root, we would also create admin and root for both our static and our templates. So you can hit on the templates, and here we can click on new, and we'll be creating two folders. One is admin, and we can create the second, which would be called root. And we can do exactly the same thing again in our static, admin and then root. So new, admin, and then root. Again, now we can of course keep doing this again and again and again for different different folders that we're going to create. So templates, admin, root, static, we have the admin and the root, we have the admin and the root. For now, we'll be working on only the roots, and then later on we'll move to the admin. Recall, this is a full stack project, so it's a big project you're embarking on, and we're glad to have you up until this stage. All right, so what would be in our static and what would be in our templates? Our template is going to contain HTML files, right? So the different HTML, like the index.html, basically what is going to be here eventually would be in our templates. Okay, so that being said, I think you get the scope, the overview of what we'll be doing now. Let's go ahead and go to the templates. And inside the templates now, come to roots, because that's where we'll be working on. So right click on this root and we'll create our first file. Now, while creating a file, record that I said in the templates, what would be there would be HTML files. So in this root template, what would have would be index.html. So we have our index.html. If this is your first time hearing about or working on an HTML project, HTML is basically what's used to write all the text in the web. For example, we could have tags like h1, which mean header 1. It makes a file very big. We could have things like p tags, which means paragraph. We could have things like div, which are just sections in a particular website. So you could come here and let's say div would refer to a section of a particular website. So putting each website in sections would be like putting them in divs. So particular website, and that is what div would mean. Now p tags refers to paragraphs. So just like when you're writing a letter and you have different kind of paragraph, we have H1, H2, H3 up until H6, and they are just various headings in the web. So H1 big, H6 small, but all these are tags. We have things like LIs, right? So we have things like LIs, and LIs would mean lists, right? A list of things. We also have many other tags like the underline tag. We have different kinds of tag. We have the nav, we have the header, we have things like the footer, and these are various sections that would make the website eventually come to life. These are various small components of a website. So to be able to use all of these, we put it in a .html file. So it's the structure, the body, the base of what the website looks like. That's what HTML generally is. That's a short note of HTML. I'm saying a short note because in this our whole project, the most easy part is building the HTML. That is because I'll be introducing you to a method now that would help you be very, very fast. So while writing your code, speed is important. If you're given a project, you're working on a real life project, and the person says, I need it next week, the user does not want to know if you're going to write 50,000 lines of code. Speed is important. The user wants you to deliver at that time. So how do you deliver? Typically, creating a website would involve creating designs so that you know where to put which button, where to keep this button, where to keep that button. It would involve ensuring that the user experience is nice, the user interface is nice, then you start writing the code, then you do testing. And for one person to do all of these will be so cumbersome. So it's usually a team and lots of meetings and all of that. However, things could be a little better when we introduce you to templates that helps you get the base of what you're looking for. And it's one of such templates we would be using here. So for our index.html, we'll be using a template, and this is exactly how the template looks like at this time. So let's go and get the templates that we would be working on at this time. This is the template. So let's see a demo of how the templates would look like. All right, we have it, and here we go. It's loaded. Now, this is a template that you can either get for free. Some templates are free, but some are paid. All right, so you can buy this template. This is what it means, template. Remember, we created this folder in Flask, and the name was templates. Do you still remember? Yeah, it's templates. Well, I did not call this template because we're going to use a template. This is how Flask calls it. Maybe Flask knows that it's better if we use templates for things like HTML. So for our HTML file, we would be working with a template. It's already been designed, and our job now is to use it to suit our purpose. Now, when we click these links, like the buy ticket, the register, nothing would typically happen because we've not yet used this template to suit our needs. If we click this button, no video is going to play because this template does not yet suit our specific needs. So even though you have this template, we are going to get these templates now and ensure that we can use this template to get what we want. So for our HTML, we'll be making use of this template. Now, I'll explain some key things about this template to you. So for now, I'm just going to come here and I'm going to copy this template. I'm going to copy this template and I'm going to come in here inside my templates folder and paste it. Now, inside roots, I'm going to paste these templates. Is root the best place to paste this template? So I'm going to copy my HTML, my template, and I'm going to paste these templates in the app folder. So in the app, I'm going to paste these templates, and this template is going to be here. Now, how can you get this template? Hey, the great news is that just click on the link in the description and pinned in the comment section of this video. Note, click on the link in the description. It has also been pinned in the comment section of this video. So either the description of this video or the comment section, it will take you to GitHub repository where you can just go there, copy a template. All right, so you can just go there, download the template or copy the template, paste it on your folder, that is download the template, and then you can use this template anytime you want to use it, anytime you have something to do with it.
So here's a step-by-step guide to help you download your code and work with these templates we've given you. So this environment is GitHub, and if you look here, you can see github.com. So this is if you click this link, you'll be taken to GitHub. What is GitHub? basically, GitHub is a place where developers store their codes. For now, you can just take that definition as what GitHub is. So it's a place where developers can come and store their codes. Of course, you can do other things with GitHub, but one of the very, very useful functionalities of GitHub, it helps you as a developer to store your code. And it also helps others like you now can benefit from me storing my code on this platform. So rather than just keep my code in my computer where only I have access to it, I can keep my code on this online platform, GitHub, and you can also have access to it. Others can have access to it. You can store your codes. And so even if the project is going to take 1 year, 6 months, 1 week to build, we can keep our codes here and slowly but surely build all the functionalities we would be needing. So that's how important GitHub is for every software engineer, every pro software developer, every full stack developer. You really need GitHub. So you could go ahead, create an account, but by just clicking this link, you already have access to the codes. So one thing you would do, this is the base template we'll be working with here. As you can see, it has a message here that says you should feel free to download it. Now to download this templates, all you have to do is click on this green code button, click on this drop down here. Once you left click on it, you should see this option that says download zip, and this is the option you should click on. So download zip. Once you do that, you can see that the download has started here. So this is going to download. Now it's done, so we can go back and check our downloads folder for it. To do that, you can just right click and say open show in folder. It's going to open our downloads, and you can see it here, events registration website base template. So we are going to extract it by clicking on the extract all button and click on extract, and all we have to do is wait for it to get completed. So while doing this waiting, if you don't have a GitHub account, just go on and sign up. Just hit github.com on your browser, and it's going to ask you to sign up. Put your email, your username, and you could create a GitHub account. So here is the template. So you want to click on it now, and you can see we have base templates and admin templates. Later on, we'll work on these admin templates, but you already have it. It means we don't need to go back to GitHub and download admin templates when we want to work on it. But for now, the base templates, all you have to do is click inside. And then from here now, we can copy everything and anything we would be needing to our own folder where we want to.
So this template is what we're going to be using. And this template, we can now come here, and you can see the template here. So I'm going to right click on it, and everything we have in our index.html, I'm going to select all. For now, I'm going to just select all, copy, and we'll try to paste it in our own index.html that we're creating. Well, if we do it like that, it would automatically change how fast we go around with this video. So we now have everything that we had in that template in this one. But if we try to run this code like that, you're going to see that nothing will display up on the screen. For example, let's go here. Let's ensure our app is still up and running. And let's try to go to the home. And you can see we have hello Emeka, please like and subscribe. So just here, so we're not yet done with what we have to do. At this point, I'm going to come here now. So come here to the routes, right? Our routes folder. So I'm going to leave the templates folder for now. Come to the routes folder, come to roots, and we're going to go to index.py. So now we have this return. Now that we have an HTML template and an HTML file, we will not be writing all of this here again. So I can remove it from here. And the first thing we want to do is to from Flask. So in our line 2, we'll be importing something. And I can say from Flask imports, render templates. All right, render template. So this is a Flask way of calling this template here. And then we can return render templates. And in here, we can now have the name of the file we want to call. So this would be root/index.html. All right, so root/index.html, just like this. And with this now, we can now call the templates we want to use. Let's go back and see if everything is correct. No, we have our app stopped running. So let's make sure it's running again. Back to our terminal, we make sure it's running. Then let's come back here and refresh our screen. And here we go. Here we go, something better. All right, so we have something better, something different. All these are lists. These are header tags, right? These are paragraph tags. These are clickable links. We'll talk about them later. But we have something better than before. Have you ever loaded any website, and if the network is not strong enough, the website will load something like this, and then you have to refresh it again and again before those fancy things come displays? Well, this is what HTML looks like. On its own, HTML is not beautiful. You agree with me that this website it's definitely not beautiful. So we have to add HTML with CSS and other things to make sure that this website is great. Let's see how we can now add the CSS and other things to make sure that this website is great. And that would help us that would take us back to the templates. So I will close this route folder and open the templates folder, open the root folder, and click on the index.html. Recall that we copied everything from the template down here. And the reason why we did that is because of time. To take our time to build all of this would be really, really long and burdensome to us. So, but let's talk about this. First of all, you have your doc type HTML. You're basically saying, hey, this is an HTML file. And then we have the head tag. So what happens in the head tag, you can close this head tag here, or you can open it. And then there are different things that happens in the head tag. The first one we want to focus on is the title. This title is the title of the web page you're currently on. For example, the title always displays here. And if you hover around, it says the events bootstrap templates. Now that's the title, and you can change it. So I don't want it to be the events bootstrap templates. So I want it to be I want to call it annual developers conference. Developers conference, right? And that's all. Annual developers conference. Changing the title. Now, if we refresh this page, you can see that the title has changed to Annual Developers Conference. So that's the first thing we want to do, refresh and change the title. So that's what the title is. Now, you have things like 5 icons. If you look at this screen, you would see this small blue icon here, which represents Bootstrap icon. But if you look at this here, you can't see it, right? So that's the 5 icon. And that's surely something that, just makes your page much more beautiful and allows Google to index it or see it if you host it a lot more. So the next thing we want to create now is our fav icon. To be able to create our fav icon, it will bring us back to this thing we have here called href. So let's explain it. What is an href? When we hover around it, you can see it gives its explanation, says attributes specify the URL of a link source. Basically, what it does is that it links one thing to another. So when we have href, we are linking something to another, right? We are linking something. That's all. So now we are trying to link, we're trying to go from here to link to this thing called favicon.png. But if we click on it, so it's a link, it means that you can click on it. Now, if you hover around it, it will tell you follow link. You have to first press Control on your keyboard, and then it will become clickable. Once you press Control on your keyboard, it becomes clickable. You try to follow it. See the error it gives you. Send an error occurred when loading the image. Whenever you're trying to load an image, this is how you can test if it's going to load. If it gives you an error here, just know it will give you an error on the web page because it's not linking successfully. So it means that here, we'll come back to here shortly in a minute and see why it's not linking successfully. But for now, these are other things. So Google Fonts, you know what the fonts, the styling, the fonts, basically. So if I come here, Google Fonts, you can see this design, right? This is a font. So here, this template uses Google Fonts. Now you can see Bootstrap. Okay, Bootstrap is something that I said you benefit a lot from this video. And the way Bootstrap works, you have to link it, you have to copy the link. So here, this is the link to the Bootstrap. And if we click it again, you can see it's unable to open Bootstrap. Now, Bootstrap is a library and it's in a folder called library. Later on, we'll talk about how we can link this Bootstrap successfully. Then we also have libraries.cxs. All of these links are not working as of now. Then we have our main CSS file. Our main CSS file is the place where we write the raw styling. Then our Bootstrap is to get Bootstrap touches. Bootstrap for me is just like adding a touch of brilliance to whatever we're doing. Bootstrap is a very, very fantastic app. We can just use it to add a touch of brilliance. You could use Bootstrap to style your full page. Now, I've done that a couple of times, but Bootstrap would just give your page that sweet looking touch by just copying things called classes, right? And now this is the license of the templates we are using. So you can get more from bootstrapmade.com, right? And all of these things here are comments. Okay, these are to help you understand what's going on. So when you're writing code, it is quite important that you put comments. Later on, when we'll be working on various features on the back end, we are going to put comments in all of them. So next thing we want to do is to get the appropriate styling for all these pages. And to do that, it will take us back to our static. Recall here that we had this static folder and we created admin and root in both of them, but there's nothing yet on it. So apart from the templates folder, recall that the templates folder contains HTML. However, this static folder will have to contain more than just HTML. The static folder would contain CSS files. So I'm going to go to the templates I'm using, this one here. I came to File Explorer to do this so that it will not be confusing at all. We had copied everything in the index. Right now, I'm going to copy library, JS, images, CSS. Copy. I will not copy contact form. I wouldn't be needing it. It would create as. And I'm going to come to static, come to roots, and paste all of those things I've copied from there. And that's it. We're done. So I went to the templates we're using and then copied all of those things now and paste them in our static folder. And so since they are in our static folder, all we have to do is link all of these things to our static folder. So to link them, we can just make a one case scenario for them. For example, this href here, I can say dot dot. Now this is like going backward one step, going backward again. You can see static, you can see roots, and then from here
we can basically link everything. For example, images and then favicon.png. Now, if we click on this link, you can see the fav icon displays. And the fav icon is just a simple blue button which represents Bootstrap. So how did we get here? We just linked them to our static folder by going one step backward till we get to static, till we get to roots, and then images and all of that. All right, so I'm going to copy this one now from here, copy, and then everywhere I have href, I'm going to paste this in. How do I know everywhere I would have href here? Well, for now, I'm just going to paste it in all the simple ones. So href, just paste them here and just make sure you paste everything like this. And that's all. That's all. Just like that, that's all. Now, if we come back here to show how that's all it is and refresh our code, we should have a difference now between how it was before and how it would be now. And here we go. Here we go. We have differences. And now these differences, you can see that the page has changed. We now have our background photo, which would resemble something like this finished one. We now have, but no text. So in this finished one, we have text, we have all of these, but nothing just here. So what's up? What is wrong? Well, let's go back to our code. And I want you to scroll all the way down, all the way down, all the way down to the end, right? After this section called the footer. Remember, I earlier talked about the footer section in websites. And the footer section just simply refers to these ending parts, like the foot. That's why it's called footer, the foot of a website. So after you get to the footer section, at the end of it, I want you to look at all these JavaScript libraries. Now, libraries make your job easier. They make it sweet. They make you faster. And you should incorporate using libraries in your projects. Like Flask itself, it's a library. So instead of us looking at how to connect front end and back end, you'll see how Flask makes our jobs easier. In the same way, we are going to paste that thing we copied, that link that we've just copied, we're going to paste it down here throughout all of them. And then when we click on it, you would see that here we have our mini.js. If you look at all of these, you can't read them. These are minified. They've been compressed. It's a library that makes our jobs easier. All right, so we can paste all of these now everywhere, every single place, all the lines. And that should do the magic for us. Now, in the contact form, I earlier said we do not need it for now, right? But let's just paste it at the end. And we click on it now. Okay, it was not even found at all. All right, so we have all of our library files. Now, in the scripts main.js, you also want to make sure that you have this in your scripts mini.js. Fantastic. And that's all. So all the scripts, we pasted this, what we've just copied. Now, this is the path. You can call this a path, right? You can just call this a path. So it means that you're trying to link from this file to that file, that path.
the href or the source script, whatever, you can just call this a path. So add this path to the rest of the link, and then they would go. As I've said before, to check if it's working, just click Control, click on any of them, and if they open, it means you're in line. So we can go back to our code now, scroll up again, refresh, and here we go. So when we refresh, we now have a better version. Now let's decrease the font size of our screen a little, and we have everything. So something that looks like the finished product, we now have it here, except for the logo. So at this point, if you hover around all of this, you see all of these fancy navigations and all of that. Well, that's what templates can help us do. So instead of us to, on our own, try to write all the codes for all of this, we just get there quickly with the use of templates. Remember, if at any point in this video you're stuck, especially with the use of these templates and the getting of it, you can always refer back to the GitHub repository for this project. Now, you can see that we have a major difference here, and that's the logo. Most times in websites, the logos are actually images, and everywhere would have an image. You can see that the image do not display, right? Every single place we have an image. So in this version of the template, you can see the image all appearing. But in our own version, everywhere we have an image, it's not appearing. And the reason for that is quite simple, because we've not yet put the correct paths in the link. So since we copied the CSS and Bootstrap and images folder to a static folder, we have to put the correct path, just as we've done previously with the CSS links. We have to do the same for our images. If we don't do the same, we'll have a situation where the images would not display themselves. So maybe we can try using the img tag instead. So if we try the img, we see we have 152. We have 152 results. So let's look at them. You can see them here in each of these speakers, speaker 2, speaker 1. So immediately we finish compiling one, we just go to the next and the next. I hope this theme is not too bold or too bright for you. You can change your themes here by coming to settings, look at theme, click on color theme, and then you can choose whatever. I can choose like this JavaScript modern, and it will give me something like this, which is a much more faint version of the dark. And let's use this one for some time now. So let's use the src. So let's keep looking for the images, and everywhere we have these images src, we are going to just work on the paths together. Let's keep doing this. Okay, let's just keep doing this. All right, so you want to go ahead and update all your own too. Everywhere your own appears, update them. The focus is not on the image, but just to make sure that you have a firm grasp of how HTML works, so that in case you want to edit anything tomorrow, you want to customize this thing you want to personalize this project, turn it to completely yours, change everything, you don't have to struggle with all of this. So looking at what we have now, I've gone ahead to successfully update everywhere. We have src, or everywhere we have a path to an image. Typically our href and then our src are the places where we have paths to our images. Now, what's the significance of that? It just helps our website to look much more fanciful and colorful. So here, if we look around, you can see we have all of these fine, very colorful design. We can see the events, we can see images, everywhere is absolutely colorful. We can see gallery, we can see everything here is just wonderful. So that's exactly the beauty of doing it this way. Okay, now there are some changes we'll be making to the HTML here, and we're going to make them real quick. For example, I want here to not be buy tickets, but to be get tickets free. So we'll be giving our tickets free, just as you're watching this video right now. We'll be giving our tickets free. So, and here can be about the event. When we click on it, it scrolls down. All right, we'll not be making any change to that. So to make a change to this place here, we'll be giving our ticket free. What can we do? We can come to the nav, right? So this, recall when I was talking about different sections of the web, this is the nav section. What's the work of a nav section? It's a navigation bar, it's a navigation. So if your mobile phone, this is how this website will look like to you. This is how this website will look like currently. And here, this is the nav. So you say, hey, when I click on the nav, I see this and that. So this is exactly the nav. Now, this nav was designed using Bootstrap by calling some of Bootstrap classes like codes and the rest of them. And so we want this buy ticket, right, to not be buy tickets, but should be like get free tickets or something like that. So we're going to come back here, and the would go to the nav now. Now, I started from the beginning because when you look at this code here, you can see that that's among the first things. So if it's among the middle things, like the nav section was located somewhere around here, like the hotels, and you want to come down to it, you can most likely imagine that the code will be later down. But since this one is up, the nav is up, that's why we're starting eventually from the start. And here we can have the nav section. And here, instead of buy tickets, I'll be changing get your tickets. Okay, so I'll just turn it to get your tickets, so as to imply that you don't need to buy the tickets, right? And so even if we change it to the mobile section, even if we change it to the mobile section, click on this link, it says get your ticket. So users can get their ticket as opposed to buying their tickets. All right, that's one real change, quick change I want to make. And this is 10 to 12 December, Downtown Conference Center, New York. Maybe we could leave everything like this, or should I change it to Lagos or maybe Abuja? Well, you could go ahead and change that. We could add a video here, right? We could add a video here. Right now, nothing plays. So I'm just going to add a video just to give you a general feel of how this works. And where would I get the video from? Of course, from 𝐷𝐷𝐵 YouTube channel. So I'm going to add a video from 𝐷𝐷𝐵 YouTube channel. And maybe I should add a promo video. So a video that talks about what 𝐷𝐷𝐵 does. So now I have the video link copied, and then I'm just going to come here. So where would we go to actually make changes to that? It's going to be after the nav section. So it's going to be in the intro section. So section with an ID of intro. Now this ID serves two purposes. One is to style the page, and the second one is to do some JavaScripting inside. But for now, we'll just change this YouTube link, this href. So wherever you see href, it's a direct link. Wherever you see src, that's like a source or a path, or you could still call it a link of the page. It's a direct link to this YouTube video. I'm sure you get that now in HTML. So we can come here and refresh our page, and by the time this page is done refreshing, when we click on the YouTube again, we should have a video that will now be playable. That video should lead us to be with ICT's website. So let's go and check it out. And it's loading here. We can just wait a minute. You can see Be with ICT already showing, and you can have all of these. All right, so if you're here, just kindly subscribe to Be with ICT channel. And if you want to build any kind of website at all, you can hit us straight away. We'll build any kind of website for you. All right, that's it about the little changes I want to make. So when we click here about the events, you can see all of these: speakers, venue, hotels, gallery, sponsors, and contacts. Now, these are sponsors. If you want to sponsor me in this video, you could send a message and say, hi, thank you. Thank you so much for doing this video. That in itself is a sponsorship. So if you're so far impressed with how the video has gone and you've learned a thing or two, just comment down in the video below. It would really go a long way. You could also say anything, make any form of contributions to me and to Be with ICT for giving you contents like this. The link is down below, so you could buy me a coffee, and I really appreciate that. All right, talking about get your tickets now, that's the next thing we want to do to be able to get tickets. So here it's buy ticket. I'm just going to remove this page now because I do not want to sell any tickets for 150 or 250 or $350 as of now. But of course, you could give me gifts of 150, 250, and $350. We are going to remove this buy tickets page. We're going to remove this buy tickets right now. And to do that, we are going to look at the section where they are. But this HTML template is long. So where exactly do we know where this is? Maybe we can hit Ctrl F here and click on buy ticket. So you can see the buy ticket section, right? So I just decided to just search for this link that's here on our HTML, and then we navigate to the buy ticket section. So when you have a long list, this is how you can just go about it and make when you have a long code base, you could search, and that's exactly why I love VS Code. You could search for what you're looking for and make your journey easy. So this section of buy tickets, I'm going to just remove it. And to remove it, we can comment it out, and then it should also be removed, right? We can just comment it out, and it would also be removed. So here we can comment it out, and I'm just going to remove all of this, and all of this. So you can leave yours though, or you could join me and remove them because I don't want the ticket to be paid for. I want to just give a free ticket. All right. So this part of what we've just done now is known as the front end of the website. You can see all of these fancy buttons. I'll do everything with the use of a template that already has Bootstrap integrated in them. Now let's just go ahead to show you some of the small things that Bootstrap is very used to. For example, you are going to see places like this call COL-LG-3, COL-MD-4, and you're asking yourself, what exactly is this? This call stands for colon, LGO stands for large, and it has 3. So what exactly do these figures mean? Well, that's how Bootstrap represents and gives things like padding, margins, columns, rows, stylings to any website. You could find more about how Bootstrap does that if you come here to Bootstrap. Just go on Google and search for Bootstrap and get bootstrap.com. Yeah, just skipped my memory for a second there. Getbootstrap.com. Just come to Bootstrap, search for it, and you go to getbootstrap.com. Now, for example, if you were looking at how to give space, you can just search for space. And when you search for space, even without hitting space, you can see spacing here, margin and padding, right? And then if you click on it, if you click on any of the like the margin or padding, you can see different representation. For example, SM, MD, LG, XL, XSL. You can see what M means, margin. You can see what P means, padding. And you can see all of these basically. Now, that's how we use Bootstrap. So you don't have to cram everything that Bootstrap has to offer. No, you just have to go step by step. Okay, now is there anything we want to do with our front end again? Now we have this fine place about the events, all of these. If somebody hits get your ticket, it doesn't take the user anywhere, right? When he clicks about the event, you see all of these and all of that. But for now, I want to change this about the event to a button that says get your tickets, just like that first one. So that once the user comes, the user does not need to struggle at all to get his tickets, whether on a mobile device or on his system. It would be very, very clear. So I'm just going to come here and say get your ticket. So I've changed the button now to get your ticket, and then when you click on it, it's easily going to take the user to a get your ticket page. Now we've not created this get your ticket page, and we have no idea the source. It's just a static page for now, just a fine front-end design, a static page, but we need to do more. We have to create a section where the users can now go and start getting their tickets. And of course, we also need an admin section where admins can go and basically perform various roles. So let's go ahead and implement the next section or the next part of this full stack event registration website. Hey there, welcome back to this video. It's Brian here from 𝐷𝐻𝐼CT, and if you're just joining, this is the full stack event registration website we told you we would be building, and here we are already implementing various features of this website. We continue, and the next part, the next feature we are going to implement in this event registration website is the event registration page. Yes, exactly what I mean. You can see this fantastic looking page we've previously implemented, but when you click get your ticket, it doesn't take us anywhere. It's time to make this take us somewhere and in fact implement our event registration page proper. All right, to do that, we'll go back to our VS Code. So hey coders, hope you're ready to do the code right now. And this is so far our VS Code and our file. Remember, we have this folder called app. We have the my_env. We have this base template. Yeah, the base template where we get the base template from. And this is just updated. You don't have to create this. This one is already in the GitHub page. So if you don't have the base template on your own, you're not doing anything wrong. You could find a way to get your template from GitHub. The next thing we want to do now is to create a new route. All right, so we'll leave the HTML for now, and the first thing we want to do, so I'm going to close all of these tabs here, and the first thing we want to do now is to come here, the routes, right? So we click on app, this app drop down, and we have the routes, the static, and the template. So we want to click on routes and come here to routes, click on this routes drop down, And while you are hovering around root, we want to right click and create a new route inside root. And this one will be called register.py. All right, this is the route we would use to handle the registration page proper. So register.py, once you create that, we can now start writing our lines of code inside this register.py. Remember, this register.py should be under root, under route, under your app folder. And we can say here from app imports app. And next line we can say is from Flask imports render templates. And here we can use this app decorator, so app.route underscore. This would be leading us to the register route, and then here we can create this one and call it register page. And for now, all what we want to do is to return a render template, and that template would be root/register.html. Okay, so something like this. Now you want to be very careful about case sensitivity. So far so good. In these 6 lines of code, there's no capital letter we've written. So if you write capital letter anywhere in your code, it's gone. You are going to have a different result from what we would have. Now after doing this, next thing we want to do is to create this register.html. We want to create this register.html file. So I'm just going to copy the name. You can basically type it out, right? So, but before we leave here, let's come to the init.py of the roots. Before we leave this Python place, the init.py, we come here and let's import what we've just created. So from .register, we want to import register page. You could call it registration page instead of register page. I mean, just naming conventions, right? So here from register, import register page. So this is our register.py. This is the register page function, and we are importing this function to the init.py. Now it's quite important that we do this, or else we would have troubles later on. So once we are done with that, for now we are done with our routes. And what we can come to do now is come to the template folder. So click on the template drop down, click on the root drop down, and we are going to add a new file and call it register.html. Register.html is the file we'll be creating here. So as you already know, registration page, we would have HTML files, would have CSS files. And the problem that we have actually is that these registration files, the page we want to create now, the register.html, does not come with these templates. So how do we fix that issue? That's why you're a pro software engineer. That's why you're a pro developer. That's why you are a pro programmer. So it's your job now to fix this problem. You want users to register to get your tickets, but you don't have that already in the template. So what I'm going to do is, rather than stress all of us with the link to actually hard code it, I have taken the burden upon myself to hard code this for you, the whole registration page for you. And what we'll just be doing is to get the template out of it. So the whole registration page, I have put them here in this GitHub repository. The link is down below in the comment section. So you can always come here, and this is the folder, event registration files, just like you can see it here, event registration files. So we would have been needing 3 files for this, the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript, and I have coded everything out for you. So the first one we want to start with is the HTML here. I'm just going to click it and we'll copy everything that's here. So this copy raw file, we want to click on it, or you can manually Control A and then Control C, whatever way it suits you best to copy your files, please do. So we'll copy this whole HTML file and we can come here and paste it here. So HTML, paste everything right here in the register.html. Now this HTML file has links to the CSS. It has links, external links to things like Font Awesome and even Bootstrap. Remember, I told you we can always use Bootstrap by using Bootstrap online. So it has links to even Bootstrap. All right. And then the next thing we want to do after getting the HTML is to go and get the CSS. So I'm going to go back here. The same link. This is the HTML. We want to get the CSS. So here's the CSS. And I can copy the CSS, right? I can just copy the CSS just the way I copy the HTML. But where would I be pasting the CSS? So let's go and create where we'll be pasting the CSS on our VS Code. Currently, we are in the templates folder. Close the templates folder here. Close it. Just click on it. It's going to close. And here, come to the static. Come to roots. Click on it. Come to CSS. Click on it. And right click on CSS, and we are going to call this register.css. So that's the CSS file we'll be using for the registration page, register.css, and we can paste everything you've previously copied from this repository. You can then paste it in the register.css. So these are CSS files, these are stylings, they just make the page fanciful. All right, so we have our HTML, we have our CSS so far. Once you've copied it like this from the link, you do well not to touch anything. Just use these templates like this. Now that's a gift from me to you to make your job one step less stressful so that we can focus on really important things in this website. So that after building these projects, you become a pro, you can add this project to your portfolio and you can start looking for web development, software engineering, junior software engineering jobs with the experience you get from here. Well, you are not going to get experience from HTML. So that's why I'm using templates, going this hard way to help you so that you have the easy method available for you. All right, so now we have our HTML and CSS. The next thing I want to do is I want to see if everything I've done so far is successful. Just a quick recap before we go check out our page. The first thing we did was to come to routes. We created a new route in roots, and that route is called register.py. And in this route, we had the function register page, which simply returns a render template like this. Next, we imported the function to the init.py _ init.py located in the roots folder. So you want to also be careful where you are importing your own code so that you don't have any problems. Now, after we finished with the routes, we then implemented our templates by coming to template roots and creating our register.html. We copied the templates I have already coded for you from GitHub. We copied it and we pasted it here. Next up, we went to our static files and we went to roots, created a CSS file, and copied the CSS codes from GitHub to our local VS Code. And lastly, what we are about to do is to go check out if everything we've done so far has success. So to do that, I'm going to come back here to my terminal and I'm going to hit Python run.py. Hey, before hitting Python run.py, make sure your virtual environment is always activated for this project. If your virtual environment is not activated, you may encounter some issues, especially with dependencies and modules. Right? So let's hit Python run.py, and if everything we've done is correct so far, we are supposed to see this serving Flask on app. Right? So let's go to Chrome now, our browser, and let's refresh our screen and let's go look for our register route. So this is the home route. I'm going to come here now, so can increase this a little for you. I'm going to come here and hit register instead. And once we do that, hey, we have all of this in the register route. So far, so good. Fantastic. So we have all of these. So far, so good in our register routes as it appears on the screen. Of course, there are changes I would want to make here. I don't want to have this sign up for your user account. Chances are when you're watching this video, I've already made these changes and you don't have to remake it. But currently, as of recording this video, I have this sign up to your user account, which I do not like. So I'm going to just quickly make changes to them and push them back. But basically, we have our HTML and our CSS giving us this multi-step form. So what we have here is just a form that helps the user sign up to his user account, right? We have this form, HTML, CSS, and it's beautiful enough, but there's something missing. Let's come down here. So come down and try to click on any of these next buttons, and you see that so far so good, nothing is happening. So even though this is fine, it's not really functional. And that will take us to the next step, making this form functional. But before we make this form functional, why am I calling this a form all of a sudden? That's because what we have here, let's go back to our code. So the register.html, let's take some time to look at the register.html code. You can see we have the body. You already know the head tag. It's all about the head, the stylings, and all of that. Now from the body, we have this H2, which is telling the user to sign up. Chances are once you're watching this video, yours should be replaced with the updated content, so don't get confused. Then we have this form, right? So this form, if I close down this form, you'll see that the form takes the whole of the space. If I remove this form and go back to my HTML page and try to refresh, you can see we have nothing here. So this register page is actually a form where the user will fill to sign up. Just as you have it live on websites, where you go to a website and you're registering for something, that's in your registering, that environment, those places you're putting those your inputs is actually the form. So that's exactly what we have here, and that's why I'm calling it a form. So this is the form, and we use the form tag here. And if you hover around it, you can see basically what form does in HTML. So it can represent editable values that can be submitted. So by the time we're done with this, people will be able to submit this form, that is in quotes, register for this application. So we have different steps. This is a multi-step form. So it means that once the user comes and he starts registering, so it should give next until the user finishes his or her registration. Well, it's time to implement the functionality now. So next, why is it not working? What exactly is wrong with our form? It turns out there's one piece of this front end side that we have to implement, and that is JavaScript. We've implemented HTML, CSS, and now it's time to implement the JavaScript for this register route and registration form. So far, so good. We have our HTML and our CSS, and we've been able to have this form here, just like this, which is not bad, but at the same time, not the best either, because when we click the next button, nothing is working. So the next thing we're about to do is to use JavaScript to make sure that this form now has some form of life in it. I like to think of JavaScript as what gives your website life. So while CSS makes your website beautiful and HTML is just the raw content, JavaScript gives your website life. And what we want to do now is to give this thing life, so have buttons like previous and next with JavaScript. So that once the user finish entering this information, can click next, and it will show personal, ticket, and finally the finish button, which would indicate that this user has done and has submitted this project. So we would be using JavaScript for this. And the JavaScript library we'll be using for this is something called jQuery. Now, we don't have to install any special thing to be able to run jQuery or even JavaScript in this our code. It's almost so easy to do. And this is why a lot of persons use JavaScript in their project, because it's so easy. Some call it a scripting language, some call it a programming language. I just see it as one of the tools a pro software developer would use to get the job done. So, how can we use JavaScript now to give life to this form right in our front? What we do at Wave every single time is to make learning tech easy. And so what I want to do now is to simplify the process for you to ensure that you know what you're supposed to know while also implementing what you're supposed to implement in the easiest way possible. And to do that, just like we had the templates for the HTML and the CSS, I have also had coded the templates for the register.js. So the whole JavaScript template is right here. But before we use this JavaScript template, let's come here and create a JavaScript file. So right here, we are stuck on our app folder. You click your app folder, you're going to see route static templates. Click on the static folder, and in the root, click on the roots. Come here to the JavaScript, right click on it and create a new file, and we're going to call this register.js. So this is going to be the JavaScript file. This register.js is going to be our JavaScript file. And here, rather than hard coding, we're just going to copy all the JavaScript file we have here. Remember, this is the front end of the websites we are building, the styles, the life, the beauty of the website is what we are trying to do now. And one of the most important parts of the website, which is the form, is what we are trying to put life and beauty into. So right now, I have all the JavaScript I copied from the web, from our GitHub repo down here. The link to this is down below in the description. So you could always see the link. You could just come to our GitHub repository and get your codes. Now that we've copied the link, we're not just going to leave you like this. We're going to do our best to make sure that we explain this code in a way that you understand. So what we have first of all here is that we have these things called field sets. All right. Now we have these things called field sets. We have our next button, and we want every time we click this next button, it should be functional. Now, how did we achieve that with our JavaScript code? First of all, we have this line 1. And whenever you see this $sign, it typically means that we are working with the jQuery library inside this code. So this whole code, like I said before, is using the jQuery library, the JavaScript query library. And basically, the jQuery library just helps us to make sure that it is very easy for us to work on things that have HTML and CSS in JavaScript, right? So once you want to work on HTML, CSS, JavaScript, you can always use the jQuery library to kind of manipulate your HTML and CSS. That's exactly why we're using jQuery here. So what is this document.ready.function? We are simply saying, hey, this JavaScript should only start running if and only if the HTML are successfully fully loaded. So in cases of very slow network, only the HTML and CSS will keep loading while the JavaScript will relax. So that's the very first line of code we have there. Next off, we have all these var and then things like current FS, next FS, previous FS. What do we mean by this code here? But current FS, next FS, previous FS, you can see that they appear plenty times here. Current FS, next FS. It means field sets. So what do we mean by field sets? Come to your register.html and look at the form. So we have this form, this HTML form, and in this HTML form, we have various field sets. For example, the first field set is the event information field set. If I collapse this, you can see the next field set is the personal information field set. If I close this also, you can see the third field set is the ticket confirmation field set. And lastly, the fourth field set is the finished field set. So these are the 4 field sets we have. Field sets 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if you look up here, you can see how they are represented. If event information, this is the field set 1. So this field set 1 has different kinds of field sets here, like the label, the inputs, and all of these. So when we say current FX, next FX, and previous FX, we're simply saying create variables for the current field set, next field set, and previous field sets. That's why at the end of the day, when we click next, so this is current field set. When we click next, we go to the next field set. If we click previous, we go to the previous field set. That's exactly what we are doing. Now we have variables for things like opacity and steps. The steps helps us to just calculate what field set we are currently in right now, right? So the current is 1. The steps just helps us to calculate or keep track of the total field set in the form. Now we have this next line, which is set progress bar current. What is the progress bar? This is our progress bar right now. This whole purple stuff here. This is our progress bar, right? So we are saying set progress bar as current. So how does this work? You can see that the personal is dim, the ticket is dim, the finished is dim. The only thing that is bright here, that is current, is this progress bar, and that is what this function here helps us to achieve. Next up, we have this onClick function in my line 10, and then this next line of code from line 10 to 35 starts working. So what exactly is happening from line 10 to line 35? This line of code happens when the next button is clicked. So when you have a .next here, that's typically a class in HTML. So if we look at this field set, for example, field sets, come here, and you can see the class next. You see this class next. To access class in JavaScript, you use the dot. Even in CSS, you use things like dot to access class. So when we say dot next, basically everything from line 10 to line 35 would trigger when you press next. So this next that's currently on our live, we're giving it codes now that once somebody clicks next, this line should trigger. And what does this lines from line 10 to 35 do? It currently hides, it gives a styling, right? So it gives different styling like opacity, change the progress bar. Now that's another thing you should take note of. It changed the progress bar. Remember, we said set current progress bar, set the progress bar to current. So when we click next, it will change the progress bar from this one to the personal now and say, hey, this is the current progress bar. So that's all what line 10 to 35 does for us. And now we have things like animate. So what does the animate means there? Well, it would give it some kind of fine, it's just going to make this thing look beautiful, give it a little bit of styling, right? So we are now having opacity 1, we're having some little CSS to just make sure that our style is beautiful. So that when the user clicks next, it's just going to appear in a fancy way, give life to our form. Now, the next thing we have is the previous FS. The current FS, we've already explained that it will set whatever one it is to the current FS. Now, in our JavaScript code, we also have the previous FS, especially from the line 45. So what exactly is happening? When we click on the previous, the .prev method. So when we click on this from line 37, when we click on the .previous class, if you come to the register, you can see the after this next button, the next field set will show you the previous. So you can see a button of previous. So previous. So you can see it here, right here. Previous. They appear plenty times because we want to actually make use of this previous. So just as we have next here, we also have another button called previous. So this button is the next, this one is the previous. And anytime we want to access this previous, like I explained before, we're accessing it as a class. So we have the .previous. Once someone clicks on the previous button, it's going to basically take the person back to where the person is coming from. So if you click next and then you click previous, it will come back to this previous. And then when it comes back to this previous, we have some other things we told JavaScript to do here. And one is that the progress bar should also change. So the active class that was currently in the current FS should move back a little. So when you click previous, the active bar, the active progress bar will show like this to your previous step. All right, and then we also have this animation to say, hey, animate also when the user clicks previous or when the user clicks next. And finally, for our next lines of code, we have the submit functionality. So what exactly happens in the .submit functionality? Well, here it's submit, and then you have something like return false. Normally, when a form submits, the page is going to reload. I'm sure you must have experienced this. Once you click enter, the page is going to reload and reload and reload. And after that, the page is going to take you to somewhere else. Well, here, once the user click next, 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 up until submit, we are simply saying don't reload, right? Prevent the normal behavior and do not reload. That's exactly what we are saying. So at the end of the day, once the user is done with the various steps, the various fields, and the user reloads, don't reload, prevent the usual behavior. That's exactly what we're saying. All right, it's time to check if our JavaScript has aligned. So I'm going to refresh this now, and we have our progress bar here. And let's click on next. And you can see the progress bar, the animation. You can see it here, all of that. And now let's come here and click on previous. You can see it goes back. Click on next. You can see the current field set showing. And you can see the animations clear. So if you click on next again, you can see we are in step 3, the third field set, and the animation. And now if we click on submit, rather than the page reloading, like we return false, it's going to show something like this: success, you have successfully signed up. So this is exactly what we've used JavaScript to implement. So the page does not have to reload. Once the user is done submitting, filling his form, and he press submit to say, hey, you've successfully signed up. So that's it. We've used JavaScript so far to bring this code to life. If you have more questions on JavaScript, anything that's not so clear, please ask in the comments below. And if you have the same result as I do, well done and congratulations. Well, right now, look at what we have. We know that this form now has life. It's looking beautiful. But User can just come here, click next, 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 and submit, and it will say success, you have successfully signed up. We know that currently there is no user is signed up. So even though this is looking beautiful, it's not yet fully functional. The front end is done. Now it's time for us to really take user inputs. Remember, in the last session of this video, we reminded you that this was a form, and this form has various field sets, and basically what a form does is collect values that will be submitted to the server for processing. Now that we are done with making the form beautiful and stylish, how about we start collecting values and submitting them to the server for processing? That is what we know as the back end of the application. So we've built the front end. It's time to build the back end, and we'll do that in the next section of this video. So till then, take a break and use this break to comment, use this break to like, use this break to share this video, and I'll see you immediately you finish doing these things. Hey there, welcome back to this video as we continue to build our full stack event registration website. It's time for us now to go build the back end of this event registration website, which would include the server, the database, and all of these components that would make our website a full stack project. To be able to build the back end of our event registration website, you are already aware so far that we have our front end working well, where the users can fill in information. So the back end is going to help the users to put this information to the server. And to do that, we would need a server. There are various servers we can use, but the server we are going to be using this time would be a server that would be in our computer. So the server would be local here. There are two ways we can get a server. One is online or to have a local server, and we are going to be working with a local server. A server is where the information would get stored to. The server we are going to be working with would be MySQL server, and the database we are going to use is MySQL. MySQL is a very, very popular database, and having MySQL to your portfolio would improve your chances of getting a pro development job. So we are going to use MySQL and MySQL Server for this project here. Chances are you don't already have MySQL installed, and if that is the case, worry not, because we'll walk you through all the process to ensure you have MySQL installed, to ensure you have your server connected and ready to serve a lot of people with your server. So the first thing we want to do is to go ahead and install MySQL. I would assume you do not have MySQL already installed, and we are going to install it step by step. To install MySQL, the link that we'll be going to is attached in the description below. So please make sure you click on that link in the description below to install MySQL server. All right, the link is this one here. So dev.mysql.com/downloads installer. I want to assume you are using Windows to work on this project. If that is the case, then this link is for you. However, if you're using Mac or any other device, you can decide to use this link directly. So you can decide to install different kind of MySQL tools that suits your computer. But I would assume you're using Windows, and if that's the case, then click on MySQL installer for Windows. If not, you can click on the MySQL community server and you can also install this, and that would be fantastic. So right now what we want to click is the MySQL installer for Windows, because this is a Windows device and I want to assume that most people are using Windows. But if you're using any other operating system, maybe you can install MySQL community server and then connector Python. All right, but installing MySQL installer for Windows will help us install the two things. So what we are looking for here is to install two things. One is MySQL Server, and the second one is the connector for Python. So in case you don't want to use the for Windows, please install the connector for Python and the MySQL Community Server. You have to install these two, 1 and 2. Other 1 and 2 here. So other than that, you can just follow along with the Windows installer. Now in the Windows installer, you can just install this one that is just 2.1 MB, I guess. So download, click on the download button, and now it would ask you to either log in or sign up. Just ignore, no thanks, start my download. Once you click on this link, the download should be done here, right? So we have our downloads done already, just 2.1 MB. And so you can come to your downloads folder, whatever your downloads folder is, to see your download. This is my download folder. So here's the MySQL community installer. And once you have your downloads folder here, you see this, just click on it to install what we need. And it's going to try to configure and ask us a lot of questions. So click on yes for everything, and yes, everywhere, yes, yes, yes. And we should see this MySQL installer version 1.6. All right, so it's going to show you MySQL installer upgrading community. Currently, I have everything I want to install here, but you will not have this. So you may see welcome and not welcome back, right? So just click on next in your own, whatever the case is. And you should see a lot of things here that it would ask you to install. In my case, it's asking me to upgrade them, but in your case, it would ask you to install. However, you could decide to install all of this. However, note that they could collect a large amount of your data and your computer space. So what we want now is the community server, MySQL server, and MySQL connector. So that is exactly what we want right now. So rather than decide to click all, you can leave the workbench, leave the shell, leave the router, and just make sure that my SQL server is marked as on. And then you can decide to samples, documentations, you can decide to not install all of these. But if you have enough space in your computer, you can decide to install everything. That's totally up to you. So I'm going to leave everywhere I have a MySQL connector for now. I'm going to mark them. MySQL connector, everywhere I have the MySQL connector, I'm just going to mark them and then install MySQL server. But in your case, if you know that your system does not have enough space at all, you can decide to ignore all everywhere you have the MySQL connector, but make sure that MySQL server is ticked because we would be using the MySQL server. Right? So after that, you want to come here, click on it, click on the MySQL server, right? Click on it directly, make sure it's highlighted blue, and then click next and click on execute. So once you execute, it would start downloading in your case, and in my case, it would start upgrading itself. Once the download is finished, we move over to our next step. So all we have to do is wait for our download to be completed. Once our download is complete, you should see the status showing and displaying complete here. Click next and ready to configure, please click next, and then it will show all of this. Click next and then execute. So this may take a long time. It's showing that it may take a long time. It may also not take a long time. So you want to give it time. And let's see how long it takes us.
A few moments later.
And finally, it's done and I can click finish.
Configuration is complete. I can click next and I can click finish. So far, I'm already done with my installation and configuration of MySQL. The process was quite simple. However, in your case, if this is your first time installing MySQL, you may not have it as easy as this. Yours might be a little different. And here's the difference. During the installation, it will ask you to configure MySQL server. It's going to ask you to set a root password for MySQL. Please set a password that is easy to remember. Let me give you a pro tip. Nobody is going to come to your local host, to your system, and try to hack what you're building. So set a password that's very, very easy to remember. I typically use 1234 or bwave or 128. Just simple things that I can always remember. Why it's important to remember this password is because you will need it anytime you want to connect to your server. So after setting a password for your MySQL server, you can continue your configuration, and that's basically the difference between yours and what I have right now. So currently we're done with the installation, and that's it for the MySQL. If you have any problems installing MySQL, please do let me know in the comment section below, and I'll be very, very glad to answer your questions. But basically, you should have no problems at all installing MySQL. Once MySQL server is installed, we can now come back and use that server, create a database that would store in that MySQL server. So the next thing we want to do now is to create a database and start working with the MySQL server. Welcome back. Now it's time for us to go ahead and create our database, and we would be connecting that to our MySQL server. As always, before we continue this video, please like, comment, and subscribe. You can drop multiple comments in this video depending on various places you have questions or wherever you feel impressed. This helps us to know that you appreciate what we're doing, and we greatly value these comments. So please leave a like, leave a comment, multiple comments, share this video, and subscribe. We would be creating our database now, and to do that, we would need to install some things. We've already installed the MySQL server, so we have MySQL server installed, but we want to install database, and then to create our database, we would be using Flask and Python to do that. So it's time to go back to the terminal. It's from the terminal we would be creating our database. To be able to successfully create our database, one of the things we would install is something called Flask SQL Alchemy. So we have our Flask already. We have our MySQL. So we want to use this Flask SQL Alchemy now to connect our Flask and our MySQL together. To install that, you just come here and say pip install and Flask like this _ SQL Alchemy, right? And that's all you have to type. Now, before we press enter, make sure that your virtual environment is activated, and then go ahead and install Flask SQL Alchemy. After installing Flask SQL Alchemy, it should basically install quickly, and then we would be installing something else. So Flask SQL Alchemy was the first one. We would install MySQL connector Python. Would be installing MySQL connector Python. This is something that's going to help us connect Python to MySQL. So after installing that, the next thing we want to install, so pip install again, we want to install Flask MySQL, just like this, Flask MySQL. And lastly, we want to install python.env. So I'm just going to install the two together, Flask MySQL and python.env, press enter, and we should have the two together. So the two are installed.
So far, so good. We have everything we need to install for now to be able to create our database. After this installation, it's time for us to use what we've installed to create what we want. Okay, so the first thing we have to do here is to actually go to the app, this app folder, right? And come to the init.py _ init.py located at the root of the app folder. So far, if you recall, we had the from config import config, we have the app Flask name where we created our Flask instance and all of this. We would be doing more than just this now because these things we've installed, we have to use them. So we would be calling Flask SQL Alchemy here. So from Flask SQL Alchemy, we want to import SQL Alchemy. We'll need this. We would also need the .env that we just installed. So from .env, we want to import load.env. I also want to import OS. We don't have to install OS. OS is operating system. So I want to import all of that. Now you can see that it's kind of highlighting here, these white lines. In your own, it may not be white, it may be red. It's just because of the theme I choose, but it's highlighting that because it's an unused import. So we've imported it, but we are yet to use it. And now let's go ahead and start using these things we have imported. First of all, we want to store important things in a file called the .env file. And to be able to store those things, we have to call this function load.env, just like this. This would help us to create something called a .env file, which we'll be creating later, and access things from there. Next up, we will need to load things like secret key. So for us to successfully go on with this project, we would need a secret key. So we'll need a secret key, and after a secret key, we would also need something called a database URI. So right now, what I'm doing is writing comments to ensure that if you're going through this code on your own, because I highly advise you to take your time, study these codes on your own so you can get familiar with them. And when you're studying these codes on your own, these comments would help you to understand what we are doing. So the next one we have is the app.config and then a secret key. So secret key. You can just write this for now. Very soon we are going to create our .env file, but we'll be calling the os.environ.get and we'll be getting a secret underscore key. All right. Secret key. I think secrets should be SE. Aha. SE, right? So SE this. Okay. Please pardon me. I know how to make a lot of typographical errors. So you may have noticed some. If you say I made a typo error, please don't follow me to make a typo error. A typo error is a mistake. That's not a code. After getting the environment, the secret key, I want to also come here and say app.config. So in small letters, app.config. And then I should have the SQL Alchemy, right? So the SQL Alchemy database URI. And that would be gotten from the os.environ, just like the first code.get. No, this one would be gotten from the .getEnv. So .getEnv is okay. We want to get our environment variable, and this would be db_URI. So db_URI. And here we want to go ahead and do the same thing. So I want to say app.config. And here should be SQL 𝐼𝐞𝐸 track modification. So 𝐼𝐞𝐸_track modifications, and this should be set to false. All right, that's a Boolean set to false. The last thing I want to do is to create a db variable and set it to SQL 𝐼𝐞𝐸, and then add app to it. That is our Flask app. I would soon explain why we have that app and where we'll be calling it once we create our database. So for now, we want to have these configuration files. You could call all of these configuration files. First is the load.env to get it from our .env file. We are here to create it. Also want to get our secret key from the os.environ.get. Want to get our db_URI2 from the environment variable, from the getEnv, and that is our environment variable. And lastly, we set a modification here, say track modifications equal to false. And finally, we have a variable known as db, and it's set to SQL 𝐼𝐞𝐸, and it takes an argument of the app itself, which is our Flask app. Remember, the app is our Flask app directly. This project we are building has the name of Flask app. All right, after having these changes here, the next thing I want to do is to come and create this .env file. And in this .env, so where am I creating this .env file? Collapse the app. Make sure the .env file is in the same location as the run.py, config.py. So the .env should be in the same location as the run.py and config.py. This being done, we can now have what we want to have in our .env. Now, .env, what exactly is the work of this .env file? It's basically a safe place, right, where we can hide something. So whenever you have a file or a folder name starting with dots, it means that's a hidden file or a hidden folder. So .env is where we can hide things we don't want the outside world to know. Eventually, when we push this to GitHub, our .env should typically not get pushed to GitHub. Our .env is supposed to remain hidden. For the purpose of tutorial though, I may decide to push it to GitHub so that you can compare the full codes. So .env is hidden, and the things we have here remains here. It means if we upload our project somewhere else, if we host our project, what we have in the .env file will not get uploaded there. The secret key could be anything, right? It could really be anything. It could be 𝐵𝑤𝑖CT like this. This could be your secret key. It could be figures like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm just going to use 1 to 9 for now. And it could be random values too. So keep anything you have there. And the next one we want to have is the db_URI. Now the db_URI is what's going to help us to connect our database to our server. So just like in websites, you have URL. In database connections, you have URI. So it's going to help us connect our website to our server. Typically, your server was located in the root of your computer system. And so you'll be channeling the URI to the roots of your computer system. And then we also need the name of the database. Okay, so what is the name of the database you want to create? Right now, we are building an event registration website. So think of a name for a database, a suitable name, and tell me in the comment section. Well, if you tell me this name in the comment section, we could just update this name to match your name, the name you choose. So while I wait for you to tell me the name that is suitable in the comment section, I'm just going to have to give it any name I like for now. And we can say equal to MySQL plus pi MySQL. So this is quite important, plus pi MySQL. And then just like this, we'll be calling root semicolon. Now, what is the name of your database? What is the password of your database? What's password? When you remember when you were creating your server, when you were configuring your server, when you were installing MySQL, you created a password. And I said, create something that you can easily remember. So what did you create now? You are going to type that thing in the next line. For me, my password is bwave, so do not type bwave alongside with me. Replace this bwave here with your password. Every other thing can remain the same. At localhost, now this is the location where we have our server, which is localhost. And then what is the name of the database we want to create? Name of the database we want to create, tell me in the comment section. For now, I have no real name in mind, and I'm just going to say registration as the name of my database. So event registration website, that's what we're building, and name of my database is going to be registration. So that's it for our DB URI. Every other thing could remain the same. Of course, you could change this registration to whatever beautiful name you've come up with, or you could leave it like this. That's okay. But remember that this bwave should be replaced with your password. Now, for now, this all would have in our .env file, and the rest were in the init.py file where we did the configuration. We are coming closer to creating our database, but we still have something left to do. And well, we have to now create this database. I'll be using a Python script to create this database. So to do that, I'm going to come here and create another file at the root of my project. Come here, you can see I just click on this new file, or right click here and click on new file. But it should be at the root, so collapse your app, your base, MyEnv, whatever folders you have. Just come here and I will call this create_db.py. Create_db.py. And in here, I would have this that says import MySQL connector. Import MySQL.connector, right? Just like this. Yeah, just like that. And then here I'm going to create a variable and call it mydb, which is my database, and it's going to be equal to MySQL dot connector dot connect. And inside, we are going to pass arguments. One would be the host, and the host is localhost. So localhost, this is the host location of our database. Then I'm going to have user. User is root. Typically, it should be the same with you. User is root. And then I'm going to have password, passwd for short. And the password, remember to replace this with your password. Remember to replace bwave with your password. Where are you going to get your password from? That password that you used to create and install your MySQL server when we did that. So that is the password you should have there. If you don't do it this way, you are going to have errors. Next, I'm going to create this one called my cursor, and we are going to be using a function called cursor, right? Or a method called for cursor. And then we would have this next line of code, my cursor.execute, and we'll be typing an SQL command here too. This will just help you know a little about SQL command. The word create typically create something in MySQL. So when you say create, you'll be creating something. Now I want to create a database, and what would be the name of this database? We had already given the name here, registration. So I'm going to copy it and come here and say create my database registration. Next up, I would come here and say my cursor.execute again. So after creating a database, the next thing I want to do is to ensure that the database has been created. So how do I know if the database has been created? I want to show all the databases, right? So I want to create a single database called registration. The next command I'm using is to show database. So these are SQL command, create, show. So if you want to create a database, you use create. If you want to show to list out database, you use show database. And then I would use a loop to show all the database I have. So for my DB in my cursor, I want to print all the DB I have, right? And that would be all to create my database. So back to the SQL command. To create a database, you use create. To show a database, you use show. To delete a database, you use the word drop. So to delete a database, you use drop, and this will delete a database, right? But I don't want to delete anything. I want to create this database. So now that I have all of this, I think it's high time I go ahead and create my database. If everything works out well, we should have our database successfully created. So it's back to our terminal screen. List out what we have. Make sure your env is on, and you should see this create.db file. Now let's run it. So Python creates db.py. Hit enter, and if everything works out fine, look around, you can see different kind of database we have. When you look at this one here, registration, and that's the database that matters to us right now because it's the database we'll be using for this project. So registration database has been created. Everything works out beautiful. Now we have our database created, and our database is now connected to our server. So what's more, when you have your database created and your database is connected to the server, the next thing is to start to fill in that database with information. So that would bring us to creating things like tables, and then what information would we be filling the database with? We'll be filling the database with information from the user's registration. Remember, what we're building is an event registration website, and we want the database to be created, right? So it's time for us to go and do that. But however, before we do that, when I try to run this code to start my Flask app, after I hit Python run the py, you can see that we're having all of this. So it's basically telling me that, hey, SQL alchemy database URI or SQL alchemy binds must be set. Now, we already have this one called SQL alchemy database URI. So what exactly is our problem? Let's go back to the code and ensure we have no typographical errors. So where was our app? init.py SQL alchemy database URI. It seems to me like I have no typo errors there. Or do you see any typographical errors? I do not. And then track modifications false. So what's the next thing I have to do to solve this issue and restart my code? Let's do this. Let's come here now and type some commands. So Python, just hit Python. Let me cancel. Just come here, your terminal, and type Python. Make sure you are the root repository, the event registration website. That's where I am located. hit Python, and it should open up its Python shell or Python terminal for you. And here, let's say from app import app and db, and we also still have this error, right? We still have this error from our line 23, and it's coming from the init.py line 23, where we have this db sql alchemy app. So we have to find a way to do some debugging, solve our issues. So I'm going to exit. To exit, you click this exit here, just type exit, EXIT, and then a function like this. Exit, you'll be able to exit out of your Python shell. And now we can do some little debugging to see exactly where we're having our problem from. After a careful look, after some careful consideration, looking at the code, shining our eyes, looking at it seriously, taking a water break and everything, I can finally see the issue that's causing our problems. I don't know if you can see it, but that's something you have to know. To be a good software engineer, you would have to do a lot of debugging. And the issue is a very small thing, typographical error. And here we are saying bd underscore URI. In our .env, we said db URI, but here in our init.py, we made a typo mistake, and rather than db, I said bd, and that was our problem. That's it. That's it at the end of the day. So that's why I had all of these errors. And if I come here now, after fixing that error, and let's hit Python run the py, and we do not have that error anymore. That's it. So we have our server now as production, our development server up and running. This is not the server that sends this is not MySQL server already. Already we've created MySQL database and it's working fine. So the next thing we want to do now, if we come here, if we go back to our code, if we hit back to register, we see the whole registration page. It's looking beautiful. We will want to create tables or create a space where people can now go and register in our database. That's the next step, and I'll see you soon. Let's build that together. It's now time for us to implement the user's registration. So we want to get details from the user's registration form and store them in our database. And to do that, we'll be creating another folder known as the models folder. Recall that previously in the app folder here in our init.py file, we made changes to this code, which include getting things like the Flask SQL alchemy for our database and getting information from our .env files. These things we've done here, including this line of code, which is setting the variable db to app, will prove helpful as we go ahead to implement the next part of our full stack registration event website. So what we want to do now is to create a folder here and call this folder models. We want to come here to the app and call this folder. So on the app here, you can see I clicked on the app drop down, right click here and create a folder we would call models. Right, so in the app folder, you should have models, routes, static, templates. And then in this models folder, we would be creating another folder and we'll call this folder user. We would create the next folder. So you can see where my cursor is hovering around, still the models, right click again and create the next folder and we would call it admin. So in the models folder, we should have two separate folders, admin and user, inside the models folder. Once we have that, for now, we can leave this the way it is and do something else. So we want to get information from our form, right? We want to get information from our form to the back end and store those information in the database. So we're getting information from our form. It means that we still have work to do in our form. So I'm going to go to our form. Recall our form is in the template folder located at root, and we're going to come to register.html. That's where we are going to have our first work, our form. Now, this is where it's of importance to me from line 20 down, where we have this form tag. So I'm going to collapse it like this and ensure that I can work on this form tag, because this is of importance to not just me, but us doing this project together. So what we are going to do now is to ensure that we have our form in such a way that we can actually use it to get what we want. Now, how can we get information from our form? The first thing is to ensure that we change our method here. So currently we have this ID MS form, and this was for the CSS and JavaScript styling. The next thing we want to do for our backend now is to put a method, and this method will be set to post. We have two types of method. Okay, we have not just two types of method, but we have two major types of method. What is the method itself? Method, as you can see, I hover around method. VS Code gives us a nice definition of what method is. It is something the browser uses to submit a form. Now, the possible values are either post or get. These are the two most common types of method, post and get. Now, what is the post and what is the get method? The post method, you can see it here, it submits form data that are included in the body of the form. It submits it to the server. Now, the get method is just the opposite of the form. The form data are appended to the action, and the resulting URI is sent to the server. Well, you can simply say this post method send your information from your form to the server. The get method gets the information from the server to the URL. That's a simple way you can just define the post method and the get method for beginners. So what we want to do now is to send information from our form to the server, and we will be using the post method to do that. By default, if you don't specify a method, it would by default be get. So that's why when we want to use get method, we don't have to come and say get. By default, it's get. Now, the next thing we want to do is to add an action. And an action would be where this form would be submitted to. So we've said post is the method. The action would be where this form would be submitted to. And to do that, we are going to use this tag, which I've not used so far, but we would have to use it now. And it's a syntax in Flask, a URL for. And in this URL for, we can say register page. So what exactly are we doing here? This URL for is saying, hey, follow this link. All right. You can see it's even highlighting follow link. So whenever we hit submit, it takes this action, right? It takes our form to the register page. And now recall that register page is a function we've created. So come back here to our routes, and let's go to root. See the register.py. You can see this is register page. This is a function, def register page. We're saying this URL for should carry our form to the register page. So recall I said this part is the back end of the website. So we are saying from the front end, which is the register.html, once the person submits this form, take the person's form and perform this action, carry this form to the back end, to the register page function. So it means that the register page function would be important for us to create how the form is going to be processed, how database how the data are going to be stored in the database. So we need to have the form, the method, and the action. After getting those things, the next thing we want to do is to choose what would be stored, what we want to get out of the form. The form is big, and the form have things like URL, which are lists, like account, personal, ticket, finish. We have all of these. Do we want to store everything in the form? No. We just want to store particular field sets. For example, we want to store things like event name, right? We want to store event venue. When we say particular field sets, let's go back to our browser to understand what we mean by event field set. So I'm just going to click on the Get Your Ticket, and hey, I just noticed something. We've created the registration page, but if we click on Get Your Ticket, it doesn't necessarily take us to the registration page. All right, so let's quickly fix that now, because the fix would still be the same method we use in this URL for. So I'm going to be using this URL for. I'm going to copy this link here, the URL for. You can decide to type it out and not copy. But I'm going to be pasting it in the index.html, and we are going to paste it in the navigation bar. So this Get Your Ticket, the href, I'm going to paste it here to link to the URL for register page. I'm also going to come down here, and where we have Get Your Ticket again here, I'm also going to paste it here. All right, URL for register page. Now with these changes made, let's go back and refresh our screen. And now if we click on the Get Your Ticket, it's supposed to take us to the place where we want to go. So Get Your Ticket here, and it takes us now to the register page where you can get your free ticket. Fantastic. Now let's go back to what I was explaining. Form, the field set. So this is one field set, and all of these are fields in the field set. So this is one field, this is the second field, this is the third field, this is the fourth field. Now these are the information I want to get, so to say, from the user. Things like event name, venue, eligibility, event dates. Then when I click next, I want to get the user name, his last name, his email, his contact, and all of that. So these are what I want to get from the user. And to be able to get that from the user, I would have to, let's go back to the register.html. So in our register.html, I'll have to go back to the form. So make sure you are back to the register.html. And now in the invert information, I would have to get all the fields that I want. Now, what are the fields I want? The first one is the event name. So how can I get the fields that I want? If you look here, you can see we have this input tag. And this is typically where the user would type an input for us. Placeholders are what would appear. For example, see this event name. You have this event name here. Let's change this to event name place and see what happens when we refresh on our screen. So I refresh, and you can see event name place is appearing here. So this thing that's here before you type, once you type, they are off. But as long as you've not typed anything, the place is blank to appear like that. Those are placeholders. It's kind of tell the user what you should put there. So I'm going to remove this place and just leave it as event name. And these are placeholders. But what we want to do so far is to get the form information to our database. So to do that, I would be needing this tag called name. All right, you can see this tag called name. It's very important for us. So you have the type. This is a type of text. That means the user should input text. The name is important to get the user information to our backend. So in this name, I'm going to store it as events underscore name. Now the event venue, the name too, I'm going to change it to events underscore venue. The eligibility, I'm also going to change it, eligibility, to eligibility. So eligibility, and the E is going to be in small letter. And then the next one is the event date. So I'm going to remove this name here and put events underscore date. Events underscore date. And then we have the next button. That does not really concern us because we don't want to get the next button into our database. Now, the next field set is the personal information field set. And in this personal information field set, there are quite a couple of fields, like the first name, last name. So just like we did in the first field set, we would repeat the same steps here. So the first name, I want to change the name to first underscore name, and I would use all small letters. The last name too, I want to change it to last underscore name. I will use all small letters. Now this placeholder, I want to change it from username to first name. And then this placeholder of last name, you can see password. We don't want password, so I'm going to change it to last name too. Now the email placeholder too, we can leave it at email. And then rather than email ID, I just want to say email address. I think that would be better than saying email ID, the placeholder. Recall the name remains email, the name remains last name, the name remains first name. And then contact number, I want to change it to contact number. Contact number, all right, a number we can contact you with. And then the next one will be country of residence. And in this country of residence, let's change the placeholder to country of residence. Country of residence, meaning the country where you currently stay. Residence. Okay. Then the name too should also change to country of residence. Now, these are very case sensitive. If you make mistakes, you'll get punished for it, and that's what programming is all about. So it needs you to give your 100% and to always make sure that you are not making any mistakes. All right, that's field set 2, and the next field set will be the ticket confirmation field set. So the ticket confirmation field set, and that's step 3 out of 4. So in this ticket confirmation field set, we have a label here that says type of ticket. Then we have a select option, and then we have value. So I'm going to change the value now from regular. The first one would have a value of regular. The second one will have a value of speaker or a VIP ticket. So we have 2 types of tickets, a regular ticket or a speaker or VIP ticket. Now, number of tickets. So the value here, 1 or 2, right? Or let's say 3. We can go ahead and write options like this, like 1 to 10, 1 to 50, and there are ways to automate the process so that we don't have to struggle with doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But for now, let's just do this, and later we'll change it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So you could choose, a user could choose from any of the tickets 1 to 5. And the next thing we want to do is the last input, the input of submit. Recall that so far I've just been ignoring everywhere we have we have the input button. But for this one, I'm not ignoring it because that's the last step where we have a submit. So the input type is equal to button, but I would be changing it to submit. Now, once this input type is equal to submit, this is what triggers the form action. Whenever the form sees submit, that's what triggers this action and the method. So it's going to take the post method and it's going to go to this action wherever it sees the type called submit. So every other type like button, like text, number, date, it's not going to get triggered. But immediately it sees this submit and you click on submit, then the action is going to take place. All right, so for now, this is what I need in the HTML, and that's all for our form for now. If we have any errors, we'll come back to it, but pending no errors, we want to leave it now. Always have this in your mind that you could make mistakes. I make a lot of them, typographical errors most times while writing codes, and it's normal. You just come back and debug it. Okay, now that we have our form to be sending tickets to this action register page, it's high time we go to the register page now and do something nice there. However, before we do something nice in the register.py, let's go to the models folder that we've created previously before now. So I'm going to collapse roots, collapse templates, and come here to the models. In the models, you see you will have admin and user. I'm going to come here to the user, right? I'm going to come here to the user. Recall that I always like showing you how this looks like in a file explorer so that you know if you're following along with us. So let me show you how it looks like in a file explorer. This is the event registration website. And in the event registration website, you should have all these files if you are following along with what we're doing now. Now, in your app folder, you should have 1, 2, 3, 4 folders and one init.py. In the app folder, create a models folder in the app folder. I'm sure you've done that. And inside the models folder, you want to create two other folders known as the admin and the user. Now, inside the user folder, we'll be creating our next file. So I'm going to create this file from can I create the file here? Can I create a new file here? I do not know how to create a new file here. Is it even possible? Well, I'm going to create it from VS Code now. But we want to create a new file in the user folder. So in the user folder, we want to go ahead and create a new file. And that file, we are going to call it register.py. Because we want to get the user's registration, we'll be calling it register.py. We'll also create another file called __init__.py. All right. And in the register.py, we want to create a database table to store the user registration. So the database is a whole big space. The tables are like branches. So in this database, what are you looking for? We are looking for people who registered. Go to this table. You, in this database, what are you looking for? Okay, we are looking for the admins. Go to that table. So that's what we want to do now. So we want to create the tables. And the first thing we have to do is to, from app, import db. Now, what exactly is this line? Recall that in our __init.py, or in our __init.py in our app, we have earlier said db is set to SQL alchemy app. So this class of SQL alchemy takes the app. So when we say from app import db, we are simply saying from this app.py, this app is the Flask name, is the project name. Now we're simply saying from this project, we want to get db. db has been set to a class of app, which is the project itself from SQL alchemy. So we want to go back to our register.py. And now what we want to say is create a class. So use the keyword class, and the name of the class will be registration. And here we'll say db.model. So this is our first model we've created. The model, the M should be in capital letter, db.model, just like this. Be careful about typo errors. And then if at any point you feel lost, remember the code is an GitHub repository. You can follow through to understand anywhere you're lost. So we have our ID. Now, in each of these class would have, or in each of these tables would have columns. So in each of these tables would have columns, or in each of these rows would have columns. Now we have different column. One is the ID, and the ID is just to store who is first, who is second. So we'll do db.column, so umn.column, and it's going to be equal to a bracket open here, and this is going to be db.integer, and then primary key would be set to true. So what exactly are we doing here with all of this? We have the db column, our first column, and this ID is an integer. Integers are numbers, right? Integers, numbers. Primary key, true. So what do we mean by primary key? Like this is going to have a primary key. What exactly does that mean? Think of a primary key as a unique identifier. So like IDs are unique. Two of us cannot have the same ID, the same identity. So that's what primary key is, something that is a unique identifier. Now, the next thing I want to have is the type of tickets. I want to store this, and I'm going to store it as a db of the column. Should I have type of ticket as the next, or should I follow along with the form? Well, however you decide to do it, it's still the same thing at the end of the day. So I can just simply say db column, and here I can say db.integer. The type of ticket, should it be an integer? No, that should be a string. So db.string would be the next one, and we are going to have values of up to 50. Now the next thing I want to say is nullable equal to false. So what exactly are we doing here again? A string is a text. So the type of ticket, that's a text. Now why do we have 50? So it should not be more than 50 characters, right? It should not be too long, more than 50 characters. Nullable equal to false means that the user cannot skip this place. He cannot decide to skip it in the form. So to leave that place empty, what type of ticket do you want? It cannot be empty, it cannot be nullable, it cannot be null. Null means no value. So when we say it cannot be nullable, we mean it can't be empty. The next one we want to do is the first name, and this is also going to be db.string. And we want to give, how many characters do we want to reserve for this? Up to 100, because some people's name are really long. Although I see no reason why somebody's first name should take 100 characters, but we are assuming we're going to have many users, and so we want to give up to 100 there. Now we want to have things like last name, so I can just copy this, copy it to, and come here, and instead of first name, I want to call this last name. I advise you to type, and then we can have the number of tickets. So I can have this type of tickets out here and then paste it here. I can even have email first of all, and the email should be the same thing. So the email should be email here, db.column string. So how many space do you want to reserve? Some people email are really long, so let's say 120, and then nullable false again. Now another thing would happen with the email. I don't want a situation whereby one person is going to register for the event twice or 3 times or 4 times or 5 times. So to ensure that one person does not register for up to that amount of time, I'm going to do something again, and say unique equal to true. So unique equal to true. And then this would ensure that once one email is in the database, that email cannot reappear in the database again. Now, the type of tickets, we also want to get the number of tickets. And this would also be an integer, just like this one, right? Just like the ID to be an integer, but we don't want to have a primary key. So this is going to be db integer. And if it's integer, we are not going to specify how many characters we want, because basically integer is a number. So number of tickets, integer, and then nullable would be false. So nullable could be set to false. Now these are MySQL syntax. So number of tickets could be set to false here. And then the next thing we want to do is to get the contact number. So in our form, we have a space, a provision for the contact number. So contact number, contact underscore NO, and the contact number, should it be a string or an integer? Well, just to ensure we don't have any problems whatsoever, I'm going to make it a string, right? Just to ensure we don't have any problems. And this string is going to be of 50, but I don't see why anybody's number should be 50, so I'm going to say 20. Nullable, once again, false. And next thing we want to do is the country of residence. So country of residence, and then we can paste all of these, but then country of residence is big, so we have to spell it, country of residence. Okay, and then here's the DB column. DB string should be of 100, right? Just to ensure that everybody could. I don't think there's any country that will have 100 characters, but let's just keep it at 100. So the next one is the event name. Now, I hope up till now you're understanding what we're doing so far. So what I want you to do is look at our register.html, look at all the fields we will need to get users from, and then pause this video, go ahead and create all your database columns for them. And at the end of the day, watch this video to see if I did the same thing with you. And if we did the same thing, congratulations, you're getting it. So how about that? All right, pause this video now and try it, and then come back to this video. So we have the event name db.column. Yeah, I hope you paused the video. I hope you really did. And then we can now do this. So I'm just going to copy it, just because I find typing really stressful at this point. So event name, we are going to have the event venue next, venue. And then event name has a DB string of 100, that's true. Venue 100, well, that's okay. The next thing we want to have is the eligibility, right? So eligibility. And then the event dates should be of a column, DB dates. So this is DB dates, and the DB dates will not have any special characters. And then nullable would also be false. So event dates, and that's all. All right, that's all for our database. So far, so good. This is recreating our database registration class, or our table, or our model. Whatever you call it, you're correct, but just call it something that you can always remember it with. Now, after creating this class, we want to come to the init.py inside our models folder. So in the models, we had this admin. We're not using any of this for now. We have this user. Now, inside the user, we have the register.py and the init.py. And then the init.py wants to say from register imports registration, because that's our class. So we want to import registration from register here, and that would be all. Now, later on, we'll use this somewhere else. But for now, we're done with our models for now. So I'm going to just close everything that concerns models for now. And next place one wants to go to now is the routes. And in the routes, we'll be going to the register.py. So in the routes, we'll be going to root and the register.py. Now it's time for us to work on this register.py extensively. Previously, we just had this register and all of that. But right now, just like we did in the HTML, we'll be telling this register that, hey, it's time for you to work with some other methods. Now, by default, it works with a get method. But now, we want to add another method to the get method, and that's the post method. That's exactly why I've come here to say methods get, which you're already working with, and then post. And after that, we want to come here to say something. So register page would be working with two methods. When you click on the register, it triggers the get method. But when you submit a form, it triggers the post method. So how can we work with this now in our code? We can use an if statement to say if request dot method is equal to post. But now, where does request come from? Because these things are not magic. So where exactly are we getting requests from? Well, that is from Flask. So request, just like we imported render template, we are importing request now. And once we import request, we can now have this. So if request dot post, if the method is equal to post, so it means that if the method is not equal to post, please don't do the next line of things we want to do. But if it's equal to post, then go ahead and do this for us. And what would it be doing for us? We want to get the form data. Get the form data. So I hope you understand what we want to do now. We want to get this form data if the request is equal to post. So if it's not equal to post, we don't want to get any of the form data. So get the form data, and this is how we're going to do it. So we're going to create a variable and call it form underscore data equal to request dot form, the HTML form. So request dot form. And now what we want to do is to create a registration object. Next thing we want to do is to create a registration object and add it to the database. And to do that, we would have a registration object like this. So registration equal to registration. Now we'd have to call registration, but from where are we calling this registration object? That would bring us to the next thing we have to import up above. So from app.models.user, we want to import registration. From app.models.user, we want to import registration. And now we want to import something else again. From app, import app, and DB. We also want to import our database because we'll be needing that. Now in this registration, so where are we importing this class of registration from? If you recall, we just created this class of registration in our models, and that's exactly where we're importing it from now. So in this class of registration, we would have things like first name, last name, type of ticket, all of that. So we can go ahead and call them now. We can say first name. We would also need last name. We would also need, so what are the things we would be needing? I'm going to put it side by side. Anyhow you write it's not bad, so I'm going to put this side by side. So first name, last name. We would also need email. We would also need type of tickets. We would also be needing number of tickets. So I'm sure you understand what I'm doing now. How about you pause this video and complete it? Contact number, country, so country of residence, events name, event venue, eligibility, and event date. All right, we'll be needing all of this. Now, if you notice, it's kind of highlighting this first name for us here. Well, I just decided to do all of this, so I'm done with this one. I've gotten everything I need. So in this first name page, this is how we're going to do it here. Form data. So this form data, this variable we've created here, and we did it request.form. Remember the form, you remember what form is? Forms are what we use to submit data from our HTML. That's why we have the form tag in the register.html page. If I go back to register, this form tag. So we are calling this form tag here in the request.form, right? And we set it to this one called form data. So whenever we access form data, what we're calling is request.form. So form data, to get the first name, would be equal to a square bracket now. And now we're going to have the name, first name. So where is this first name coming from? I will explain very soon. Let's go ahead to do the last name. Same thing we did here. So same thing, form data. Instead of first, I'm going to have last name. Same thing here, email would be form data. And instead of first name, I'm going to have email. Type of tickets would be exactly the same thing. So form data, instead of first name, I'm going to have tickets type. Number of tickets would be exactly the same thing, form data, but instead of first name, so here number of tickets equal to form data, but instead of first name, I'm going to have number of tickets. And then the next one, contact number would be the same thing. And instead of form data too, I'm going to have contact number. And country of residence would be the same thing. And instead of first name here, I'm going to have country of residence. Now, I want you to go ahead and complete the rest. Now, how would you complete the rest? Let me first explain what we are doing here. So, first of all, we have this class of registration, and we have this variable that we're creating is now as an object of registration. And it's going to add things like first name, last name, email, but we're having form data, which I've explained where we're getting from.
Now, what's this first name? Where are we getting this first name from? Recall that earlier I said all the names we give to this field that we want are very important to us. Do you recall when I said that? So event name, event venue, eligibility, event date, these are very important to us. And this is what would help to call it. So we have this first underscore name. Let's come to the register.py. We have first underscore name. This is how we get the form data. So this is how we are able to access what the user inputs in his HTML form. I hope that explanation was clear enough. If you have any questions in it, ask in the comment section of this video below. Ask your questions here and I will do well to reply your questions. So the event name, event venue, eligibility, and event date. If you understand what we've said so far, pause this video, go ahead and implement it. After implementing it, check out our implementation and see if the two of them match. Well, I hope you just did pause the video and did that. If you do as I say, then wonderful. Now let's go and see if what you did and what we did match. So we have the event name, we have the events venue, and all of them will just take this place. We have the eligibility. It would also take the form data, square brackets, and then single quotes, event date, form data, square bracket, and single quotes. So where are we getting the rest things from? The event name, event venue, eligibility, event date. We're actually getting them here. So what's the event name? What was the name we gave to the event name? Event name had event name, event venue had event venue, eligibility had eligibility, event date had event date. So that's all we need. So we can come here now and say event name had event name. So event name had event name, event venue had event venue. So event venue, eligibility had eligibility. So eligibility. And then last one was the event date. So event date. That's all. Now, once we're done with this, the next thing we can come here to do is to add this object. So we are adding all of these: first name, last name, email, type of tickets, number of tickets, contact number, country, event name, event venue. And if you notice all of these things, so don't forget to put your comma in all of them except the last one. If you notice, all of these names agree with the same names that we wrote in our class here of registration. All of these first name, last name, email, and the same variable names that we had in our class of registration to be stored in the database. Now, after doing this, next thing we want to do is db.session.add and then registration, which is this variable here, or this object now as we call it. So what is the db.session? We want to add this to our database. And then the next thing we want to do is the db.session.commit. Want to commit it to our database. Remember when we commit in GitHub? That's how we want to also commit to our database. And now after doing this and we are successful, we want to do something now, which is to flash a message. So I'm going to use flash, and then here we want to say you have successfully registered for the events. And here I'm going to add a tag of success. But you can see flash is on the line. So where are we getting the flash from? Well, we'll get that from Flask too. So flash here. And then nicely, we want to redirect the user to somewhere. So redirect to the page of displaying the user inputs. And here, let's return something. So we'll be returning a redirect. Redirect
And you can see redirect also highlights itself. So we'll also be getting redirect from Flash. So come here and say redirect. So you can see how we get these things from Flask now. It's not magic, it's just a process. So redirect and URL underscore 4. That's the next thing we want to get, URL underscore 4. And the URL underscore 4 would also be getting it from Flask. So come up here again and say URL underscore 4. And then lastly, you want to come here to say URL for user underscore inputs. And perfect. Perfect. And that would be all for now. So what exactly have we done here? We've been able to create successfully our database. I'm going to reduce the screen and just walk you through generally what we've done. We've created a registration object and added to our database. Now all this would happen from line 7 down. It would happen if and only if the request.method is equal to post. Now, if the request.method is equal to post, it will get the form data, it would create a registration object, add to our database, flash this message to the user, and then redirect the user to this route called user inputs, a route we've not created and will soon create. Now, what if all these things do not happen if the request.method is not equal to post? Then if the request.method is not equal to post, it would simply return a get method, which is root register.html. Now let's create our next route, and this is just a dummy route I want to create for now. So app.route, just to show that what we have currently is working. That's why I want to create this, and this is going to be user input. So we're going to call this def user inputs. And this user input is going to simply do one thing for us. It's going to display all user inputs from the database for us. And now we can have registrations, can have this one of registrations as a variable and say registration.query.all. All right, registration.query.all, and that would be all. And then we can return a render template, and here it would be root user underscore inputs .html, and here too we can say registrations equal to registrations. Now you must add this line. This is just Flask's way of doing things. Okay, that's it so far. But we have to do something. We have to create this user inputs.html. So user inputs.html, we also have to create this file here. So come here, leave routes, close the routes. Let's get back to our template. In the root, create a user inputs.html. And in the user inputs.html, we want to have a simple form that just displays something to us. So here I'm not going to add any templates, we are just going to type it together. Now, what was the first thing I do? Shift and exclamation mark. Press it like this in your VS Code, hit enter, and you should have it the way it is right now. And then in the body tag, we want to get the H1. Remember I explained earlier that H1 represents heading. So let's say all user inputs. And we are going to have a Ginger template now. So where you see this bracket and you see this %sign, that's a Ginger template. And this would be a for loop. So for registration in registrations. Now we're going to have a div, and this div we're going to have an h2, and the first h2 would be registration dot first name and registration dot last name. And then we are going to have a p tag, and this is going to be the email. So email, but it's going to be registration dot email. And the next one we're going to have is the contact number. And this one is also going to be registration oh, my spelling of registration is not correct. Registration, and this would have given us serious problems. Dot contact number. Okay, and that's it. We can go ahead and add more fields, but I'm not even interested in adding more because this is just a dummy to show you something. So what did I just do here? At the end of the day, I have to end the follow. Let me just call this line tag, and then end the follow here. So N4. Okay. No, not like this. So it's like this, and then N4. Okay. So what did I just do here? I'm actually saying, hey, once a user registers, take the user's registration and display it in this user input page. And this user input page, we are creating a loop to say for registration in registrations. Where are we getting these registrations from? Let's go back to our register.py. You remember when we called registrations here? So when we use it here, it all makes sense now to say for registration in registrations. Now for each individual registration, it will give us the registration first name, registration last name, registration email, registration contact number. And what else should we get? Maybe the registration event name or something like that. So if you want to get the event name, go ahead and add the event name in a p tag. Add the event name and get it. I won't be adding that, but I want you to add that so that you just test yourself and your skills to know how far you've come with this video. All right, this would be all we want to do for we've written serious lines of code. And one very bad thing to do as a software engineer is to continuously write lines of code without testing it. So let's go ahead and check if everything we've been doing have been working so far. To do that, we'll go back to our terminal here, and this is our terminal window, and we are going to try to run this first of all without doing anything. It's running. It's running, and let's see. All right, so it's running fantastically well, but then let's cancel it, and then let us go ahead and create our model. You know, we've created database before, but I want to create our model now. And to do that, we'll hit the Python, get into the Python shell, and follow me. From app import app.db. So just write this command like I do. Type it exactly like this. From app import app and db. And then if everything works well, you should have app underscore app context.push. Just like this. This should be the next line of code. If everything works well, we should have no errors too. And then the next one would be the db.create_all command. So I want to create all the models we've created now. And all the models will come with their row and columns. Let's hit. If everything works well, we should have no errors. Everything works well, and now we can exit. And if everything works well, yours should happen like this. Right now, if this is working well too, after exiting, we can check if we have our tables the way they are. So I'm going to create a simple code that will help us to know if we have the tables we want to have. So I'm going to come here and do vi tables.py. Should I use vi? Well, that's the beauty of being a software engineer. So I've just moved on from VS Code to VI. You can do the same thing with VS Code. I just feel like using VI at this time. But you may also ignore this. It is not necessary for you to write. But I want to check if we have all our tables complete. So I'm just going to say connection.mySQL.connector.connect. And in here, I can come here and say host equal to local host. I can say user equal to root, password equal to be with database. So what's the name of our database? Registration. What was the name of our database? Let me go here to the event registration. What's the name of our database? Registration, right? So I'm just going to copy this, come back to my VI terminal, paste it, registration. And make sure you have your comma everywhere. You're supposed to have them. Okay. I don't need a comma here because I'm done. And then I'll end this line like this. All right, next thing I want to do is cursor equal to connection.cursor. Next thing I want to do is the cursor.execute. And then in here, say show tables. And then I can say tables here equal to cursor.fetch all. And then for a simple for loop. So for table in tables, I can now say print table and then each attribute in table. And then I can close the connection at the end of the day. So cursor dot close and also close my connection. So connection dot close. All right. Like I said, you don't have to follow me to write this. I just want to execute this Python file I've run now to see if I have my tables correctly. All right, you can see when I execute this Python file, tables.py, you can see I have this called registration, and that's exactly the name of the table we've just created here. The table we created in our models user, you can see it is register.py. So we have that table of registration. So it means that we're all set to go test out our project on the screen. But before we do that, come to your __init.py. going to cancel all of this so it does not concern you, confuse you. Underscore underscore init.py, this one that is currently located in the roots. So if you look here, all my folders are closed. This underscore underscore init.py that's located at the root of your app folder. Come here, and here in our line 25, we imported the route previously. Now it's time to import something else. So I want to say from app.models.user, want to import all. And that's it. So with these changes all made, we should have everything correct and we should be ready to go run our database. Chances are we made one small error that would give us problems, but we'll never know unless we try. So it's time to try Python run.py. Let's get back to our terminal. So I'm going to refresh this page. We are back to our screen now. I want to try to see what we have here. Moment of truth. So let's enter the values. Event name, want to say D-Wave ICT. Event venue, want to say subscribe to my YouTube channel. So please subscribe to your YouTube channel. Now, everybody can subscribe to our YouTube channel. So thank you. If you've watched this video this far, please subscribe to this channel. Next, we want to have first name. So I'm going to have Bright, and then last name from D-Wave. Aha, now there's something here. You can see that the type is wrong. So when I type this, it's displaying as if it's a password. So let me quickly change that. To change that, you as well want to change that with me. Come to root, come to register.html, come to step 2 out of 4. Change the type from password to text. So once you change the type from password to text, you can refresh your screen and the changes should have been evident. So event name, D-Wave ICT, event venue, please subscribe. Please, I'm begging, subscribe. Everybody should please subscribe, and then date, let's say it's today. First name, let me just put all these values here. Contact number, type of ticket, regular tickets, let's say speaker tickets, and then number of tickets days. Let's hit submit. Aha. And just here we go. We have our first error. It says bad request key error, right? And it's saying the browser, the server sent a request that the server could not understand. And the key error is ticket type. It doesn't understand what we mean by ticket type. And you can see that we have that problem in routes register.py line 16. Okay, so we have this problem here in line 16, register.py. So let's go ahead and check out what our problem is. So routes register.py line 16. We have this one called ticket type. Okay, so we have ticket type here. But what do we have in our HTML? What do we have in our HTML? So let's go to the template. Let's go to register.html. What do we have in HTML? Aha, so you can see the problem we had. I forgot to change the name from payment method to ticket type. So here I'm going to change this to ticket underscore type. And this for too is not payment method, it should be ticket type. All right.
And that's all. So now we've made that change. Let's come back. Let's submit. And this is not going to work though, because we have to kind of restart the process again, right? So let's go ahead and start the process again. So events name, venue, please subscribe, eligibility, all levels, dates, all of this. Let's put all of this here. Contact number. Let's go with this. Country of residence. Let's say Nigeria. Ticket type, speaker 3. And hit submit this time. And number of tickets now is our next problem. All right, so this problem are just coming quick and fast. So it's normal in code. You have these problems. And once again, there are typo errors. So what have we typed wrongly again? Number of tickets, I went to write payment method rather than number of tickets. So what was supposed to be there was number of tickets. So let's go ahead and change it. Number of tickets. So here, number of tickets. That being said, we're good to go. We're good to go. So I'm going to come back here, refresh. Events name, venue, please subscribe, eligibility, everyone should please subscribe. Date is going to be today. And we hope that this time there will be no errors preventing anything again. Contact number. Next. Regular 2, and let's hit submit. But final time, we hope that please, village people should not do their thing again.
God, I beg.
Let's hit submit now. Aha. And we have the third problem, which is country of residence. And that's an invalid keyword for registration. Now, this is a different error, and it still has to do with typographical errors. Now, type error, country of residence again, is an invalid. Keyword for registration. Okay, so you know the reason why I did not edit all these errors out of this video. I will not edit them, they'll remain like this. It's because it's to tell you two things. Number one, it's very common for you to have errors in your code. There's nothing about it. And then number two, when you have errors, please go ahead and just calm down and try to figure out where the error is coming from. One thing you can do is always read your error message. I'm more used to the error message than you, but still you have the responsibility to read your error message. So we have this country of residence. Can you see the problem? Here I said CONTRY, which is not exactly the correct spelling of country. But right here, I'm saying country, which is the correct spelling. So there are two things I can do. It's either make this one correct or make this one wrong. I'm choosing to make this one wrong because why not? So country of residence, and now it's going to work, right? Or is there going to be another village people? So let's try this now. I've made that work, and let's run this code, and let's hope that finally, for the last time, no village people, nobody would stop our shine for this last time now. So all levels back here. Today, click on next, click on all of this, contact number, country of residence, everything complete. Finally, finally, let's hope that this time it works. And exactly, this time around, it works. It works,
and it works. It works means it works. So now we have our user inputs. We have the username, first name and last name. We have the email and we have the mobile number. So where is it retrieving this information from? From our database. Let's go ahead and register another user. So get your ticket. Let's see how another user info is also going to be registered there. So all levels, event dates, next, and then all of this information. So here I'm going to use user new names. So here I'm going to say Miracle. Is there a miracle watching this video? I'm going to say is in the, I don't know. And I'm going to say han@han.com, contact number, all of this. Country of residence, Spain. And next, regular ticket at this time, ticket option 2, and let's hit submit. And you can see the first person, Foma, all of this. You can see the second person, Miracle, is in it. You can see that the first name is still there. Second name has joined. The third name will come. The fourth would come. The fifth would come. That is because our database is now working. So if you've reached up to this point and you have the same result as me, congratulations on successfully finishing the first part of our video.
Turn it up. Nobody clap for you, clap for yourself. You self, you don't try for yourself. See many battles when you win by yourself. Wait, take a look at yourself. You should be proud of yourself. You came true for yourself. Wait, you go car by yourself. Wait, oh yeah, appreciate yourself.
Yes, the full stack registration website is now halfway done. So what do we want to do next? We want to ensure that the user, after registering, should have like some kind of ticket ID. So if you tell the user, congratulations, you've registered, your ticket ID is this, or that. And then apart from that, we also want to implement this code in such a way that the admin should also know how many people have registered for this event, how many tickets has been given for this event. So I want the admin to have that kind of information. I also want the users to have their own kind of information, like their ticket ID, which they will submit maybe on the day of the event. So that's what we want to do now. So it will take us to the second part. We are almost done with the users part. We're done with it actually. The next part we want to focus on now is the admin section of this website. It's Brian Daniel from 𝐷𝐼CT, and this is still the full stack event registration website. Note, this is a full stack project. After you finish this project, you're no more a beginner in coding. You're now who we can regard as a pro. And I'll see you in the next part of this video. Hi everyone, welcome back. It's time for us to go to the second section of our website, which would involve us building the admin panel and the whole admin feature of this full stack event registration website. It's Brian Daniel from 𝐷𝐼CT, and as always, it's a pleasure to build this with you. Please, before we go on, kindly take a moment to like, subscribe, and share this video. You could also comment on this video if you're enjoying it so far. Before we go ahead and start building the second part of this website, I have just one question for you. So far, in the first part, can you explain what you've learned? Please just explain what you've learned from this website.
Computer will be blasting. It can blast. It's that way. It's icon. When you see that icon, start to run from computer. Start to run. When you run, the icon will be go back. Yes.
Time for us to go ahead and build the second part of our website. If we look at what we have so far, we have the app, we have the routes, static templates, we've started creating our models, we've been able to get user data and all of that. The next thing we want to do is to go ahead and build a panel where the admin is going to log in. If we open the version on Chrome, if we open the websites right now on our Chrome tab, it should resemble something like this. And here we have the Get Your Ticket page where users can fill in their details and register for the event. However, we are currently lacking the admin area of this website, right? Where the admin can log into his dashboard and maybe add events and see things that are happening and all of that. So let's go ahead and build that. You already know what we have to do. The first thing we have to do is to come in here and create a new route. So just like we have route for the home page and we have routes for the register page, we are going to come to our app folder and then the routes folder here. And then it's time for us to start working on this folder we created called admin. So previously we've been working on routes. Now it's time to start working on admin. So in this admin, make sure you are hovering around admin, right click on admin and then click on new file, and we are going to call this new file now, or the name of this our new route that we are creating. We are going to be calling it login.py. This is because we want to create a login page for our admin. So I'm going to say here login.py. Now, I'm also going to create another file inside the admin, and it's going to be __init__.py. So in this login.py, we are going to have a very simple login functionality for now, and that's just going to be from app import app. So from app import app, that's going to be one. And then we can come here and say from Flask import render templates, because we would be using render templates. So the second line should be from Flask import render templates. Okay, and with that we can come here and use our @app.routes. So to create in the login routes as app.routes and have your brackets here. Oops. And this would be to get to the login. So I'm just going to say login. Then we can have our function, and this is going to be login page. And login page, return a render template. And currently, before we go ahead to create the render templates, we are yet to actually have the templates for the HTML file. You know how we do things here? We make things very easy. So I have provided the templates for you once again. The link is attached in the description of this video. But if you come to our GitHub repository, the event registration website, make sure you're here, event registration website. And you're going to see we have this base template. That's what we use for the base. I really suggest you download this full GitHub repository so that you can always like copy and paste the templates when you need them. So I suggest you download the GitHub repository. But what we want to focus on now is the admin template. So if you have the admin templates downloaded, perfect. You can just use it from your downloaded folder on your computers.
All right, then it's time to show you what the downloaded folders on your computer would look like. I'm pretty sure you recall us downloading the event registration website base template. And in that folder, we had both the base template and the admin templates. And I said, once we get to the admin template, we'd come back and explain to you how it's done. So all you have to do is make your way back to the downloads folder. It should typically be there, and click on event registration websites and look for the admin template. Now in this admin template, you can see you have two folders. You have the static folders and you have the template folders. All right, so once you have this, you are good to go. Now, inside the admin, you have your HTML pages. All of them would be needing. You also have your static pages. All of them would be needing. So all you have to do here is just copy the admin templates. Just copy it from here. So copy and then paste it in the folder you're currently working on. You can follow with the rest of the video. That's all.
Other than that, click on the admin templates here. So you open the admin templates folder. Once you do that, you will see some static files and the template files. For now, I want to get these template files. And in these template files, you're going to see we have like 1, 2, 3 template files. But the one we want to focus on right now is the login.html, the last one. And so you just click on it, login.html, and we can copy everything here. Either you click on the copy button or Ctrl-A to highlight everything and then copy it. So with that, I can come here now. After copying everything, I can come to my templates folder, right on my VS Code, and go to admin. And in this admin, I'll be creating my first admin template, which is login.html. So here, login.html. Remember that the only person or the only people we want to log in are the admin. So login.html to enable admin login. And then I'm just going to paste this here. All right. So with this pasted here, I can now go back to our routes and go to the login.py. And here, the admin login.py. What do we have? I actually thought we created the. Okay, I wrote this on the wrong file, right? I wrote this in the init.py rather than login.py. So I have them in my login.py. And then I can have admin slash login.html. Okay, fair enough. So admin / slash login.html. And this is pretty good enough. Now in my init.py, I'm going to come here and say from just the way we have always done it, from .login import login page, which is the function we have in the login.py. All right, with this done right now, we can go back to our terminal. Our terminal is located here. We can reload it by hitting Python run or py. As always, make sure your virtual environment is turned on before continuing this project and run it right here. So once our app is running, I can now come back here to look for the login routes and hit login. And it's saying 404 page not found. So while I'm trying to log in, it's saying, hey, I really do not know what you're doing. So let's go see why we have the error 404 login page not found. We have our routes leading us to login, and we have our init.py. So there's something we are not doing correctly, and I will show you now. In our app folder, we have the models folder, we have the routes folder, we have the static folder, we have the templates folder. Now we have the _ init.py. So you click on it. And then in this last line, when you click the _ init.py located at the app folder, you're going to see a lot of the configurations we've earlier done. One thing we want to add now is this next line of code. So from app.routes.admin, want to import all. Right? Recall that previously we've imported all the routes from the roots. Now it's time to import all the routes from the admin. So that change, we come back here, we refresh our screen, and we have our admin login page. That's an email, has a password, a login button, and a go back home. Pretty much straightforward, but it's very ugly. It's not looking beautiful at all. So let's go and make this look beautiful. And that will take us to the next part. So we want to go back to the templates. Recall this just to make things very easy for you. If you come back to the admin template on GitHub, you'll see that where we had the template admin, we had the static admin. So click on the static admin. once again, I urge you to download this file. So if you download this file, just crop the static folder out of this admin template and paste it in your static folder. So, but for me, I would be getting the CSS directly from here. So the CSS would be login.css. Login.css. So I want to click on copy raw file or copy everything that's here. Right, and I'm going to show you what to do if you've already downloaded this folder on your computer. So you come here, come to app, and then here where you have this static, where you have admin, right? We created this previously. So where you have admin, you want to take it and then paste your folder, this assets, you want to go ahead and paste it there, right? Or in this static, just copy the whole static, everything about admin, and then in the app where you have static, paste it here as your own admin. So everything you currently have about admin, paste it here as your own admin. All right. So what I'm going to do now is to create it manually though. I'm not going to be pasting it. I'm going to be creating it manually for you to see. So in case you're creating it manually with me, just follow along. Click on the static here, click on admin. Inside admin, we'll be creating a folder now, and we are going to call that folder assets, just the way it is here. So inside admin would be creating, this is the admin folder on my computer, would be creating a folder called assets, and inside that assets would be creating a folder called CSS. All right, so let's go ahead and create it. So admin will be creating a new folder called assets. And inside this assets, so I'll right click on the assets, I'll create another folder called CSS. And inside that CSS, I'll right click on the CSS. I'll create this one called login.css. All right, so the template gives you the room to avoid all of this whole big long problem. So static admin, assets, CSS, so CSS here, and then the login.css. So that's the file we want, right? So I'm just going to copy everything from here and then paste it here. All right, while this is done, I've created my CSS file, and for now I'm done. So what I'm going to do is to come back to my admin login, refresh the page, and see if my creation was successful. Now I have a fine styled work, right? So the CSS does the styling, and we just decided to help you with the styling. This is just a basic fine styling. So we have our admin login, email, password, and then when you click on login, it will try to log in the user as an admin. Then we can also go back home. But right now, if we click on the go back home, it doesn't take us back home. So let's kind of work on that to take us back home. So I'm going to go to the templates, the admin, the login.html to help us with that now. The login.html, we have the back home, and I have the URL underscore for. And remember how we use the URL for. And then what would we be using URL for here? Say URL for, let's go get it now. URL for home page, right? Index.py is what's home. So yeah, URL for underscore home. So here, login.html URL for underscore home. So once we have something like this, we are good to go. URL for home, and this could take us back home. So let's try it and see if it works. Click on home and it takes us back home. Yeah. Perfect. Now from this home page, how do we get to the login page? So let's replace one of these about or speakers or schedule to login, right? So that the admin can easily get to the login page. So I'm going to go to the template, go to root, go to index.html, and going to go to the nav, one of those navigations, and you can see them home, about. So I'm just going to change this about to login. And here too, I'm going to have the URL for tag, URL_4, and here would be login_page. And then this is going to take us to the login page. Now there's something I noticed that we've not done. Come back here to your routes. So currently we are in the templates. Leave the templates. You could close all these templates to avoid confusion. You could close all these templates to avoid confusion. Come here to the routes, come to routes, and then in the index.py, I want you to do something. Currently, we have the app.route changing to home. I want you to add this first line. So app.route, and then this first line should exactly be like this. Should be slash, right? This should not be routing anyway. What exactly does that slash do? If we remove this home here and have a slash like this, and then refresh this page, you're going to see it's going to load this same thing for us. And once it loads it, it's going to call home. However, without that slash that we have, if I comment out this line and somebody does not add the home, so if you don't add the home and you try to load this, let's see what happens when you try to load this without the slash. So just watch and let's see what happens. We get a 404, file not found, right? So to avoid that problem, that's why we're doing this, so that we don't get a 404. Instead, it redirects to the home. All right, that's it for the HTML templates part of creating our login page. So if I refresh here, I have my login page all set and all done. So if I'm creating a login page, I will need a dashboard page, and I will need the users to log in. So home login, if I click on login now, you can see this is only for admins. Now I will need a dashboard that the admin is going to log into. And I also need to implement the login so that the admin can log in well. That's exactly the next thing to be doing. See you at the other side. Everything we do at 𝐷𝐸𝐴 is to make learning tech easy for you and to ensure that you become a pro software developer, a pro web developer, a pro full stack developer. So this full stack event registration website is geared toward making you a pro. So show that you appreciate what we're doing, kindly hit the like, the subscribe button, and share this video with others. Next thing we want to do right now is to create the admin dashboard environment. All right, so that once the admin logs in, the admin can log into a dashboard environment. After that, we'll be creating the login functionality proper. All right, so to get the admin dashboard, we could decide to do all of those lengthy HTML and CSS, or we could decide to go the B-Wave way. And we would go the B-Wave way because B-Wave ICT have provided you once again with the template for that. So just come here to template, click on template. Now in the admin, so cancel roots, we're actually kind of done with roots. We'll go back there later, maybe toward the end of this video. All right, now click on the admin, and the next admin page that we want to generate would actually be a dashboard. So dashboard.html is the next thing we want to do. Dashboard.html. All right, and in this dashboard.html, you have your dashboard that we've already given to you, so you don't have to worry yourself about how you get the templates. Once again, come back here to our code, come to the admin templates. The link is in the description of this website. We have the links, all of them listed one by one, so that you can follow throughout. And I encourage you to download the template so that you can follow through with the video. So we are going to come to template admin. Recall that previously we had gotten the login.html from here. Template admin is where we're going to be now. And this is the login. Now I want to get the dashboard.html. So here, the dashboard.html, I'm going to copy all of this here. Copy all of this here. And I'm going to come here and then just paste everything I've copied. Now, this is the dashboard.html. With this dashboard I've gotten, I can come here to the routes, come to admin, and create a route for the dashboard. So dashboard.py is what I'll call this route. Make sure you are in the admin route and come here and say dashboard.py. And now, so in the dashboard.py, we should be having a code like from Flask. So we should be having from Flask imports render templates. We also want to say from app imports app. And here we can say at app.route. Now this would be routing to dashboard. And then we can create our function and say def dashboard. Create it as a function, and for now we just want to return a render template of admin/dashboard.html. Admin/dashboard.html. So admin, that's the folder, dashboard.html would be the file. In the init.py, we can come here and say from .dashboard import dashboard. That would be more than enough for us right now to route to our dashboard. So I'm going to change this from login to dashboard. Hit enter and let's see where it takes us. We have to make sure this terminal is still working, right? Okay, and it's saying could not build endpoint for logout. Did you mean login page? Okay, so I'm going to make sure that the template I give to you does not have this error for you. So for now, I'm going to just fix it by removing this for now. I'm going to make sure that the template you have doesn't have this error. But if you refresh yours and it works on first try, perfect. But this is how it's going to look like on first try, which does not resemble anything like a dashboard at all. That's because something is missing, and that's the CSS. So let's go get the CSS of this website. And you can get it by coming back to the admin templates folder. So come back to the admin templates. Now come to static. And if you already have this folder that you've downloaded, this would be a lot more easier for you, because in the assets, we are going to have a lot of things actually. So I'm just going to the place in this folder where I have previously downloaded this thing. I'm going to copy it. Or for the sake of tutorial, I'm going to ensure that we download this website together. So the link to download the full website, I've also attached it below. You can click on it and you'll be able to download the full website, so that from there you can get everything you want. I'm going to do the downloading live now so that you can also see and follow along if you want to download this template and compare your codes at any time. Okay, so click on this green code button here as the root of the downloads page. Click on the green code button and then click on the download zip file. So hover around here, click on the download zip file once you're here, and you'll be able to download this project. All right, so it's downloading and it's somewhere around here. It's basically going to take some time because there are other files inside this repository too. So once it's done downloading, I'm going to copy the template so as to show you step by step how to do it. However, if you do not want to copy the templates, you can painstakingly decide to create everything yourself, right? If you don't want to download the templates for any reason, you can painstakingly decide to create everything yourself. But I just think that would be too much of a stress to you. So if you want to create everything, you already have the static in the admin. You have to create this assets folder, which you already have. And then we have to have a CSS folder, fonts folder, JS folder, SCSS folder. You have to create everything. So that's like too difficult to do. So let's just download it. So here we go. We have the admin templates currently downloaded from the event registration website. We have it already downloaded. So this static from the admin templates, all you just have to do is to copy this folder from the downloaded version on GitHub. Just copy all of this folder and then come to the folder where we have our VS Code. So this is the static and this is admin. So far, we've created this assets folder already. Now, if the first time you already came here to the admin template and copied everything that had to do with static, then you're good to go. So here we'll just come to admin here, assets and images. So I will need to copy both the assets and images. So I'm going to copy the two assets and images, and then I'm going to paste them in the folder of my event registration website. So here I'm going to open this in File Explorer, and then those two things I've copied from the app. So here I'm going to click on app, static. This is the admin, assets. I copied both asset and images, so I'm just going to come here and I'm going to actually paste them here. Fine, so I can just hit on replace the file in destination, and this will give me all the updated assets and images. So if I click on this asset, I'll see CSS, fonts, JS, basically everything I have in the website. Now this is the style.css, login.css, all the other CSS files that we do not really need to concern ourselves about. They are currently here. So once we have that done, I can just come back here and refresh our page. If we do that, refresh our page, we should have a beautiful dashboard. So this would be how the admin dashboard would look like by the time we're done. We're going to have a logout. The admin is going to be able to add events or edit events. And then all these are just placeholder. Placeholder are things that are there before we do the real one. So here would be a list of all the people that have registered for our event. And then here we are going to be putting some values. Basically, this is just how the template of our admin dashboard is going to be like. So once the admin logs in, it's going to be welcomed to a dashboard that looks like this. So we've currently gotten our admin dashboard. We have our admin login. So the next thing is to implement the login in such a way that no other person except the admin can log in to the dashboard. So let's go ahead now and start implementing this, the back end of the admin login and dashboard.
Hey there, welcome back to this video and to this channel. It's Daniel from 𝐷𝐻𝑉𝐶, and once again I'm so excited to be in your presence to build this full stack event registration website with you. It's now time for us to move on and implement the admin login. everything about the admin login, the database, the secure admin registration, and to ensure that the admin, only the admin has access to the database. It's exactly what we would be implementing right now, right here. So stay with me, don't go anywhere, and make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to this channel, and comment if you're enjoying these videos so as to continue to get more and more educational and helpful videos like this. Alright then, welcome back. It's time for us, as I said, to implement the admin login. Right now, if you go to your login routes, remember we created that in the last video. If you come to your login route and you just kind of put in dummy values right here and try to put in anything, once you hit the login button, you're going to see that you're going to have a method not allowed. And if this is what you have, or you have something that resembles it, or the page just refresh and does nothing, then you're on track, because what we want to implement now is something that will allow the method at the end of the day. So to be able to do that, the first thing we want to come and do is to come to our app folder, right? Remember, in this app folder, that's where we implement almost everything we have to implement. And in the templates, we have the login.html under admin. So come to your admin and go back to your login routes. And here in our login route, you're going to see that we have all of these. Now we have a simple form. And in this form, we have the method of post. And this was gotten from our HTML templates. Remember, we've already made this template for you to make it very, very easy. But you have the method of post. And this method of post, it's what ensures that at the end of the day, we get this method not allowed. Because right now, we are saying post or submit something to the form. But in our login route, we've not implemented anything that has to do with the post method. So what we want to do now is to work with this method post and implement our admin login in such a way that when we submit the form, we do not get a login not allowed. We would also need to explain what exactly we're doing here, so don't bother yourself at all. The first thing we want to do though in all of this is to create a database for the admin. So to create a database for the admin, if you've been following completely with all the videos and everything we've been doing, you would notice that to create a database for the admin, we would need a model, right? So we'll come here to the models folder. Now we have user and admin. That drop down, we have the register.py, which allows users to register. I'm going to close this login.html for now. And in this admin drop down, there's nothing we have here for now. This is exactly what we'll be working on right now. So the first thing we want to do is to right click, click on new file, and we are going to have in a login.py file. Yes, we are going to have in a login.py file in the models, or let's say admin.py, because we're working with the admin, right? It's not just the login. So admin.py would be a better naming convention for what we want to do right now. The user, we had the init.py. So in the admin, we're also going to have the __init __.py. So you also want to create this, and remember it should be under the admin. So just to make it clear again, we have the models folder, we have the admin folder inside the models folder. So what you want to do is to go to the models folder and the admin folder, and then create your init.py and your admin.py. Currently, we are working with the admin.py. So ignore everything that has to do with the user and the user folder. You want to ensure that your work is properly aligned, properly structured, so that Flask can recognize what you're doing, and so that you yourself, coming back to this project, can completely understand what you did. So in our admin.py, we are going to create a model for our admin. And what we are going to have here in this first line, we can just say from Flask _login import something. But before we go ahead to do that, I'm just going to say from app. So from app imports db. All right, and here I'm going to use the keyword class and call this one admin. So a class of admin. And then we are going to say db.model, creating a database model. And in this database model, we are going to have 3 fields: the ID, which is important. We're also going to have the email, which is important. And we're also going to have the password, which is important. Now, for the ID, we can have this one that says db.column. Now, the column should be in capital letters. So db.column here, and then a bracket open, and we can say db.integer, right? And then we can say primary key, primary underscore key would be equal to true at this time. Okay, now the next thing we want to have is our email, and we'll do the same thing, db.column. Remember, the C in the colon is a capital letter. You always want to take care of these small errors, as they could really cause havoc in your code later on. And if in case you're stuck anywhere writing this code, always remember that you have a GitHub repository to compare your codes from. So here we would have the unique equal to true. And what the unique true does, like we explained previously, is to ensure that we don't have one emails with 2 different accounts. So we don't want to have one email with 2 different accounts. Next, we would have the nullable equal to false, which means you can't leave there empty. After this, we can come here to the password, and the password is also going to take the same parameters as the email took. So I can set db column is going to take a string of 120 characters, unique true, nullable false. Well, I can change this unique true, because you don't want to tell your user, oh, some other user has the same password as you. I mean, that does not make sense. In our case, though, we are going to have only one user. We're going to have only one user. All right. This being said, there is something we need to do right now. We have to come here to our terminal. So I'm just going to cancel, to close out my, or to kill my terminal, right? I'm just going to kill my current terminal and hit Ctrl+C to kill my current terminal. And then we are going to install something. We are going to install a program called Flask login. So let's go ahead, kill our terminal, and then go ahead to install Flask login. Okay, here in our terminal, we can now say pip install Flask_login, just like this. And remember, at every given time, you want to ensure your virtual environment is turned on and you are in the right project directory before you go ahead and install this. So pip install Flask login, and that's what we need for now. If we need to install something else, we would install it as we go ahead. But for our models, we have to install Flask login. Okay, so we are waiting for our Flask login to be installed. And it seems like we have some update on that, because it says successfully installed. It's telling us a new release of PP available. So that's a sign that it seems like we have good news. Okay, and that's it. So it's been installed completely. And we can now use this Flask login to go ahead and go back to our models right now. So we can leave this terminal environment and go back to our model.py. And here in our admin.py, in our models rather, and here we can now add this line of code, a new line of code. In our line 2, we can say from Flask login, the package we've just installed, we want to import something called user mixin. And then this db.model, we can come here and say user mixin. So Flask login is just a package that will help us to work with Flask login. I have a mistake here, user mixing. And this should be correct now. So user mixing is not defined. All right, so this is correct now, and it works out very well. We'll be needing Flask login to implement the login for the admin. It's going to save us a lot of stress at the end of the day. Now, after creating our DB class, the next thing we can come here is come to the routes. So recall that in your routes, previously you have the admin and you have the user. Now in this admin routes, you want to come here. So no longer the models, we can collapse the models and come here to our admin in the route and come to the login.py. Previously in our login.py, we can see that we have only very few codes from app import app and very few codes like that. However, right now we are going to be making more and more changes to this code that we have. So we are going to say here from Flask login, we are going to import some things, and one of them would be login user, right? And this would be login user. I'm going to leave this like this for now, and we are going to come here. Okay, so to these are login routes, and here recall that we had the method of post in our HTML form, and I said when we get here we will need to implement structure our code in such a way that it can accept we using the method of post. So what we can do now is to come here and say methods and our square brackets, and now we have two methods. We have the get, and we would put in the post as our second method. Now after doing this, we can now come down after the login page function and say if request dot method, and once we use the request, you know what we need to do next. We have to go up above and import request from Flask. So from Flask we've imported app. Next thing we want to do is to import requests. Okay, great. So if request dot, if the method is equal to post, which it is, once you say email equal to, so get the email from the form. So request dot form dot get. The next thing we want to do, email, and then password. We also want to get the password, which will be request dot form dot get, and here password. All right, now what we want to do is to log in the admin. Before we would be able to log in the admin successfully, you agree with me that the admin must have been registered in the database. If not, how do we log in the admin? So, and I don't want to create a fixed login. I want to give you, the user, the opportunity to give your admin any kind of login he wants. So any login details, rather than having a fixed login detail like admin or password, rather than having those ones fixed, I want to allow the admin to choose whatever he likes. So what I'm going to do here to implement this is to check if there is an admin already in the database. So if there's any admin record existing currently, then we want to log in the user. So I'm going to create a variable and call this existing underscore admin. And here I'm going to check by saying admin.query dot first. So this would help to check the database, the admin database that we've created. Remember, in our admin.py, we created this class of admin. And that's exactly what we want to query for here. But currently, it's underlining this because we are yet to import admin. So let's go and import admin. So from app.models.admin, we want to import admin. We want to import admin like this. But that brings me back to our init.py. I actually forgot to implement the init.py in our models. So in your models, come back to your models here. You have your admin.py. In your init.py, I want you to say from .admin, which is the file here, we want to import admin. Right? That would ensure that we're actually done with our models for now. So now we can come back to our routes, and in our routes we can go back to our login.py, and we can now import admin here successfully. So it's trying to load it, and we can ignore this for now and say if existing admin. So if there's any existing admin currently, then we want to now come here and say admin, create a variable called admin, and use the model now, admin.query filter by. So I'm going to explain this in a minute, but let's go ahead and write it first. Email equal to email, and password equal to password dot first. Okay, so what exactly did I just do here? I'm saying if there is an existing admin in the database, then check if the details, this email and this password the user inputs, match with any of the email or password in the admin database. So that's exactly what this line does here. So it's going to query, and it's going to filter the emails in the admin database by the email you have just imputed. If it succeeds, it's going to filter the password by the password you've also imputed. Right? And if that process is successful, then it's going to do this next line of code. It's going to log in user. That function we implemented sometime. The function we actually got from Flask login and we called here is going to now implement it. So it's going to log in the user as admin, and after which we can come here and say return a redirect. So we'll be using this one called redirect, and another one called URL for again, and here we can say dashboard. Okay, which is the admin dashboard. So we have just called redirect and URL for. Flask does not know where we're calling it from, so we have to tell it. So from Flask, import redirect, and then import URL for too. So with this, very well, we have no problems just yet. All right. So how about if the email and password you entered are not correct? Then we want to do the next thing, which is flash. So I'm using another word now, flash. And where are we getting flash from? We're also getting it from Flask. So I'm going to import it up above and say flash. Now we can say invalid email or password. And then say please try again. Okay. And after this, we can come here and put a tag, and this would be an error tag. I don't need it because I'm using Bootstrap. I'm not using Bootstrap for now, but I'm just going to leave it there. And then I can return a render template, and this render template would be the admin login.html. Okay, so what have I just done here? I've previously explained this line of code to you, and we're checking for existing admin first of all. So if there's any existing admin, it's going to go into the database. It's going to query if there's any existing admin. Now, if there's any existing admin, then it's going to check if the email and the password you entered matches with the email and the password that the existing admin already has. Now, if that is true, it's going to implement the next line, which is going to log in the user as an admin. And you can see the admin here, this variable. So it's going to log in the user and log in the user to the dashboard page. However, if it checks for the email and the password that the user has entered, and it says, hey, in the admin page, there's no user and password like this. There's no email, there's no password in the admin database, then it's going to flash this message for you and say invalid email or password. So when you enter any email or password to any website and you see invalid email or password, this is just the process that it goes through. It checks if your email or your password, it queries the database and goes through them one by one and checks, does this email match with any email? Does this password match with any password? If the answer is no, it returns a flash message for you that says invalid email or password. How about if the answer is yes? It's going to log in you to the dashboard. So that's exactly what we've implemented here. However, look at this. Here we're asking an if statement. So if there's an existing admin, how about if there is no existing admin? Then what do we want to do? We want to come here and write an else statement. So this is time for us to use conditionals in Python to implement this. So if there is no existing admin, right? So else, I'm going to add a comment that's going to help you understand this later on. So if there is no admin records, we want to create a new admin to the database. So we can come here and say new underscore admin as a variable and set it to admin. So in our database, we are going to pass the email as an argument and then the password too as another argument. Okay, and after storing both the email and the password, we want to say db.session.add, and we want to add this new admin. Then db.session.commit, and we want to commit the admin to the database. Now, for us to be using this word db, it means that we have to go and import it. So from Flask, import app and then db up above. So once we have that line of code, we are going to have no problems anymore. All right. So after committing the db to after adding the db to the admin to the database, the next thing we want to do is to log in the admin. Right? So we would come here and say login admin. And to do that, we would also use the login user we imported from Flask login, and would be logging the user as a new admin. And then we can add the next line, which is return a redirect and the URL for tag. And this would be for the dashboard. Okay. After which we can have return render template. Okay, beautiful. So this is our code to be able to create a new admin through the login page or to log in an existing admin. So what happens once again, just to recap, it checks the form. So request.method equal to post. It checks for email and password. So let's go back to the form template, admin, login.html, and come here to the form in your login.html. And you can see we have the email, we have the password. All right, we have the submit button too that logs in the admin. That being said, let's go back now to the dashboard.py, to the login.py rather. Now we're getting both the email and password from the form, and we are checking it. So we are saying admin.query.first. So we are checking, we are asking. So after getting the email and the password, we want to next check if there is an existing admin. And we'll do that by going to our admin database and would query everything. We'll check for everything there one by one. And we're going to try to see. So if there's an existing admin already, then we want to compare what the existing admin has as email and password to what the user enters as email and password. Now, if they are correct, if the two of them match, both the email and password of the existing admin and the email and password the user who wants to be admin now is entering, if they match, if they rhyme, then we want to log in the user as an admin using Flask login. However, if they do not match, we want to flash a message here that says there's an error, please try again. And if there is no existing admin, then we want to create a new admin by storing the email and the password the admin enters. Then we can add and create the admin and log in the new admin. That's exactly what we've done now. But to make all these our codes work out very well, we have to go back to our app.py and implement something. So we have to come back to our app.py, and we're doing very well for now, but we actually have to go back to our app.py and implement our last line of code. When I say app.py, I mean app and then the init.py at the root of our app folder. So app and then underscore init.py. So close your models, your routes, your static, your templates so that it don't confuse you, and just come to the init init.py. What we want to do here now is to first of all come here up above. So we've imported Flask, config, SQL, alchemy.env and OS. The next thing we want to import is a Flask login. So from Flask login, we want to import login manager. And we are going to use login manager now. In this configuration statements from line 8, we are going to be making use of our login manager too. So we can come here to and say login underscore manager. Now this would be a variable we are creating, or a config variable we are creating, would be equal to login manager, the one we imported now, and would set the parameter to app, which is our Flask app. Next would come here and say login manager dot login view. So login underscore view will now be set to login page, login underscore page. And our login page, where are we getting this login page from? If you come to the route, you come to admin, you come to login.py, this whole function that we've implemented, the admin login, is the login page. Right? That's where we're getting the login page from here in our init.py. The next thing we can do is we already have our secret key and our dbURI. So the last thing we want to do is to now import this. And we've done that. So from app.routes, we've imported this. From app.models.user, we've also imported. Now let's import from admin. So let's go ahead and import our last one and say from app.models.admin, we want to import all. We want to import all, so that in case we have something after now that we want to import, it could also be great for us. Okay, so that's it. And with this login manager that we've now implemented, we can come back to our routes. So come back to your routes, go to admin, come to your login.py. You want to come to your login.py, and now we can work on this. So we can say at login manager, login underscore manager dot user underscore loader, and then we can see that we have like this here. It's telling us not defined. So let's go ahead and import it. So from app, we would be importing login manager. Login manager will be importing from app, and that would solve the problem for us. Now we can say def load user as our function, and now we can pass in the user underscore ID and return admin dot query dot get, and here we can get this as an integer, the user ID. Now where is it getting the user ID from? It's not surprising at all, because if you recall, when we're creating our model, we had this ID, right? So that's where it's getting its ID from. So this is the user ID or the admin ID that is going to give to us, because you could have more than one admin. Although for this one, I'm just implementing a single admin, but it's possible you have various admins with different functionalities and roles. So you want to know which of the admin is currently there now, which one has logged in, which one is active. And that's exactly what we're getting here by getting the ID from the admin. Okay, with all this said and done, it is high time we go ahead now and try to see if what we have is making sense so far. But before we do that, I want you to come back to the template. So I'm going to close the models and the routes, and then come back to the template here, and come back to admin, and come to login.html. I did say I would be explaining why we had this with all of these things here. All right, so what's happening is this. We have a class of form control, and you have this Ginger syntax here. This is Ginger syntax. When you install Flask, you get Ginger alongside with Flask. So what Ginger helps you to do is to write HTML in a better way. I've not used too much of Ginger syntax in this project, but I'm using this one now to get a message. That flash message that we actually ask to display if the user login is wrong. It's exactly what I'm calling here now. So I'm saying get the flash message. Basically, all the long story cut short, what we are doing here now is to get the flash message. We also have things like category, and this is for the Bootstrap side of things. but I would not be using Bootstrap for this form. So we'll be getting the message here, and whatever the error is, it's actually going to display here. So it's that get flash message that I'm actually working with here with something called Ginger template. I hope that was not too difficult to understand. But if you have any questions with any of the things I've said or done here, please feel free to reach out in the comment section. Ask your questions in the comment section, and I'll be more than happy to respond to any of those questions. All right, next thing I want to do with all of this said and done is to go ahead and check if what I've been doing so far makes sense to the computer. If it does, it means we've succeeded in implementing our admin login. So it's time for us to go back to our terminal screen, and I'm going to clear my terminal screen. And here I can come and say Python. Just hit Python to get into Python shell. And from Python shell, we are going to get we are going to create the model, the second model. So we're waiting for the Python now to execute and get us into Python. Okay, we're here now in our Python shell, and I can say from app import app db, and let's see. Okay, so we have a problem, and basically you must have encountered at least one of these numerous errors somewhere in your code. This is the cheat script to it. Forget about everything here and come to the last line. So it's raising a problem, and it says attribute error name. So our problem most likely came from a name. The attribute error says model. It's asking us, did we mean model in capital letters, the M in capital letters, because we wrote M in small letters? And that's all it's asking us right now. And we can see where this is from. It says admin.py. So all of these are the routes where it's from, located from our computers. It's saying admin.py. So in our models. So all I'm going to do now is to go back to my code. So just go back to my code and come to the admin.py in the models. And when we look at our admin.py, we use the small letter m rather than the capital letter M. And that's it. That's just the simple error. So I fixed that, and let's go back. So you get a lot of these naming errors. It's not a big thing. So I'm going to exit and start my Python shell again. After restarting my Python terminal, we have this on the screen. So we have our Python shell back, and we can simply say from app imports app db, and now you see there's no error, so we can say app.app_context.push, and no errors once again. Let's go and say db.create_all. Now, this command helps us to create all the tables or all the models, anyhow you call it. Now, we've created the first model for the users that are going to register. This is now for the admin. That's why we're doing this a second time. So let's hit it. Everything is successful because we have no errors. Once again, in programming, when you have no errors, that's a sign of success. And then we can need to exit out of the way. So once we exit out of our Python terminal, we go ahead and try what we've done. Okay, so here we can come here now and say Python run.py. Remember, the last time we actually went to our terminal, the last time we went to the browser, we got this 405 method not allowed. So we want to see, after all of this hard work by us, all of this code, all of this installing, what would we be getting this time around? So it's time to go back and refresh our screen. And now it's time for us to have our admin login and password. I'm very good at forgetting my login and password. So what I want to do now is to store them somewhere just for myself so that I don't forget them again, because I am very good. At least I think I need an award for forgetting my login and password. I really do think I should get an award for forgetting login and password. So in my .env, I'm going to store my login, email, and password. You may not store yours. If you know, you would always remember it. But mine is going to be admin@bwaveict.com. And my login password is going to be password@bwaveict.com. Password. All right, so now I have my admin email and password. I want to copy them and paste here so that if this works out, I would not forget them. So yeah, my admin email, and here my password. So password here and paste them here. Let us hope that this works. So if this works, I'm going to sing a song for you. So let's hit login. And here we go. We get straight into our dashboard page. So congratulations, you've done this together with me. Now this has worked. So let me sing my song for you. Were you really expecting me to sing it? All right, so that's my very beautiful song. I hope you appreciate it. If you want again, I can give you another song. Comments down in the description below if you want me to keep singing songs for you. But that's it. We have our admin login successful. After login, what's the next thing? Logouts, right? So let's go and implement admin logouts quickly and know that we're actually done with all of that. So I'm going to come here to my login.py route and implement admin logout right now. For someone to be logged out, it means the person must first be logging. So what I'm going to say here down is app.route. We're going to have a route, and that route is going to log out a user. So log out an admin. But like we said, for you to be able to log out, you must first be logged in. So here we are going to have the @login required. So @login required, and we are going to be getting that from Flask login. So let's go up and say from Flask login user, we want to also get login required. So, and here let's say logout user too, because I would be needing this logout user. So just add it. And then here @login required, we can now go ahead and implement user logout. Flask login makes it too easy for you to implement user login. All we are just have to say at the end of the day to be able to log out a user is just def create a function and call this logout. And in this function, we are just going to call this one from the Flask login module that we installed, logout user. And then let us flash a message. And that message will say you have been logged out. Logged out. All right, and that's all. Now I want to return a redirect. After logging out the user, I want to redirect the user to the login page. So I'm going to say URL for, and this one is going to be login_page. Beautiful. And that's all for our logout implementation. However, let's go and do something. I'm going to come here to my dashboard.py. I only want admins to be able to go into the dashboard. So here in the dashboard, just before the dev dashboard, I'm going to come here and say at login required. So I'm getting this once again from Flask login. So I'm going to import it here and say from Flask login, import login required. And that's it. So that's the small change I wanted to make. And right now, let's go ahead once again and go back to our Chrome and let's see what we have. So it seems like our terminal stopped, our program stops working. Let's rerun it. Python run.py. Let's wait for our results to show. Meanwhile, while you're waiting, I just have one question for you. Why have you not liked this video? Why have you not commented? Why have you not shared my video to someone today? Please do that, and thank you very much for doing it. All right, let's refresh back to the dashboard page. And let's try to log out. So you can see the log out button here. I just remembered something right now, and I'm looking at myself like, how on earth did I forget this in the first place? But once we click on the log out button, watch what will happen. We are not going to get logged out. That is because we are missing a very vital piece of code that we have to do here. It's time to just quickly go back to our HTML. Come back to your templates, your admin, your login dots, your dashboard.html. Come there, and then in this li class of logout, so you can just say Ctrl F and then search for logout. Once you search for logout, we have 1 out of 3 appearances. Now in this href, that's where we are going to be logging out per se. So how can we log out? I can simply use this URL for tag and say URL_for, and here I can say log out. Okay, and that's it. That's what I forgot, and that's what I've implemented. And let's refresh now. So I'll click the log out, and you're going to see how we're going to get logged out. So let's click on it, log out, and it says you have been logged out. Remember I said we get the flash message without those whole flash codes, and it says you have been logged out. Now let's see somebody try to access the dashboard. Now, you know, somebody just tries to be funny, access the dashboard. It says please log in to access this page, right? So it's saying, hey, no, you cannot log in because you do not have access to this page. So that is exactly what we've gained from our code so far. So I'm going to come here now. My email, I'm just going to try to put anything. Password, let's put anything. Let's try to log in. And it says invalid email or password. Please try again. Until we put the correct details, like the admin @ictc.com. And for the password, I'm going to copy it from my .env. So if you followed me to store yours in your .env and you don't remember it like I don't currently, you can just go and copy yours too. And then let's paste it. And now we get logged in back. Correct. So fantastic. So that's it for our admin login and logout. We have 2 things remaining now: to add events and edit events, and change all these dummy details to real data from the users. Let's go ahead and implement them in the next part of this video. Hi everyone, welcome back. It's Brian Daniel from B-Wave ICT, and it's a pleasure to build this full stack event registration website with you. It's now time for us to go over and, like we said, implement the add events and edit events section of this full stack events registration website. So far, we've done a good job to come this far, and all of us deserves this. Well done a lot for your hard work, and now it's time for us to implement the add events and edit events. So before we go ahead and implement that, the first thing you want to do is to make sure that your terminal environment is working well, your virtual environment is on, and you want to actually start your server. Python run.py, and we can come here now and see the routes that we have. So we have our home route, the annual developers conference. Let's say this is the event that we want people to register, 10 to 12 December, and then get your ticket and all of this. So far, we've built the login for the admin, we've built the register page, get your ticket, and we've even built the dashboard for the admin. So let's go ahead and log in back to our admin area. So admin B-Wave ICT. I'm just going to input the password here and click on login, and here's our dashboard. So I want to implement the add events and edit events right now. You can come back to your VS Code, your Visual Studio Code environment, to implement this add events and edit events functionalities. So what we want to do here now, of course, is first of all to create a route to the add event. So you can click on this app drop down here, just like I've clicked on mine, and you should see models routes. So this is of interest to us, and let's come to the admin. So far so good. What we have is the dashboard. We also have the login, and that's all. It's time for us to create the next route, which we can create a new file and call this add events. So add events.py. So this would be a new file I would create, and I can come to this add events.py, and from here I'll just say from app import app, and then from Flask import render template. Those are the two code I would be needing for now. So I can have the app.route and route to, where would I be routing to now? To the add events page. So add events. You could decide to route to anything you like, and then we can create our function. But before we create our function, just like we did in this dashboard code, we are going to have the @login required. So you come here and we can say @login required. This would ensure that only those who are authorized, which is only the admin, can log in here. But just like we have in the dashboard, you cannot use the @login required without first calling the Flask login. So just go ahead and type this, but for me, just to be fast, I'm just going to copy and paste. So from Flask login, import login required, and then we can have our function here and say def, which is the keyword for function. We can say add events here, add events, which is the function that would be using. And for now, let's just have a render template. And so where would we be routing, having this template in? The admin folder, and this is going to be add events.html. Okay, now we have the add events.html. We've written it down here. It's time for us to go to our templates now. So click on the templates, go to admin, and here in the admin we have to come here and create the add event. So add events.html. Once again, make sure this is your template. Click on admin, then add events.html. All right, you can repeat the same process for the edit events, right? So first of all, the route, so I would close my template, and admin, right click. Let's go to the edit_events.py, and just like we did in the add events, we can have everything in the edit events.py too. And here, rather than add events, we are going to change the add and put edit. The route scene too, we are going to remove the add and put edit. And lastly, in the render templates, we are going to also have edit. And once again, we can come to the templates, come to admin, and create edit events.html. Beautiful. Now we have two templates, add events and edit events. You know how we do it at B-Wave. It's Learning Tech made easy, and as the home of Tech Pros, we're going to make things easy for you like a pro. So let's go over here to the link is of course in the description below. The link to where you can get these templates is in the description below. Please do well to check it out. You can download the whole code so that you have it here and you don't have to check the link online every single time. So if you've downloaded the code, just move over to the relevant folders and copy what you need. So for now, we'll come back to the admin templates. Click on this, click on templates _admin, and you can see we have two templates here, add events and edit events. So far, we've used the dashboard.html and the login.html. So I'm just going to click on the add events and then copy everything in here. You can copy everything by clicking on this copy button, or highlight everything and copy from here. Okay, so after clicking on the add events, I would come here and paste in everything I've added. I can repeat the same process now for the edit events.html. So here in the edit events.html, I can just come here, Ctrl A, and then paste everything I have in the templates for the edit events.html, and that's it. So just like that, I have the two things I need. Then it's time to go test out what we've been doing, if it makes sense to our computer. But don't forget that before we can go test that out, we have to come back to our routes, come to your init_init.py, and add those two things you've done. So app route admin _init.py, and we have to add the new lines of code. So from add events, import add events, and then from .edit events, import edit events. All right, so with these changes made, I think we're good to go test it out. So let's check if our terminal is still up and running. No, it's not. So let me rerun my terminal. It's running, everything is working fine. Let's go back and test what we have. So we refresh our screen. Okay, let's now route to the add_events. And we have a type error. We have a type error here. So let's go ahead and fix our type error. It says add events did not return a valid response. So the function either returned none or ended without a return statement. So what exactly did we do wrong? Let's go to add events.py. And then add events.py. We have our add events, render admin, add events.html. And we missed something. It's supposed to be return render templates. All right, so the next code would be the edit events.py. Let's go out and do the same thing. So return render templates. Remember to hit the return statement. Okay, that was our error. Let's rerun our code. And let's see what we have here. All right, fantastic. So we have this beautiful looking form, and then I'm just going to replace this company with the proper word. So you can decide to replace yours, or you can decide to leave it like that. It's just it's not going to affect any of the functionality we want to affect. Here I'm just going to say add events. Okay, fair enough. So that's it for the add events. Let's go ahead and route to the edit events right now. So edit events, and here we go. We come to the edit events. We still see the form. Okay, so that's it for our add events and edit events. We've created the two of them now. It's time to go ahead. We've created the templates. They are working well. But let's do something here. If you click on the link here from the dashboard, click on the add events, it's going to tell you not found. If you click on the edit event, it's going to tell you not found. So let's quickly work on this before we call it a wrap for this section. So I'm going to come here to the dashboard.html, and here in the dashboard.html, I'm going to scroll down a little, come to the nav area. So that's the nav bar, where if we click on the add events, it's going to tell us not found. And I'm going to replace these placeholder values with my real route. So URL_4, and this URL4 would be for the add events. Yeah, and then I can do exactly the same thing for the edit events. So you can also do the same thing with me for the edit event if you so wish. So come here, and then same thing. Rather than add, we're just going to click type edit events. Okay, doing this now would ensure that from our index page, and here I can change this to dashboard instead. So this would ensure that we don't get the not found. Fair enough. Okay, with all of this being implemented, let us go ahead and now implement the functionalities to add events, to edit events truly. So for now, let's refresh and then add events so we get to the right place. Let's go back, and from the dashboard, edit events, we get to the right place. All right, so it's time to implement the real functionality to add events and edit events. This is still the full stack events registration website project video. This is a project that teaches you how to build a full stack events registration website. This project teaches you front end, back end. This project even teaches you to work on a weekend. And it's only natural that after coming this far, you would expect me to take a bottle of water. Only after taking this water to get me energized can I continue to build this full stack events registration website with you. It's time for us to implement our add events, and there's no better time to do this than now, because let us add events directly from the database. So how are we going to do this? I just said something. Let us add events directly from the database, and immediately you hear these words, you know it is about time we come back to this app here. So this is our VS Code environment. This is our project folder, and we have the app. Click on the app now. Now it's time we work with the models. So click on models. We have admin and user. We want to add events, and we are adding events from the admin area, so from the admin side of things. To do that, we would click on the admin. So far, we have the admin.py model, or we have the admin.py class, or we have the admin.py table in the database. The next model we are going to create, the next class we are going to create a table in the database, would be to add events. So right here in my models folder, in the admin folder, I'm going to right click and create a new file and call this add events.py. Just like this, add events.py. So you also want to do this with me, create this very file. Now, there are some things we want to do here, and the first one is the from datetime imports datetime. The next thing we want to do is to say from app imports app, because we would be using this. So from app imports db, not app. We would not be needing app here, but would be needing db, and that's exactly what we'll be importing from app. I can now come back here, come down and say class. We'll be creating this as an event. Remember, what we want to add is events, so we'll be creating a model. So db.model. Remember, the M of the model has to be in capital letter. Can you still remember when we had an error because my M was in small letter? So you really want to take care of these little errors here and there. The first column we'll be creating is for the ID. So we want to create a column for the ID, and this would be db.integer. And then you want to be really careful about spellings and typo error. I just changed the spelling of integer because that was wrong previously. We want to say primary key would be equal to true. And we're going to do this. Next column we want to be creating is the event name. So what's the name of the event you want to have? db.column once again. And this one would be a string. So db.string. Be careful once again of typo errors and take note of cap lock, capital letters, small letters. That's very important. Nullable would be set here to false. And the next thing we want to do is the event date. So the next thing we're doing here is the event date. And this one will be db.column. And once again, this event date will not be db.string. Let me introduce you to another field known as the date time. So db.datetime, and this would also be set to false, meaning we cannot leave this part false, nullable false. We would also have the event venue, and this one would be a string. So if this one would be a string, I'm just going to copy out everything we have here in the event's name and then paste it here too. After the venue, the next thing you want to have is the eligibility. And this would also be a string. So I'm pasting the same thing. Now we want to have total tickets. Total tickets. How many tickets are available for this program? The tickets could be decided by seating capacity or anything. And rather than a string, I want this to be an integer because it just makes sense to make it an integer. So there is going to be db.integer nullable false. This is all I would need for now. Alright, so this is all I would need for now. I think this first line of code is not necessary. However, I'll be leaving it for now. And if it gives us any issues, I would take it out. It typically shouldn't give us any issue, but I don't think we need it here right now. However, I would still leave it. Remember the first rule of programming. If it works, don't touch it, right? So we're going to see if this works, and then we are not going to touch it. Okay, let's get back to business. After adding the new model, the events model, we can now go back to our add events. So we've added the add events.py, but before we go back to anywhere else, let's finish with the models. So far in the init.py, recall that when we have this models folder, we have another folder known as the admin folder. And now in this admin folder, we have the add events and admin.py. So let's come to the init.py, and just like we're doing, let's import this. So from .add events, we want to import events. This would help us to call it anywhere else in our code. So we've imported events here, and that's it. We are done with the models for this project. We're actually done with. Are we done with the models for this project? Well, we are done with the models for the admin. So let's leave here for now, and let's go back this time to the routes. So admin and then add events.py. So add events.py, and this is what we have in our add events.py. We have all of this code and the return render template add events.html. So let's go to the add events.html, come to your templates, come to admin, come to add events.html. And then in this add events.html, remember we gave you this code from our GitHub page, and I want you to come back here. You can type Ctrl F. First of all, click inside this your editable space and then type Ctrl F. And this time we'll be looking for form. So search for form. You should see 6 out of 43. The 6th result out of 43 results you have. Look for the 6th result. And this is it. This is very important to us. This form. You can see it has a method of post. And it has all of this. Now, this is important to us because this is what gets submitted to our database. Recall we've previously explained about the method of post and everything it does. So here in the add events, look at this. We are going to be able to add events, and you can see things like events name, events date, events venue, eligibility, and total ticket. So in the events name, events date, venue, eligibility, total ticket, if you look at their label and their inputs, rather, you look down at their inputs, you can see that this is a type of text, ID of events name. The name is events name. If you come down to the events date, you can see that this one has a type of date. So this is a type date, just like we have type of text, we have type of password, we have type of email, we have the type of date. This would ensure that you're putting in a date. It will bring out the calendar for you. And the name is events date. We have the next one of venue. The name is events venue. So what we'll be doing with this form now is not to modify anything. Leave this form the way it is. But we'll go back to our add events.py, which is in our routes. So let's come to routes, come to admin, add events.py, which is located in your routes. That's the exact place we want to go to now and work with that form that I've explained details on. So in this add events, let's start to write codes. So the first one we want to say is if request.method is equal to post, then we want to go ahead and do the following. However, look at it, it's saying, hey, what is request? Where are you getting requests from? So let's go and get request, and you already know where we're getting requests from. We're getting it from the Flask itself. So request, we're getting it from Flask. Let me just get everything I would be needing. I would also need redirect. I would need URL for, and I would need flash. So let me just get all of those things I would be needing. Now let me get another thing I would be needing. Okay, let's go on for now. All right, so if request.method is equal to post, I want to come here and say event name. Now I want you to be very careful of indentations in Python. It's something to really be careful of. So make sure your code is indented properly. So request.form.get, and the first thing would be getting request.form.get, and the first thing we'll be getting is the event name from the form that the admin is going to fill. So we are going to get event name. We'll store it in the database. We're going to get a couple of things. We would have the event date next. Event date is next, and we would get it from date time dot strp time. That is, we're converting the time to be a string, and we get it request.form.get events date. And then let's pass in the format. The format is going to be year, which is %y hyphen, then the months, which is %m and small letter hyphen, and %d in small letter too. And that's going to be that. So year, month, and date, and day. Then we need to get the event venue from the form too. So request.form.get, and then in here event venue, and then we have to form, not from. Okay, hope you did not follow me to make the mistake. Please do not make these mistakes with me. Correct them if you did do. So eligibility should be request.form.get, and then eligibility to eligibility. And the last one should be the total tickets, and we should get it from int. So we're converting the total ticket, which is by default a string. We are converting it to an integer here, and we're saying request.form.get, and then total underscore tickets. Okay, there's something I want to draw your attention to now, because this date time continues to get highlighted, and it's giving us a warning down here that date time. So it's wondering, where are you calling date time from? Now we're calling date time though from date time. Want to import date time. So this would ensure that that warning is out, and it now knows the class of date time. All right. Now there's something I want to do though. I want to check if an event already exists. I do not want two events to exist the same time in this website. I do not want two different events to exist the same time. So if an event already exists and you're trying to create another, I want the second one to override the first one. So that I'm going to say event.query.first. And now I can agree that we should get a warning here, because where am I getting my event from? Well, that's not a big question to answer. We can simply get our events from here. So from app.models, remember when we created the event model just now, .admin, we want to import events. So that's where we're getting our events from. All right. So if existing events already occurs, we want to say if existing events. So if there are existing events, then we want to override it. Override existing details with new details. That is, if there's already an event existing and for some reason the user comes and tries to put in new details in the add event place, we are saying override it. So let the new details show instead of the previous existing details before. So to do that, we can come down here. We can come down here and we can say existing events equal to events name. So if it's the event's name, we want to override the event's name. We can continue up. We can keep going. All right. The next one would be if it's the event's date. So after the name, the next thing could be the event's date. After the date, the next one would be the event's venue. Want to override that to venue. After the venue, it would be the eligibility. So we'd change this and say eligibility. And we want to say eligibility too. Then the last one will be total tickets. Okay, so events dot total ticket, whatever the case is. All right. So if there are no existing events, if it's the first time an admin is creating an event, we want to create a new event to the DB. So create a new event to the DB. And to do that, I'm going to call this variable new event. I'm giving it a name that you can easily understand. And I'm going to call this event with a bracket here. And inside this, I'm going to write everything that should be added to the new event. So I'm creating this object to be added now. So event name, event dates, events venue, eligibility equal to eligibility back, and then total ticket also equal to total ticket. Okay, once that's done, we want to come down here and add it to the DB. So db.session.add, and let's add the new event object. After that, we hit the db.commit, db.session.commit rather, db.session.commit, and finally we can now flash a message. So let's flash a message. Flash I imported earlier, and we can say new event added successfully. And here we can put the tag to be success. Remember, I've earlier said this is a Bootstrap tag, and then we can return a redirect. And that redirects, we are going to call the URL for dashboard. And finally, return render templates, add events, which we've done. All right, so we have this. When we call DB, it says DB is not defined. So I'm sure you already know what to do with all of this. Come here and add DB up above. Okay, so that's it currently for our add events. Before we go and test if this is working, I want you to basically, it's already in the template you're using because I've added it, but now I'm just going to add it to my own self right now. So give me a minute to quickly add this. And what I'm adding, let me add you along, tag you along to what exactly I'm doing right now. So earlier I said let's use the flash message. So what I'm doing here though is to put the flash message. It's in our dashboard.html template. So dashboard.html template, I'm going to put it here. The code to get the flash message. I did that in the login.py and I explained it. So it's the same thing I'm doing here. I'm just calling the flash message. All right, with this done, I can go back to my terminal. Now, in my terminal environment, I created a DB model. I would have to add it to my database. So I'm going to open Python shell by hitting Python. And then we would say from app, we want to import app DB. It works well, so we can move to the next process. Context.push works well, so db.create all works well, and then we can exit out of here. So everything works well so far. From app, import app context push, db.create all, everything works well. Let me check if I have a new updated table right now. So Python tables.py, we can see we have this new one of admin. We have events, we have registration. Admin was there before, so it's events, the new one, the new table that we created now. It's here, and then we have registration too. Beautiful. So since everything looks good, it's time to go check it out by running our code right now. All right, so we're back to our dashboard. Let's refresh our screens. It's refreshed. Let's click on the add events and let's try to add something. So I'm going to say test events. I'm testing. Enter events dates. So you can see why we use the date time. So I'm going to say this event is for 31st of December 2023. Events venue, let's say be with ICT Twitter space. So give me one reason why you're not following Be with ICT on Twitter. Just one reason. No reason, right? So click on the link on our Twitter link below. You could go search for us if you prefer searching ICT1 at BWave on X, you know, not Twitter, X, but yeah, Twitter. So let's say BWave ICT X space. That's going to be the events venue. Let's say all levels, total number of tickets 5,000. And let's hit save event. Let's see if this works out for us. Okay, we hit the add event and we get a method not allowed. Now, there's one part of this code that I forgot completely, and I really do hope you didn't forget that with me. Well, if you did implement that correctly, kudos to you, because it shows that you know what you're doing, and I'm really proud of that. But if you also forgot it with me, then let's go ahead and implement it together. When we click this add event, we have to put the method. So methods, we have the get by default, but let's add the post now. So here's the post method, and we would be needing this method here. So let's come back here. Let's hit save events. Make sure our terminal, everything is working well. hit save events, and everything is successful. Everything is successful. Beautiful. So since we did not get any error, it has worked out well for now. That is we implementing the add events, and it's working out for us successfully. However, there's just more we can do. For example, all these details that are here, right? They are dummy details that we really do not want in our code. So how can we help ourselves with these dummy details since we don't want them in our code and they are here actually looking at us and waiting for us to do something about them? Well, we are going to do this right now, and we are also going to implement the edit event. After thinking long and hard about this, I have decided that we should first of all implement the edit event before going about to remove those dummy details in our code. So let us go ahead and implement edit events. So we've added the events, and let's say you don't want to override the events. You just want to edit some details, maybe the number of tickets, or you want to edit the date of the event or something. Well, that should be a very easy thing to do. And yes, it is a very easy thing to do. So just come here to your route, to your edit events.py. Already in the templates code we've given you if you come to your templates admin and then edit events.html, if you scroll down and you get to our form, you would see that we've put the edit event details for you. However, there is something that we've not done for you and would be doing it together in this video. So we want to edit an event, right? It means that the event is already there. We just want to edit details there. And so we would have a new field called required value. In your templates, it's there already, but this required value is the value that we want to edit. So for you to edit something, it means the thing is there. So what is there that I want to edit? That's the meaning of this required value that is right here in your code. So we'll be filling this required value shortly. Keep this at the back of your mind, and let's go back to our route admin and then click on edit event. So what we want to do with our edit events at this time is to edit events. So in our edit events would be almost the same things we did in our add event. So from Flask would be importing, we've already gotten render templates, would have to get request build because we'll be working with form. We have to get redirect, we have to get URL for, and we have to get flash. Well, with all of these details from the app, we'll have to also import DB. Login is already required, and then we can come here and say from app.models. So follow along with me, app.models.admin import events, because this is what we want to edit, the events, right? Okay, all of this said and done. Let's go ahead. Meanwhile, before we go ahead, remember, Brian Daniel from 𝐵𝐸𝑖𝐶𝑇 is begging and pleading with you to subscribe to this YouTube channel, to like this video, and to comment. If you've done all of this, I have something for you. Let's go ahead now and continue with our code. So I can say if request here, if request.method is equal to post is equal to post, then we want to go ahead and do all of that. So before we go ahead and do all of that, lest I forget, I think it's time to do this. So methods, and then we have various methods we can use. We have the get, and definitely you have the post. method. So we'll be working with the two of them. So if the method is equal to post, then we want to go ahead and get everything from the form, and that will just make me copy everything, right? So rather than going to type it out, let me just copy it here and paste. Okay, so we'll also be importing date time. Do we need to import date time? I don't need to import date time. Instead, I would just do request.form event date. So I'll change this one here, and rather than event name, I would say event date. Doing that will give me exactly what I want. Okay, now let's say the next thing we want to do is event ID equal to request dot arguments dot get event ID. Now, what exactly are we doing here? For us to know what we want to edit, we have to give it an ID. An ID is an identity. Now, it's from this ID, the Flask is going to know that, okay, I should go ahead and edit this. So basically, that's why we're adding this line of code. So here's how these things work. When you want to edit something, what exactly do you want to edit? So how does it know what exactly you want to edit? It knows what you want to edit using the ID, identity. So it has to identify what you're trying to edit. In this case, we want to edit an event. Assuming you have 5-6 different events, how does it know which events to edit? So you need an ID. So what we want to do now is create this variable called event ID. We'll get the event ID, right? And then from the event ID, we can simply say existing. We can create another variable now and call it existing events should be equal to events dot query dot get the event ID now. So you want to get event ID just as we've gotten name, date, venue, event venue, and all of that. We want to get the event ID so that when you say I want to update this event, it's going to say, okay, you want to update this ID, the ID that of 1, the ID of 2, the ID of whatever ID it gives to it, and then it can help you update it. So if we've gotten the event ID, from the event ID that it's gotten now, we want to update the existing events. That's the next line of code. Update existing events. And we can simply say existing events dot event name equal to event name. So event underscore name. We can come here and say existing events dot event date, and we can say events underscore date. We can go back and say existing events dot events venue, which is the third one, and then update it. So this updating now is going to the DB. So we can say events venue. I noticed a small typo here, so I've just corrected that, and you can see the warning is gone. And let's continue our journey. Existing events dot eligibility, of course, and we can call eligibility here. Existing events dot ticket type. So the ticket type, and then we can say ticket type. And lastly, we can existing events dot, oh sorry, existing events dot total ticket, not ticket type apparently. So existing events dot total ticket, so total ticket, and then we can call total ticket here. Very good. Now after updating all of these, so events name, events date, events venue, eligibility, total ticket, the next thing we want to do is to add all of these details now back to the database. So that's the next thing we want to do. Add all of these details, as many as they are, to the database back. And to do that, it's pretty much simple. We come here, the next line of code, and we hit db.session.commit. Now, previously, when we were working with the database, we always do the db.session.add. But right now, we are only doing commit. Why is that so? That is because we have already added all these details. Right now, what we are doing is editing. So we are like updating it. And so we do not need to re-add it again to the same database. That's why we did not create a DB model for the editing, because we're just updating the values in the DB model of the event. So we can flash a message to the user after the update is done successfully, as well as redirect the user to the dashboard. So we can use the URL for function, and we can redirect the admin this time to the dashboard. Now all this would happen if the method is equal to post. If the method is equal to post, all this would happen. So if method is equal to post, it would look for all of these things: events name, events date, events value, eligibility, total ticket. It would get all the values from the form, and then the most important thing it would get is the event ID. So to know that, okay, this is what I'm getting, this is what I'm trying to update, is this particular event I'm trying to update. After getting the event ID, it's going to update all of them from the existing event already. Now, what if the method is not equal to post? Somebody is just trying to access the edit event route. If someone is just trying to access the edit event route, we actually want some kind of things to happen. We want to know which events the person is trying to access. So we'll still use the event ID variable we've created before. We created that variable in the if statement, but right now we are going to be using it outside of that if statement, because we also want to get the same event ID to know what the person is trying to access. And then we would also be calling the existing event we've created before. We'll be using it again, events.query.get at this time, and then we can pass event ID. And the next thing we can do is that we can use an if statement to say if the person is trying to access an existing event, then we want to do what is in line 39, which is return the render template and then pass in what the person is trying to access, which is existing event. So we pass it to itself, existing event equal to existing event. However, if we cannot get what the user is trying to access, then we want to flash a message here that says events not found. So why are you clicking on edit event? We cannot find your event, and we can hit a danger sign here, and this danger is a class from Bootstrap, and it will return a red background, somewhat red, not very reddish in nature, but that's the work of Bootstrap for styling purposes. All right, so we can now direct the user back after flashing that error. We can direct the user back to the dashboard. Okay, with all of this said and done, we have one more thing to look at, and that would be the edit events.html. So recall that I said put in the back of your mind that would have all these required values. Since we've been in the edit events.py, now it's time to go to the edit events.html. So I'll collapse this, and these are the required values that we would be looking at here. Now these are very important to us because you recall that the user has already added something. The admin has already added these values before, just that we want to edit it. So what we are calling here now will help us to edit them. So we can say existing underscore events dot events name. We can say, hey, once you open the form, show the user the existing event name. So if the user wants to change the event name, it's going to know. The next one would be the event date. So you can see the event date here. Now required value for this is going to be existing underscore event date. So we can paste this like this, and then instead of name here, we can say event dates. But not just event dates. I would be using this strf time, and it would be in the format of year, months, and day. Perfect. Now we can come to the next one and say existing events dot existing events event underscore, and this is venue. So event underscore venue. Eligibility, same thing. So existing events dot eligibility at this point, and then total ticket, same thing too. So come down, come up a little to get eligibility. Yes, the last one is the total ticket. So I'm going to total ticket. We're going to do existing events dot total ticket. So total ticket, exactly. Now with all of these changes made, we are almost ready to go and test this out. However, let's go back to our dashboard.html. So in the admin dashboard.html, you recall that previously we've either set the URL to go to edit events. However, just now in the edit events.py, we have said if you can get the event ID, then display. Otherwise, flash events not found. So we have to update our dashboard.html in such a way that our code is trying to get the event ID. Now to update this dashboard.html would also make us go ahead to update our dashboard.py. But for now, I'm just going to leave updating our dashboard.py and only update our dashboard.html. To avoid problems after we do that though, I'm going to add this line. So first of all, let's do this. Event ID equal to existing events dot ID. So it's simply saying when you click on the edit event, it's going to look at the existing event and get that existing event by the ID. However, like I said, to make this successfully work, we have to go and implement something in our dashboard.py. And I do not want to do that implementation now. So I'm going to use an if statement here to do something else. I'm going to say if we have an existing event already, then do all of this. But if there is no existing events, that is an else statement here. An else statement here. If no existing events, then we want to do nothing. We don't want anything to display, and I'm just going to say end if. This is a Ginger template that allows us write a little bit of Python code in HTML. So this is our Ginger template, and this is the Ginger code for using an if statement in HTML. So an if statement meant for Python, we're now able to write it in our HTML by means of these Ginger templates that starts with some curly braces, %sign, and then we write whatever we want to write there. You can have for loop, you can have if statement, and many other things. So what this will do for us is that it's going to allow us access the dashboard page without implementing the dashboard.py for now. We can just easily go there, access our dashboard page. We'll not have any errors so far working with this. Let's test it out. So I'm going to clear my screen now. Clear your screen, and then hit Python run.py, and let's go back to our dashboard page. So let's run, and you're going to notice something. Once I run my code, you can see that we don't have the edit events displaying here again. We only have add events. Currently we have an event added, but we do not have any edit events. Right? That is because we said if you cannot find the ID of the event that wants to be edited, then do nothing. So here, if I had come and said nothing here, and we refresh our code, what you would see in the place of edit events would be nothing. You can see there nothing actually. So that's exactly the reason why we have nothing there. So I'm not going to put nothing. I'm going to leave it blank and empty. So it's going to, in fact, display nothing for us for now. So to be able to work with, to edit events successfully, we would need to get the ID, just as we've implemented it in the edit event. So once we can get the ID of that event, would get every other thing. So this is it for our edit events for now. The next thing we'll do to be able to edit our events neatly and very well is to go to our dashboard.py and actually work with it a little. So if we work with our dashboard.py, would be able to edit events to edit events by getting their ID. Well, let's do that now. So what we want to do in my dashboard.py is I'm going to put this in comments here just for you to understand what we're doing. So I'm going to say retrieve existing events from the database. All right. So from the database, and to do that, we are just going to come and create that variable existing events, and we would set it to events.query, and then the first result you get, please display to us, because remember it's only one event we want to have at a time. So up above, I'm going to say from app.models.admin import events, and then we can have this existing event. Okay, so here is the existing event, and we can come here now, and in the return render template, we can put a comma and then pass existing events equal to existing events. we could pass this here as existing event equal to existing event. Well, this simple line of code that we've written right now, if we come back here, if everything works well, let's check that everything is all right from our terminal. Yeah. If you now look at edit events, it's shown. It has shown. And then if you click on edit events, I wanted to say we get our results, but obviously, we have a template syntax error. What can we do about this? It's just a small error. It says it's getting an unexpected percent sign. So it's a typo error, and I bet you are going to encounter this a lot of times, like I do. So I'm going to scroll down here to see where the error is coming from. So an unexpected percent sign, and it's coming from my input dates here. It's coming from here. So it's saying it's got something unexpected. Well, let's make this expected then. Let's make this expected. Let's go back to edit events.html. Edit events.html. Scroll up a bit. Let's get here. So obviously it's saying the problem is from somewhere around here, and our job, my job and your job together now as a software engineer, is to find where the problem is in and around here. Okay, so we have this existing event.event dates, and then all of this code right here. And trust me, debugging can sometimes be very, very stressful. I mean, just look at how I've been looking at this code for seconds. With my 𝐷𝐸 giving me special inspiration to continue looking for the error, and I found it. Something very, very simple. And if you want to find your own error, please subscribe to this channel, 𝐷𝐸, and you can always ask us questions. Send a message on the comment section. Tell us how excited you are about the video, if you've learned anything. Tell us about your progress and your struggles. After you do this, you will find the error like I have done. So we are missing a quotation mark around these our brackets. So we have to have a quotation mark around our brackets here for our code to work successfully. With that quotation back, that's it, man. So we have, I refresh my screen and we have everything. Now if you look at this route, you can see edit events, there's a question mark, and then there's a event ID equal to 1, and that's exactly what we said in our code with all those lengthy explanations. I hope you got that. So total tickets 100. You can see we can edit any of these, and let's edit the ticket and turn it to 500. This is a text event. This is the event date. You can see that we can edit this event date to any day we like. We can change the venue. We can change the eligibility. But how do you expect me to change the eligibility when in fact I'm begging and asking you to subscribe? I've just seen someone subscribe and I'm so excited. Okay, so I'm going to click on the save events, and then it says event details edited successfully. So that's it. We've implemented our add event and edit event successfully. It means that slowly but surely, nearer and nearer draws the time that shall surely be when this full stack event registration website would be completed. You've done a whole lot to come this far. This song is for you. Thank you so much, and this applause is for you. Daniel from 𝐵Wave ICT welcomes you back to this video. It's time for us to remove all of these dummy values, revenue, sales, templates, clients. Meanwhile, you could send an appreciation to me. What's this revenue of $23,000 for giving you these contents? I mean, it would be really, really appreciated, wouldn't it? Yeah, the whole 𝐵Wave ICT team is sharing you on to do that. So to remove all these dummy values, the first thing we want to do is actually get it clear in our head what we want to replace those values with. So all these values are in our dashboard.html. We don't want revenue, sales, templates, clients to be displaying. I think I would want the total number of tickets to display. I would also want to get the total number of tickets that have been used, the total number of tickets left, and the registered users too. I would also want all of that to show. So to do that, I'm going to go back to my dashboard.html. So here in your templates, we can come to dashboard.html. Dashboard.html, we were here a few minutes ago when we were working on the edit events, when we wanted to create a URL link to the edit event. So we come back here again, and this time we want to work on these details like the revenue, the sales, the template, and the clients. Now, one thing that can help you is this. In the dashboard, they may be basically in your own code, you should not see things like revenue, sales, clients, and the rest. We've updated it to just be the correct values that you should see, like the total number of tickets. But in my own code here, I have not done that update for you. So here, I'm going to say total number of tickets. And here, I can remove this $sign. Now, this counts. I'm going to put brackets in here for now, just empty brackets. We'll place values in here later, but empty brackets for now. So total number of tickets is going to be the first one. The second one would be the tickets used. So we want to know how many tickets has been used. That is how many people have registered for this event. And to do that, we are going to put empty brackets too, because we'll be getting all of these values dynamically. And we want to know tickets left too. We want to also know tickets left. So how many are unused? And we'll also get this value dynamically. Okay. And then the last one is actually something I really don't need. And that's the clients here. So I don't need it. I'm going to remove all of this. Well, with these changes made, let me refresh my screen. And of course, it's actually counting this. So when we have this double bracket, it's saying, hey, why do you have an empty double bracket? To solve that problem, I'm just going to quickly remove this. Everywhere I got an empty double bracket, I'll replace it with one bracket. So one bracket would ensure that the error is out. So rather than having a Ginger template of double bracket, I will just have that one bracket. And now if I refresh my screen, okay, so we get it like this, nan. Okay, so we want to total number of tickets used, and tickets left. And then this others table, we would be having, of course, a real table where we want to get users that have been registered. So what I'm going to do here is to implement the total number of tickets, tickets left, and tickets used. And to do that, I'm going to come back here to my dashboard.py. So previously, we've implemented existing events. What I want to do now is to come here and say if we have existing events, if there are any existing event already, then we want to get the total tickets. That will be the first variable we're creating. And how do we get this one? We do existing events dot total tickets. Now, one thing we want to do is to count. So we want to count the number of registered users. So counts the number of registered users. The next thing we want to do is to count the number of, or calculate the number of tickets left. Another thing we want to do is to retrieve all user registrations. For now, do I leave the retrieve all user registrations? Okay, I'm going to implement this sometime later. But firstly, I can get the tickets that have been used. So I'm going to say tickets used. How do I get this one? I'm going to call registration dot query dot all. But there's no way I would call registration successfully without first importing it. So come here, come with me. Let's do this. So from app dot models dot user, we want to import registration. We've created this earlier before, and then we can get the tickets used by we can't get the tickets used by getting the registration, all the registration, but we can actually count it, right? So let's use the .count method instead of the .all method. This is going to help us count how many people have been registered. So how many people have been registered? That's how many tickets have been used. Okay, so the number of tickets left would be gotten by saying total tickets minus tickets used. So that's a small mathematical calculation. So tickets left would be gotten by saying total tickets minus tickets used. Okay, so the total tickets minus tickets used would give us the tickets left. And then the last one would be to get all the user registrations, but we'll come back to that later on. However, what I can do though is to return a render template, and I'm going to pass in multiple objects here. So I'm going to do this here. The first thing is the admin dashboard, exactly like we have it in this line. That's what I want to do now, but I'm passing multiple objects to it, multiple values. So dashboard.html, and I'm going to say total tickets here equals total tickets. The next one would be the tickets used. So tickets used equal to tickets used. And the last one, I can say tickets left is equal to tickets left. Beautiful. And then existing events would be equal to existing events. So I'm going to remove this line of code here. This part of this code is totally unnecessary. Okay, fair enough. And then this should be all for our dashboard.py. So let's go back to our dashboard.html now. And of course, implement the Ginger template very well. So dashboard.html. And the first one we want to call is total tickets. Total tickets. So how are we calling total tickets? How do I know that the variable is going to be total tickets? It's not magic. It's just what we have here. The first one we have is total tickets, meaning the next one will be tickets used. So I'm going to copy it now. Tickets used, that will be the next one, would be getting. So total tickets was the first one. Tickets used is going to be the second. That's it. So the third one will be tickets left. Already we've used the existing event previously. You still remember. So tickets left. That's it. That's all. So let's go back now. Let's first go to our terminal. You can see what we have on our terminal. Terminal stops working. Let's go back to our VS Code. You can see we have the tickets left displaying here. We have tickets left. We called it. We have tickets used. We called it. We have total tickets. Called it. In our dashboard.py, we have all of that. Tickets left, existing events, everything. If you're stuck anywhere working alongside me, remember that you have this video to rewatch many times. And also, you have the GitHub repository to compare your code to it. So all of these should help you sort yourself out. If you're still stuck, the comment section is here. Ask questions and we'll do our best to reply. All right, let's go back to our dashboard and see if we have good values. So I've refreshed and it's the moment of truth. Yo, and currently we have total number of tickets 500 because that's what I set it to be. Tickets left is 500 because the tickets used as of now is 0. But once a user registers, we expect this ticket used to change from 0. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go to the register route and try to register. So I'm going to go to the get your ticket route and try to register at this point. And let's see if anything is going to change. Yeah, I'm just going to put all of these event dates. That's the first. Personal info. Let me just fill in here with personal info. And then let's select an option of 1. Let's hit submit. Okay, so I get this. This is my details. So let me come here now and refresh. And look at it. It says ticket used 1. So once a user registers, tickets used 1, tickets left 499, total number of tickets 500. brilliant. Is this not wonderful? It's totally fantastic. And if you've implemented this, please, you deserve this. All right, so the next thing we want to implement now is we don't need all of these dummy details, right? We just need real details from the user. So rather than the user input coming here, we want the user input to come here for the admin to see. That's the next thing we are going to be implementing right now. To implement that, it's back to our dashboard.py. And now we can hit the retrieve all user registration. So we can go there to get all user registration. And what we need is just a simple line of code. Let's set this one to registrations with a small letter equal to registration.query.all. Now we can use all because we want to get all users that have been registered. Okay. And then we can hit return render template. And finally, we can say passing registrations here. Registrations equal to registrations. So that's all we would be doing in our dashboard.py. This code here is the last code we'll be writing in our dashboard.py. We are successfully done with everything that has to do with dashboard.py. So I'm going to close it. We still have something to do in dashboard.html, so I'm not going to close dashboard.html. Let's head back to dashboard.html. Okay, so what we want to do is to come down a little in our dashboard.html and come down and look for the place where we have these tables. So this is the table tag. You can Control F, just type Control F and then type table and look for where the table, starts from, right? So the template you copied from the GitHub already made all of this so easy and so smooth. What we want to do now is to do something. So we'll be needing various details here. We'll be needing a unique code. We'll need name, email, contact number, number of tickets, and ticket type. We'll also have their serial number. So we'll be needing a unique code. For your own, you don't have to write along with me. Once again, 𝐷𝐸 have made everything very easy for you. We have given you this code so that you can be very fast. So we need name, we would need the email, we will need the contact number. So if we want to call the person, we'll need the number of tickets the person purchased. And then we would also be needing the type of tickets the person purchased. So ticket type. Ticket type here. And that's it. Okay, now we'll be going to the T body. Now this T body is going to be very different from everything that is in the template. So all these plenty details in the template are not needed from my end. This T arrow is needed, and then we just need this. So I'm going to remove all of these plenty T body details and write another instead. So T body, and then we would have the T arrow, and then in the T arrow we would have various TDs. Now after the T body, the first thing we want to do, so I'm going to scroll up so you can see my screen very clearly. In this T body, we are going to have a ginger syntax that says for registration in registrations. So for registration in registrations, let me compare that true. Okay, yes, we call this variable registrations, which means truly we can say for registration in registrations can have TRU and then TDs. So TDs is something known as table data, and we can have quite a couple of them. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4 for now. And how many TDs would we be needing here? We'll be needing about 7 TDs. So we have 4. I'm going to paste in 3 more. All right, so in this first TD, we are going to have a class of serial. Please just ensure that if you already have this in your template, you're not redoing it again. You can just look and watch. So we'll have this one, loop.index. And then the next one would have is a registration code, which we are yet to implement. Registration.unique code. So keep this at the back of your mind. We'll come back here. But for now, let's just continue. We've implemented every other thing. For example, the registration dot first underscore name. We've implemented that. I'm going to copy it. Registration dot first name. I'm just going to copy it, and we are going to have the last name. Okay, I can have the last name here actually. First name space last name. Okay. And then the next one, the next TD would be the registration email. So not last name again, but email. We'll need that. We'll also need the registration contact number. So take this a little up. Contact number. Contact NO. Because that's how we store this in the database. And then we'll need the registration number of tickets the person decided to purchase. So num of tickets. And the last thing we would be needing would be the type of tickets the person purchased. So type of tickets. However, in this type of ticket, I want you to come up here and add a class. And that class would be a class of badge. And then badge complete. All right. That's all. And then that would be all in our TD. Recall that we created a for loop here. In Ginger, if you start something, you have to end it. So we'll be ending our for loop, or else we'll run into trouble. So after our TRO here, we'll come here and say end for. This would help us to end our for loop. Okay, that's all we need. So once again, I'm going to make this a little smaller now. You can see our table, you can see all the headers, and then you can see our for loop and all the info we need, right, in our T body. Now that's what we need to display these things for us. Before we go out and check our code, we are yet to implement registration.unique code. So this will take us back. Let's go back a little to the user. So come here, routes. Let's close the admin. Come to close the whole route. Close the template. Right? So we can even remove this edit events, add events, edit events. We don't need all of this again. So this is the dashboard.html. What we want to go to is the models here in your app. So go to your app folder, the models folder. Inside the models folder, go to the user folder and come to your register.py. This is the user model where we did the register.py. Okay. So we would be here, and here in our register.py for the user, let us create a unique code for each user that registers. We have the first name, last name. Remember, we have the ID. But let's not just get the users by their ID. Let's give them a unique code. So let's create a new field down here. And I would call this one unique underscore code. And we'll say db.column. And here we would say db.string. So we are going to store this as a string. And this will take only for values. Unique is going to be true. Just like I said, unique code. Unique is going to be true. And nullable is going to be set to false. So unique is true, nullable is set to false. It's just going to be a 4-digit code. But why did I call it a string? Well, I want to store it in the DB as a string. What I would come here now is to create a self function though. So underscore init. This is going to take a self function, but not just self function. It's going to take in keyword arguments from itself though, not from you. And it's going to take in argument, and it's going to take in keyword arguments. However, can come here and and then right here we can hit the super function, and in here we can call the registration and itself. Okay, a registration class, the itself class, and then the dots init our arguments and our keyword arguments. Okay. Lastly, we can say self.generate unique code. Okay. Long story cut short, let's just say we are telling this thing to generate a unique code by itself. Now, how is this going to generate a unique code? Let's set another function to do that for us. So generate unique code, which would pass in as argument itself, just like we've set up above here. Let's just tell it some things that we want it to do. For example, it should be a 4 digits code. So let me put this comment so that later on you can try to understand it. Generate a 4-digit code as it were, a 4-digit code, 4-digit code here. Okay, so we can say code is equal to dot join. Now this is going to be random. So an empty string dot join is going to be random dot choice, and then would call in string 2 dot digits. Okay, so we want the string to be digits, and then it has to be 4. It's keyword arguments. It has to be 4, nothing more than 4. And the last piece of code that we want to write, still on this matter, is self.unique code equal to code. All right. We have 2 warnings here, and that's because there are 2 things we need to import. So let's import random and string. We can decide to do the import random and string like this. You can also decide to do it like one after the other, import string. It's just a matter of which one you like. Okay, this would be it. So in our register.py, we're adding a new field, a unique code that the user would get immediately he registers. Now this unique code would be stored in the DB and would be shared to the user back, so that in case, after registering for the event, they say declare your identity, right? The user does not know his ID, but the user would get his unique code back. So you can say my code is 2735, and that code he calls would be matched against what is in the DB, and then is going to be allowed access into the event. I hope you get the whole story and the whole picture around why we're creating this unique code. So in our dashboard.html, now we've got the registration unique code. We can, of course, now work with this registration this dashboard.html, and we can have our table data showing the user's unique code. However, this is not just good enough, because we have to go back to our terminal and update our DB. So open your Python shell, just hit Python. Make sure you are in the root directory of your project. Make sure your virtual environment is turned on. Then we can say from app imports app.db app.app_context.push. Okay, db.drop. I would be dropping all. That is deleting everything I have right now. Okay, db.drop_all. Okay, drop all means to delete everything. I'll drop all for now, and then I would create all back. Create all. And then I would hit exit. Now, let me list out what I have, and let me try to call tables. So Python tables.py. We have admin, we have events, we have registration. Our 3 tables are here, our 3 models are here. So let's hit the Python run.py again. And let's go back to our dashboard. Let's try to log in. So it says, please log in to access this page. I'm just going to log in. I already have my details, remember, stored in my .env file. So yes, my password. Going to copy it. Copy this password and paste here, then log in. All right, so total number of tickets for now is 0. Total tickets use 0. Total tickets left 0. You can see unique code, name, email, contact number, number of tickets. For now, everything is empty. That's because we're just coming here. Now, if you look at the left-hand side, you can see that in the add events, there's nothing like edit events because there is no event. But after we have added an event, you're going to see that we'll have the edit event working out well for us. All right, I'm going to add an event now. But after we add an event, there's one thing I want to happen. I'm going to come here this time around. I'm going to route to home. I'm going to click on the get your tickets to register. Now, all of this event information should not be filled out by the user. Don't you think that's a wise idea? Like, all of this event information should actually not be filled out by the user. That doesn't just make sense. So this event information should be gotten from whatever the admin inputs, so that the user just knows that this is the real event I'm here for. So to make that happen, let's just make that happen right now. And we can simply go back to routes in our code. So let's go back to our code. Come to app, click on your app drop down, come to routes, come to routes, register.py. You can go there, right? Routes, register.py. Now in this register.py, currently we have all the code to be able to register a user successfully. However, there's just one thing I want. I want to link what the admin inputs to the registration page. So I'm going to come up here and say from app.models.admin, I want to import events. Okay, and this would help me now to things like events name should not be gotten from the user, like I said. So this should be events name should not be gotten from form data at all. It should be gotten from admin_events dot events name. However, this code is not going to make a lot of sense now if we don't come up and define what we mean by admin events. So here, before the if statements, let us define what we mean by admin events by saying admin events should be equal to event.query.first. Beautiful. This defines what admin event is. So we can now say admin events name. We can come and do the same. Here, we can come and also do the same here in the eligibility. So, and we can come and also do the same here. So we have the events name. Next one is the events venue. After the event venue, we have the eligibility. And after the eligibility, we have the event date. Okay, so what we're doing with all of these things is the user is not going to impute things like the event name, event venue, eligibility, and event date. Those details are not going to be imputed by the user because those details will be imputed by the admin. So the user registers for the event. It's not the user that tells us the event. Okay. So we can come back to the register.html now. After being in the register.py, you can come to templates to make this code a whole success. You can come to templates to root register.html. And in your register.html, the first field set. So step 1, where you have the event information, the whole first field set is of great importance to us. Okay, so the first one we have is the event name. After having placeholder, you should come here after the placeholder and put required value. Remember, I've explained required value previously. I've explained what's all about. So we are going to have required value like this everywhere. I can close here for now, and so this required value that we have here, I'm going to copy it because in all of these field set I'm going to have required value. So event venue, I'm going to paste it. Eligibility, I'm going to paste it. Event date, I'm also going to paste it. And also would be having another thing called read only. This would ensure that the user cannot make changes to it, can only read it. So paste it all above. Read only, read only, read only, read only. All right. I hope you're following and you don't have any questions. If you have any questions, the comment section is here for you. Please do ask your questions. Okay. So required value of this first one would be admin underscore events dot events name. The required value of this one would be admin underscore events dot events venue, event underscore value. The required value of eligibility would be admin underscore events dot eligibility. And the required value of the event date may be a little different. We've implemented this before though. So it would be admin underscore events dot event dates dot, so strf time, string field time, and then here y, this is the year, the month, m, and the dates, d. All right, and that's it. Okay, so this is the information we want to be read only. We don't want the user to impute. So with all of this done right now, we can go back. Remember, in our code, we can go back here and try to add events and also try to get the user to register. So in my terminal, I'm going to clear and hit python run.py, restarting, and here let us get a user to register. Let us add an event first of all. So I'm going to click add event. Let's enter an event and let's say 𝐷𝐸 online meeting. Let's put the event date to be 30th of December, and let's say this is going to be 𝐷𝐸 YouTube live. and let's say eligibility, all interested. Total tickets available, let's say 1000, and let's hit save events. New events added successfully. You can see total tickets available 1000, tickets used, and tickets left. Okay, let's come here now and come to this get your ticket, and it's saying admin event is undefined. So here we go, another small error. So would come back here. First of all, let's look at what exactly is causing this error. So this is our register.py. Alright then, you can see that in our code we had the small issue of this admin event is undefined. That's actually because we missed something here. So we should pass admin events right here as an argument to itself. So admin event has to be passed right here, and once we pass the admin event here, this undefined is going to leave, and we are going to be able to successfully see results in our code. Now we see the event's name, 𝐵wave ICT online meeting, events venue, 𝐵wave ICT YouTube live, eligibility, all interested, the date 12 on the 30th of December 2023. Beautiful. So this is exactly what we want. The user does not get to fill the information. All we have to do is come here, look at it here, and then come here. So you see all the information the user has to, everything the user needs to know. So this is the event information, is the first one. It goes to the personal information, and then the user can fill all his details. So we're going to fill all of this, and then tickets, regular, and then number of option. So in this option, let me just come here to the register.html and quickly ensure that there's just one option, right? Let's just ensure that there's just one option of only one ticket for now. So let's go back and refresh our screen to ensure that it's only one ticket you can purchase for now. And that's it. So contact number, yeah, and you can click on next, type of tickets, regular, select an option 1. And this is the moment of truth.
I like it, I love it, I want some more.
This is the real moment of truth. The real moment of truth. So let's hit submit and see what happens. And here we go. So we have a type error. It says random.choice got an unexpected keyword argument of k. So what it's saying is that in our code we had an unexpected keyword argument. If I come here to our models, and then we decide to come to admin, user rather, models user register.py, it's saying this is an unexpected keyword argument of 4. So let's go ahead and fix this. Okay, here we are back to register.py in our models, and let's quickly fix this by using a loop to fix this problem. So I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to come here to say while registration dot query dot filter here, unique code. This unique code we have here, so we want to ensure that the code is unique. So unique code dot code dot first is not known. Then we want to use this next line, which would be passing this here, right? So it would be passing this again, and just like that, we can now have the self.uniqueCode equal to code. This should fix our error. So let's go back and come to your terminal here. Come back to your code. Yeah, our code. Our terminal is up and running. Let's try to hit refresh to submit this. And we still get a keyword argument. And here we go. I actually just saw the error. And it's actually a very, very small error. Well, there are little errors like this, but they could make or mar your programming journey. So here is the error. This is not supposed to be choice, right? It's supposed to be choices. Otherwise, this k here, which is a special variable, will not be recognized. So here, choices, and this was definitely a mistake from us. Remember, I had this code and then I copied it. So it means that I copied the mistake through without even figuring it out. So here we have this code. Our job is done. It means if everything is right, of course, and if we go back, check our code, starting from the terminal is active. It's time to go and check our Chrome, and we should be having a congratulations. Okay, yeah, back to our Chrome. Let's try to confirm the submission. And here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We have our form submitted nicely. Now let's go back to our templates. Our dashboard is reloading. And here, the moment of truth. And here we go. Well, congratulations to us. We've gotten the unique code 1083 of this user. And now we have the user's name, we have the email, we have the contact number, and two more things: the number of tickets and the ticket type, the type of tickets the user chose, and the number of tickets. They are yet to actually display, but so far so good. We have everything, and you can see one ticket here is used. 999 tickets are left. The next user registers for this event, you're going to see that 2 tickets will be used, 998 would be left. So quickly, let's fix the number of tickets and the tickets type that are yet to display. So to fix that, our latest challenge, which is in fact a very, very minor issue, we have the number of tickets and nothing is currently displayed. We also have the ticket type, nothing is also currently displayed. We just have to come here to the dashboard.html under app templates admin dashboard.html and replace this registration number of tickets with number of tickets. So the S was a mistake from me. I don't know why. And then this one is actually a mistake in our Bootstrap class. It's supposed to be badge complete like this, right? Not badge space complete. So just fix these 2 small issues. The first one would be, once again, the first issue is the number of tickets here. It's now supposed to be number of tickets, not number of tickets. So the S, not necessary, not needed. And then this second one, please put the hyphen here after the badge. If you fix those two issues, come back, refresh your screen. You have everything complete. And if you come here, you can see the user's unique code displaying to the user. Brilliant. So here we go. Successful so far. This is exactly what we've been looking for. And with that, we successfully come to the end of our full stack event registration website. We've built, we've learned, we've suffered together, we've fixed bugs, we've enjoyed various things together. I hope you did enjoy this project as I did. It's Brian Daniel from 𝐵 𝐼CT, and I'm so excited to have built this full stack events registration website. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, Python, Flask, everything, MySQL, debugging. I'm sure you did learn a whole lot from this full stack project. Subscribe to this channel, continue to stay tuned because the next project is coming soon and it's coming quick and fast as well. On behalf of the entire 𝐵 𝐼CT team, I want to officially thank you for being with me throughout this event registration website journey, and I'll see you in the next video. As for now, my job here is done.